some stage during that lovely conversation we just had, we probably ended up being live. So that's it.
You think so?
That's a
Shit.
that's
Well,
a hell of a way to start the
well,
conversation.
making shit castles. No talking shit about making shit castles. I'm perfectly fine with shit castle making. Yeah,
Consulting
making it worse,
adults.
aren't I? As long as it's consulting adults,
Consenting adults can make all the shit
you
castles you
can
want. I don't mind.
absolutely.
Yeah. Good stuff. How are you, comrades in the chat? Good to see you there. Lovely, stimulating intellectual conversation going on in the chat there. You love to see it. You absolutely love to see it. How are you getting on? There was something I meant to say at the start here, and I can't remember what it was. What was it, Yugopnik? What was I going to say? How do we introduce ourselves?
Maybe you wanted to introduce everybody and everything. Well, I
No,
guess
no,
no.
not that. No.
No, you don't do introductions. No, fuck
You
introductions.
do the
That,
introduction. You're the
me.
master. You're a master of it. Yeah, you need to prove all the people wrong. Prove the people wrong who
I,
think that Yugopnik
I
can't
know
do a
people.
solid introduction.
I know people say I do all the work in this fucking podcast, but I
Fully
might as
incorrect.
well. I might as well. So yeah, guys, hello
Oh,
for.
sorry. I
Yes, what,
apologize for one
what?
sec. I just got a note here.
Yes.
Can't hear. We need to sort out the volume levels. Give it 2 seconds here.
Okay, sort
Let's
out.
sort that out. Let's get the volume
Make
sorted out. Crank that shit. Like people can't hear a thing. All right, let's just check out with the chat here. Make sure people can hear
okay.
shit. Let's see how it's going. They say they can't hear me. I think they can hear you. Just give us a little test. 1 2, comrade.
1 2 1 2 1
One
2
two. 1 2.
1 2.
All right, how's it going there? Let's have a little look in the chat here and see if they can hear us.
1 2 1 2. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Give us 2 seconds because we want to get this right. We want to get this right because we are working towards podcast level shit in the future.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you're a bit on the quiet side. I'm playing the video at myself. You're a bit on the quiet side.
Okay, so Yugopnik, you are still a little bit louder. It's really annoying. Streamlabs is it's really temperamental. Because you can have the levels at the exact same level 1 week and everything sounds great, and then the next week, for some reason, you need to change everything around just to get the sort of
That's super weird.
volume. Yeah,
I think it's the usual anti-Irish racism of YouTube going against you because
I think that's what it is, yeah.
as we've seen, it's actually Irish people that rule the world,
You saw the meme?
Anti-Irishism. I guess it got to YouTube as well.
Burnophobia, right there. Let's just check how we're getting on now, volume-wise, before we get things properly started. How's it going there? Okay.
It should be fine now.
I'm hoping it's fine. We say that, but then people are complaining. Okay, I hear somebody saying, yeah, it's fine. Okay, Grant. If there's any suggestions, then go ahead. Oh, okay. Apparently you got. I think you're a little bit louder than I am. So, all right. I'm gonna crank my volume up here, and we're gonna see how things go.
Yeah, go on.
I wonder what's going on there. You never know. You never know what's going on with Streamlabs. But let me just check something here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully it sounds okay. Anyway, I've turned up the volume. Anarchy saying, yeah, might need to turn yourself up, friends. I really, really appreciate this. This is the nice thing about the streams. This is kind of like the pre-stream, pre-drinking to our night out and getting fucked.
Absolutely, you gotta set it up.
You gotta set it up.
The Nazis were right. Slavs and Irish people can't do fucking shit. Not even set up a volume level properly in the beginning. So,
yeah, I think that's what Hitler said. Actually, I think that's what he said about Irish people. They can't keep volume level
the Irish and the Slavs, they do not have the volume level at the proper levels, and therefore they must be treated the same way as other subhumans. Okay, this is gonna get the stream banned. I'm using the word subhuman. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we're gonna just get taken off. We'll start talking about degenerates next, and then that's gonna be it. We're gonna be fucked. All right, Absolutely. There we go. Yep, it's good. Yep, it's good from Ben. Ben, I hope you're feeling better, comrade. Martin, looking forward to the fascist stream on Friday. It's not a fascist stream. Martin's not a fascist, but he's a Marxist who knows his shit about fascism. And unfortunately, a lot of Marxists, a lot of leftists don't really have a consistent analysis and understanding of what fascism is. So we're going to be talking a little bit about that on Friday. So look forward to that, comrades.
Sounds good.
Let's dial it back now that the fucking volume levels are somewhat passable. Hopefully somewhat passable anyway. And if not, we'll be able to correct this in post-edit for our podcast, which is something that we're doing now. Let's do the introductions. We're going to talk about the podcast and all that stuff. Go for it, Yugopnik. Introduce.
Well, fucking finally. Hey guys, for whoever's new here, my name is Yugopnik. This is Paul. He's Irish. I'm a Slav. We drink and we record ourselves while we talk about Marxism, capitalism, and pretty much I don't know, whole world. Sometimes we
Pretty
pass
much.
out. Sometimes
Yeah,
we don't.
we pass out. Both
Yeah,
of us
we
together.
obviously. Yeah. Subscribe to Paul.
Synchronized.
Subscribe to Paul. Check out my channel below and subscribe to me. Also, if you have the means, check out either of our Patreon accounts. We are grifters and we don't even hide it.
Yep.
And
True.
yeah,
It's true.
hope you guys enjoyed the little rants we have not in any way pretty much prepared for you, but we'll see how this goes.
You haven't prepared for. Are you telling me that you have come on to my channel not prepared for the stream? Is that what you're trying to tell me? You
Motherfucker, I'm born prepared. That's the problem. I do not need to be prepared. I have prepared my entire life for this. This is my peak. This is where I peak. Getting drunk on a live stream with a Jesus-looking motherfucker.
This is where you really fucking shine. I'll drink to that. Cheers.
And another. Cheers. I'm chugging.
Look.
Jokes aside, it would be very appreciated. Super chats or Patreon, because I'm trying to gather enough money for Paul to get a fucking haircut. So if we can, apparently haircuts are very expensive in Ireland because this motherfucker ain't getting one. So you know.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I talked to you about this before the stream, but I cut my own hair as if that wasn't fucking painfully obvious to everybody who's ever fucking seen me. Because anytime someone comes, anytime any barber or even hairdresser, gone to fucking proper hairdressers, comes near me, suddenly their scissors turns into a fucking lawnmower. It turns into a fucking blender. I always get the fucking worst haircuts. So I decided, I keep getting these fucking terrible haircuts. Do you know what? I could give myself a terrible haircut.
Brilliant. You don't have to spend any money. It's
I don't need
amazing.
to fucking pay anybody. It's class. I can do the same fucking job for free. So now that's what I do. And of course the end result of that is that I'm just a fucking hairy hippie motherfucker. And yeah.
Absolutely based. Broke and based. The perfect combination.
Based, broke, bespoke motherfuckers. Yeah. Comrades. We probably should say we with regard to this being kind of unprepared or whatever. This is kind of a last minute stream here. The comrades who there was another comrade who was meant to be coming on this evening, and they had some issues. So Yugopnik, being the solid rock that I rely upon in my life, was there for me, the safety net upon which I fell for Wednesday night stream. And so we decided, fuck it, let's do a fucking vodcast. Let's go for it. Oh, and by the way, you may not be aware of this, but if anybody's interested, you can now find the podcast version of this stream on SoundCloud. You can download it for free on SoundCloud. You can find it on Spotify. It's on Google now as well, Google Podcasts, Anchor FM, and you can find links to those below the video here. Okay, so if anyone wants to check that out, follow, you can find it down below. I do a little intro, trying to make it a professional gig now, trying to make it the real deal. There's a little bit of music, some speaking, introduction, discuss what the podcast is about and all that sort of stuff. And we're trying to, at the moment, improve the quality of the podcast. So today actually is the first day that we're going to properly do this. Both of us are recording our audio on our ends, so we're going to be able to properly edit this afterwards. So the lucky podcast listener isn't going to hear those awful sound level issues at the start of this, that were of course resolved by the comrades in the chat. So anyway, comrades, that is to say, go ahead and check out the podcast in the description box below, and give some support to Comrade Yugopnik over on Patreon if you have the means to do so, and if not, just fucking enjoy. Grab a drink, sit down, relax, and we're gonna have the fucking crack today.
Fuck yeah.
That's it. That's
Sounds
my fucking
good to
intro.
me.
That's it. Was it okay? Did I fuck up?
That you don't make good intros. No, it's very good. It's very good. Let's immediately jump into the first topic, I guess, and then we'll see where this whole thing goes.
Yeah, let's fucking see how it goes. I do have a substantive answer to the first topic, the first question that we're discussing. We have a lovely name for the stream here: Commsumerism and leftist infighting. And you're all curious. You're like, what's Commsumerism? How embarrassing that Paul
Not to be
misspelled.
confused with cum. Not to be confused with cum.
No.
Okay.
Horny jail now. Bonk. Bonk.
Bonk.
Bonk.
Bonk. Horny jail now.
Bonk. You're right. Time
gone.
out. Time out.
Be gone, horny.
Be gone.
Yes.
Get out of here. Shoot, skedaddle. Also, I want to say thank you very much to Jenks Rodwell for donating 5 BGN to the Paul Marin Haircut Fund donation. The Paul Marin Haircut Foundation.
His scalp thanks you.
My wife will probably thank you as well, so I really, really appreciate that. Anyway, you must be thinking, Jesus Christ, how fucking embarrassing is it that Paul made a title for a video, for a stream, for a podcast, and he misspelled consumerism. He misspelled it. What a dick. Aha.
The fucking Irish, man. The fucking Irish.
In fact, the Irish control the world, as Yugopnik learned very recently via a meme that slipped out, and we actually didn't authorize to go ahead. So you shouldn't have seen that. Sorry, Yugopnik. People are revealing our true power levels. Anyway, well, this is a very clever and galaxy-brained combination of communism and consumerism. I know. Take a moment to just parse it out. Communism, consumerism. Because this is a fucking.
Should rename this into a dead joke cast, not Vodkast. Jesus Christ, Paul. Oh my God.
I'll edit this out of the podcast. I swear to God. No one else will need to.
Go for it, brother. Go for it.
No one else is going to need to suffer through this. I swear to God. But this is an issue. This is a fucking issue. I swear to God. Because a lot of us get very excited with our Che Guevara t-shirts. We get very excited when we buy a fucking hammer and sickle badge. You know, we stick it onto our bags, our backpacks, what have you. If you're from the States. The anarchist symbol, whatever it might be. And we're going to talk a little bit about that and sort of how that contributes to leftist infighting and how it causes all kinds of problems, how this sort of neoliberal approach to left-wing ideology still permeates our societies, how all of us, even though we may be communists, maybe socialists, maybe anarchists, whatever it might be, we're still living within capitalism, and everything that we're still feeling, everything that we still experience is still coming from that base, from that economic base. And so, as a result, consequently, we end up replicating the sorts of behaviours that favour the continuation of the capitalist cycle. So we're going to be talking a little bit about that today. And the first question that we're going to address, we're going to discuss. Here we go. You ready? Now, question number 1. A little quote to get started. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. Now, famous quote by Karl Marx right there to get things started. And so the question that I put to you is, can you be a good Marxist without actively working to change the world? Should Marxism purely be an intellectual academic pursuit? And if not, what does that mean for how we behave as Marxists? Now, I've got a lot of shy talking to do about this personal subject. It's something I've been thinking about a lot. But I'll let you jump off first, Yugopnik. Tell me what you think. Can we just relax? Can we just do Marxist analyses of films?
Absolutely. Fuck yeah. No, we can, but this won't be a proper podcast without some sort of degenerate metaphor that I like to use. So here goes. Studying Marxism, or anything for that matter, is obviously extremely important, useful, and very necessary. But without proper application, this cannot and does not manifest itself in the real world. Take fucking, having sex. Some of you might have done that at some point in your life, probably haven't, but whatever. If you're here. No, everybody that watches this podcast fucks, like everybody fucks, unless you're underage. Okay, you get the point.
Don't focus. We're getting into some weird fucking socialism with Jamie Lannister characteristics territory here.
Absolutely. Don't jungle my brain now. I'm using fucking as a metaphor for
We don't want to carry the torch for that ideology. Fuck that.
Never, ever. So to get better at fucking, you can, watch porn, you can read the Kama Sutra, you can read some weird Jordan Peterson self-help bullshit. You can even talk to your older, more experienced buddies. Hell, you can do the most healthy thing and talk about it with your partner. But no matter how much you read or talk about it, until you start moving those hips, baby, you won't begin to genuinely, truly learn about sex. Because it is through application that we see both the problems which could arise and we think of solutions. It's the most basic scientific principle of experimentation ever. So without experimentation, and simple, information hoarding, you're never going to learn how to fuck baby. I mean, how to properly apply Marxism. So no matter how much you care about the idea, the concept, and so on, without acting on this belief system of yours, it does not and cannot manifest itself in reality, and therefore does not really exist. Information is just as good as how well it can be applied. It's nice and it feels good and it feels comfortable to know that you have, and you objectively do, have a much better understanding of both how things really work and both on how to liberate yourself individually and your society. But if it's just in there, if it's not spoken about with others, or if it's not applied in many different ways that we're going to talk about later, it is just going to stay there, manifesting in your mind, and it won't really do much. So if it's only a thought about how to move your hips without actually moving your hips, your girlfriend or boyfriend or in between will never orgasm, and therefore will never know Marx, because through orgasms we know Marx. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I think we can probably wrap up the stream there. I think you probably answered the question fairly well, and a very clear and easy to relate to metaphor, which I'm sure...
Not to everybody.
Oh!
It's called your virgin chat.
Oh, virgin chat name. All right.
Nothing wrong with being a virgin.
No, that's totally...
Just don't shoot up schools, please,
What the fuck?
Come on, it was an insult joke.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. We're the anti. We don't support that sort of stuff. We don't. Look.
Never.
All right, okay. Jesus fuck, how do I follow that? How the fuck do I follow that? I'm gonna fucking go back to the questions. What I'm gonna do.
Yeah, do your thing.
I'm just gonna go back to the question here and go through a couple of notes that I wrote down earlier on, and hope this makes sense. It's not going to be as exciting. It's not going to be as sexy. But yeah, let's hope it works. So, can you be a good Marxist without actively working to change the world? Should Marxism purely be an intellectual academic pursuit? If not, what does this mean for how we behave as Marxists? No, fucking no way. We can't keep Marxism hidden away in academies because you don't think that, quote, normal people are ready for it. And I would say that to hide it away from the masses who so desperately need it, is the worst form of counter-revolutionary elitist revisionism. Okay, you fucking need to. This is the emancipatory science of the working class. Okay, it doesn't. If you're not fucking out there spreading to people, it doesn't mean a fucking thing. It doesn't mean a damn thing. Okay, our goal as Marxists is to educate, empower, and inspire the working class to liberate us all from capitalist exploitation through revolution. Okay. And if you aren't doing those things, if your Marxism is just about posturing as a galaxy brain, and if you're all about intellectual jousting, right, then I'm sorry to say, but you aren't a fucking Marxist. You're a charlatan, pseudo-intellectual who's doing nothing more than serving the bourgeoisie. And it's so fucking apart. Sorry, that sounds really... When I took notes of that, it sounded like an okay thing to say. Now I'm saying it loud, and it sounds really fucking rude.
Oh, coward.
I'm sorry, but what I will say is, get out there, educate, agitate, and organize. Get out into your communities and spread it. If you have the knowledge, get out there and spread it. Don't just spend your time on Twitter talking about fucking China or imperialism or whatever the fuck it is. Get out there and actually educate the workers. Because we really do. We have to reject the academicization of Marxism in all its forms. Okay, we need to take it away from the academies. And this also, very importantly, includes speaking to normal people, to normal working people in decipherable language. And I was reading a text recently about this, and this fella, Georgy Dimitrov. I was reading about this for the fascism stream. It's coming up Friday, and I got a really good quote from this. But the point is that we need to speak plainly to people in language that people fucking understand. Okay, there is a problem where Marxists will be talking about fucking dictatorships of the proletariat. We'll be talking about commodity fetishism. We'll be talking about all these sorts of things, and the average working person who's never heard this before is just going to be like, what does that even mean? We're not fully there yet. So it's really important that we do speak plainly. The masses cannot assimilate, and this is the quote: the masses cannot assimilate our decisions unless we learn to speak a language which they understand. We do not always know how to speak concretely, in images which are familiar and intelligible to the masses, we are still unable to refrain from abstract formulas which we have learnt by rote. As a matter of fact, if you look through our leaflets, newspapers, resolutions, and theses, you will find that they are often written in a language and style so heavy that they are difficult for even our comrades to understand, let alone the rank and file workers. And this is a huge, huge fucking problem that we have, you know? And it's also, by the way, on left wing YouTube. We sort of approach these things as though we're writing academic essays rather than talking to somebody who's just, you know, who's had a fucking long, tough day at work, and they want to relax, and they want to sort of maybe get some light education, infotainment, whatever the fuck you want to call it, you know. And this is a big fucking problem. We need to speak the language of the people, you know. We need to win over their hearts and minds, because if we don't, the fucking fascists will. And we have to admit that the fascists are very fucking good at this, often much better than us, you know. They speak
Absolutely.
They speak the common tongue, right? And they offer simplistic solutions to complex problems, you know. They can easily blame immigrants for someone not being able to get a job without having to explain the global capitalist imperialist system and how it requires an international reserve army of labour to maintain its growth. And consequently, with their simplistic and of course incorrect answers, they're able to easily drum up large-scale popular support for their reactionary agendas. And I'll give you an example of this, right? This happened very, very recently in Ireland. In Ireland recently, the fascists have been enjoying success by holding what they call anti-paedophile rallies, which, you know, I know, very fucking relevant to you and I, what we've been talking about. You know?
Absolutely.
This thing, and it's really fucking, it's relevant because actually, I'm really, I'm kind of shocked by how not anti-paedophile some portions of the left are. I'm a little bit concerned that there are some people who are very like, oh well, it's just a sexuality, and you know there are some issues there, and we need to talk about that a little bit more. But this is a problem, you know, and so the far right in Ireland have been holding these anti-paedophile rallies, right?
Yeah.
But of course, this is actually a Trojan horse that they're using to attack the LGBTQ plus community. And in fact, the Irish far right defends the Irish Catholic Church, the largest offender of systematic sexual abuse against children in the country. So they clearly don't give a fuck about paedophilia. They don't have any issues with it at all. But they also know that you can't easily win over the progressive masses by coming right out with an anti-LGBTQ plus message. So what they do is they have to link the LGBTQ plus community to paedophilia, which everyone opposes, naturally. And consequently, they can build support for their reactionary movements. And you...
Exactly how it works.
And this is the fucking thing. And you, as an anti-fascist, right, you can't exactly oppose an ostensibly anti-paedophilia rally, because you'll automatically you're going to be assumed that you're in support of paedophilia, you know, when actually you're against fascism and fascists attempting to hoodwink the masses. You know, you're against people trying to trick everybody into thinking that this is actually about paedophilia when it has nothing to do with that.
Absolutely,
you know?
Absolutely.
And they're funneling so many people into their movements with these simplistic messages, you know. And
Absolutely.
This is something we need to be learning from. We need to learn from them. We need to learn from our enemies. You know, they teach us the way to rule.
Because they are learning from us. They
True.
have noticed that the socialist and the Marxist, through dialectical materialism, has come to the point in which they understood that as an ingrained part of Marxism, you have ecology, you have feminism, you have different sort of gender theories and so on. As Marxists, we have incorporated many other schools as kind of partial tenets of our belief system.
Yeah.
And they're seeing this and they're learning, but of course they cannot apply all of the things we can attach to Marxism, because their fascistic ideology is far more limited than ours is. But for example, they can attach, for example, anti-pedophilia shit. They can attach ecology and being eco-friendly, like all these sort of neo-pagan movements of, you know, they're in the future going to rise in numbers because they're going to use, you know, the typical genocide argument argument against potential immigrants or parts of the world which are too poor to have green energy and shit like that, and they're just gonna call for mass genocide of these individuals. You can see in certain very hard right-wing groups in France, for example, under Le Pen. She, for example, her party was heard on multiple times when they're asked about why they are anti-immigration and anti-Muslim. They would espouse this as Islamophobic idea that we are anti-immigration and anti-Muslim because we are pro-LGBT. These people are coming, they're uneducated, and they're
rainbow
barbaric,
fascism.
quote
Here we
unquote, and they're gonna kill our local LGBTQ community, which is literally using racism to excuse a phobia of something that 99% of the time isn't the way it sounds. So yeah, I could not agree more with you. The fascists are learning from us, and I'm not saying that we should learn from any of their philosophical tenets, but as spicy of a take as it sounds, the right wing does know how to get a lot of people behind them through the use of very direct and uncomplicated both rhetoric, language, and so on. We got to go the way that is necessary, unfortunately, and to attract a lot of people, that is what is necessary. And also, for example, then I'm going to let you continue. Just a lot of people talk, for example, we need to adapt our language for the masses, etc., which you said, which is absolutely correct. But we need to not forget that we are also parts of the masses. No matter
100%.
if you're a wealthier laborer or a poorer laborer, or you're in a university or you have no education, you're all laborers, you're all proletarians, you're all the working class. And for some of us, which are a bit more well-read on the topic, we shouldn't look at the uninformed ones as something both different than us or less than us, because at the end of the day, we are all in the same fucking boat.
That's right.
And it's not us who are sinking it, but some other motherfuckers who want us to think that it's our other laborers and other workers which are making things difficult just because they did not have enough privilege to go and study fucking at the liberal arts college, right?
Exactly. It's a really, really good fucking point. We don't want to underestimate or fucking patronize just normal working people. Because this is the fucking thing.
Nor fetishize. Which is also idiotic. The other, perspective.
The other extreme, But look, there is a reality. Like, look, someone like Einstein and that, like they were only able to rise to their position because their material conditions afforded that possibility. There's so many people. How many potential Albert Einsteins are working in fucking factories in Bangladesh for fucking 16 hours a day? Do you know what I mean? Like, how many of them are working away for Deliveroo? They never get the chance to fucking contribute to society, to intellectual discourse, to progressing thought, science, philosophy, whatever the fuck it might be. How many people are there, but they just never had the chance, And that is one thing that you'll realize very fucking quickly when you're out there talking to normal working people in the most fucking impoverished areas that you can find. They're fucking quick, they're smart, they fucking get it. When you start talking about Marxism and all these sorts of things, providing you're not immediately jumping into bourgeoisie and proletariat and all these sorts of things, you do a couple of quick substitutes and people understand it very, very fucking quickly. Very, very fucking quickly.
Couldn't agree more. From my personal experience, I worked for corporations and I worked as a fucking dishwasher. The quickest, fastest, wisest motherfuckers are those who have developed the ability to be quick and wise because they have a tough life and they have to learn on their feet at all times.
They need to.
So while the other ones who live the sheltered life, I don't want to engage in diversive rhetoric, which are still proletarians as long as they do not own the business. They sometimes, slower when it comes to a lot of things, especially radicalization, because they're very, very comfortable. And again, not to go into a different topic, but that's in my opinion the strongest suit and strongest point of capitalism is that it can take in the developed world It de-radicalizes you by giving you relatively just enough, making everything so comfortable, not too comfortable, but comfortable enough for you to never consider radicalization. And for a lot of people it works. For an incredible number of people it works. You give them enough rent money and enough food to put in their mouth and to consume, and go to the mall once every 2 months and buy fucking t-shirts, and their life meaning is absolutely satisfied. To me, that is the disgusting part about capitalism. Libertarians say, oh, look at how much material wealth capitalism has created. Okay, great, but it has also ingrained in us that literally living for consuming is the only way we get any 2 grams of fucking dopamine in our brain. We're so distracted and so spread apart from each other that we don't even know that we are living a nightmare, and we confuse it for good life standards and bullshit like that. Like, go fuck yourself. Yes, sorry, a bit of a rant. Yeah.
It was a good rant. It's a worthwhile rant, and I think we will probably return to that a little bit later when we start talking about like brands and consumerism and all these sorts of things, and how we're so distracted by the little sort of drip feeds that we get from capitalism, just enough to keep us alive, but basically just enough to keep us toiling, I suppose, on the fields and that. So, but look, I think the main thing I want people to do is just, comrades, please speak plainly. Okay, it's really, really fucking important. So, many of our comrades think that the more high-sounding words and the more formulas, often unintelligible to the masses, they use, the better their agitation and propaganda, forgetting that the greatest leader and theoretician of the working class of our epoch, Lenin, has always spoken and written in highly popular language, readily understood by the masses. When writing or speaking, always, always, always have in mind the rank and file worker who must understand you, must believe in your appeal, and be ready to follow you. You must have in mind those for whom you write, to whom you speak. Okay, that was Dimitrov there as well, and the link is in the chat box there for anybody who wants to read that. It's a fantastic text, really, really important for anybody who's interested in anti-fascism, whether you're communist, whether you're an anarchist, whether you're a sock dem, whatever the fuck it is. Have a little read of that. Really, really important. Comrades, speak to the people. Don't fucking engage in this intellectual jousting, this fucking bullshit posturing that we see every fucking day in the online discourse. Get out and fucking talk to normal working people. Get out, knock on a few doors. Get involved with some organizations, recruit people, educate people. We get it, we understand it, and it is we. It's not they. It's not us educating them. It's us educating ourselves as a class. Us educating ourselves as the working class. All right, but you do need to treat it as though you're sort of coming from the beginning. You're starting at ground zero, and then you can build people up from there. So of course you start with education, you move on to agitation, and then you organize.
Just remind yourself of when you were on ground zero, how confusing and at times even scary all of this new information sounded like, and realize that sometimes you were also very rejectful of even approaching the idea of socialism and Marxism and so on, because you were in a more comfortable place in your life, etc., etc. So understand that some other people might be also in such a place and might not exactly be ready to hear you out. So don't, but maybe there's going to be a day when they will hear you out, or some other guy drunkenly talking to them how it's all capitalism's fault in the middle of a bar. Maybe then they'll jump on the train, but they will not jump on the train if you previously had an experience with a socialist that told them that they are an idiot hick who should just go back to fucking his sister,
Look. Jesus Christ, we're straight back to the last stream. Here we fucking go. Socialism with Jamie Lannister characteristics. Oh no, we're on that section of Twitter again, for fuck's sake. And yeah, it's the most repellent thing you'll ever hear in your entire life, because it's just so fucking all right, look, we're not gonna fall into the fucking incest discourse again, nor pedophilia, nor fucking incest.
But more of a metaphor of
necrophilia.
Don't denigrate him if he's a fascist. Like, fuck that. Like, be combative with fascists. That actually has been proven to work with them. But I'm talking about non-ideological I mean, everybody's ideological, but you get my point.
People who perceive
Non-radical
themselves,
individuals,
yeah.
don't fucking shit on their day because they don't have, because they have a life and they don't spend the fucking time reading the 17th book on dialectical materialism, you know.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Look, here's something that's really fucking important if you're ever getting involved in organizing. When a lot of people, when they start organizing, right, the first time they walk up to someone in public, the first time they knock on a door and chat to someone about a campaign that they're working on, the first time they try to organize the workers in their workplace, their co-workers, right, they get really fucking disheartened because in their mind it's so crystal clear. The problem is capitalism. The workers need to unite to overcome this problem. Clear as fucking day. Because they've spent years fucking learning about this stuff. They've learned their Marx, they've learned their Lenin, they've learned their fucking Stalin, they've learned their Mao, they've learned whoever the fuck it may be, right? But they've learned all these things and they know, and they're already at that point. So when they knock on someone's door and they get shot down straight away, they basically run home crying with their tail between their legs and they're incredibly disheartened. So look, the thing I will say is that if you're getting into organising and you want to talk to people and you want to reach the working class, get used to failing, but failing forward. Okay, you're always failing forward. What you're doing is you're planting seeds. Okay, that's the important thing.
Sounds like a motivational speaker right here, motherfucker.
Oh,
I love it.
Fuck. Get it out of here. Fucking communist motivational speaker. Communist Jordan Peterson.
Oh my God, you're brilliant. 12 left-wing solutions to life, or whatever the fuck.
Oh, could you imagine? That'd be fucking great. We need that. We need that to reach people where they are, because unfortunately that's where people are. People are lost, and people see problems with the system, and people are very upset, but they don't know what the problems are. So they look to these sort of self-help gurus to give them the answers, right? And the self-help gurus give them the simplest fucking solutions. They say, clean your room. Get your own shit in order before you start dealing with other people's shit. You know, that's such a simple solution right there, and that's a good answer. To be honest with you, that's a good fucking answer. Like, people should fucking clean their room. People should get their shit together, and then they'll be able to move on beyond that. You know, but also don't go from there. Don't go from there into actually fascism's okay. You know, because it does lead down that fucking pipeline, and you need to be careful that you sort of nip that in the bud right there. And instead, we use that energy and we send that towards the left. Okay, we send that towards the communist pipeline in our direction. Do you know what I mean?
At the end of the day, self-help is capitalism commodifying parenthood. Yeah. It literally gives you a product that acts like your fucking dad and tells you, this is what you should do. You should clean your fucking bed. It's incredible. It manages to commodify absolutely everything.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about that, yes.
Oh, capitalism's a fabulous beast. Commodifies absolutely fucking everything. And we will. We're gonna talk about this a little bit later as well. We talk about ideology and left.
Sometimes a motherfucker wishes he's a capitalist because it works to preserve itself so fucking well, man. So fucking well.
Yeah, I know, yeah. By the way, support us on Patreon. Give us a few quid. You can throw in a few euro there onto the live chat. You can do super chats. We don't mind. We can...
Stop shilling.
Oh my god! Alright, I'm only fucking around. Okay, yeah, really, really good answers. Thank you very much for that lovely explanation of fucking and how we need to actually get out and fuck rather than just understanding the theory of it. We need to actually fucking do it. We need to practice.
Both are important. Yeah.
You need to learn how to fuck as well. You know, you do need to learn how to fuck, but you need to actually do it at some certain point. You know.
That's why I was always very confused. Always very confused with people because I've never openly stated what denomination of Marxism I am, and I do consider myself more of an orthodox Marxist or whatever. But I always find it to be extremely problematic when people shit on MLs for one specific reason. These are like Leninists and so on, literally the only people that have attempted in whatever form to put into practice the ideas and the philosophy of Engels and Marx. And let's even imagine, even if you're extremely ill-informed and you're thinking that very fucked up shit happened in places where it didn't, I'm not going to say anything more. Even then, as a leftist, Even, oh,
No,
you
don't
said that,
don't
not me.
say
You
don't
said
say a
that, not
word.
me.
Don't say a word. People will be
But
upset. I'm the tanky
it's.
here, not you.
I was talking more about other things, but okay, yeah. But even if you disagree and if you dislike or if you want to shit on anything that you perceive as authoritarian or whatever, as a leftist, betraying those previous attempts, no matter how bad you think they were, but betraying them leaves room for somebody to betray your attempt at the experiment in 100 years if we manage to get something started in our lifetime. As Hakim said in one of his videos, I'm pretty sure that if Westerners did 1/10 of what, for example, the Soviet Union did for the working class, they would not shut up talking about it up until today. So what I'm trying to say is the shit that a lot of MLs get makes no sense on all grounds, because as a leftist, don't shoot in your comrade's back only because you not necessarily agree on how he went with a certain issue and a certain problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh,
You're right. These are people actually trying to apply their theory and trying to bring about socialism. That's really, really important that we do give support to these things. And and I will say as well that there are a lot of. I'm going to speak. I'm going to use my fucking tanky card, my ML card, my Communist Party of Ireland. Where's my red card? I'm going to hold up here. But I will say it also does sometimes go the other way, and it shouldn't go the other way because straight away there were some Marxist-Leninists, some Marxist-Leninist Maoists as well who I would have known who, as soon as, for example, the Chaz thing happened, in the United States, they were sort of jumping down the throat of it, and they were sort of waiting for it to fail because it was a little bit more closer to an anarchistic style model, and so really we should be giving support to these sorts of things. We should be helping to build each other up. There were, I would say, about 70% of the MLs I know were very, very supportive of it, but there was about 30% who were a little bit going the wrong way about it, and really not helping themselves, helping ourselves, I suppose, is what you'd say. So yeah, absolutely. Anarchists, comrades, ML comrades, just fucking support these attempts at socialism. Let's do what we can, and be critical as well, because we do need to be critical, and we do need to be realistic, and we do need to be scientific socialists about them. These are all experiments. We haven't achieved perfect socialism, and socialism doesn't achieve in its perfect, full form. It's not like Charizard. It hasn't evolved, hasn't leveled up. It's not exactly where we want it to be. Socialism emerges from the conditions within which it finds itself. You can't just treat it as like a checklist. It has like these 10 things, and it has like these 10 things, and so it's socialist. That's it right there. No, you can't do that. Socialism emerges from the conditions within which it arises, and we should nurture that development rather than just fucking shitting on it. Not to return to the start of this conversation where things were a little bit vulgar, but we do need to be nurturing the development rather than fucking squelching the development. Do you know what I mean?
Capitalists didn't go and were like, oh, the fucking the French Revolution was incredibly bloody and complicated, and then it did not really resolve in a capitalist democracy because it was overturned 20 years later. No, they were like, okay, let's just apply this shit all over the fucking place, and we'll see. We'll take things from there. Yeah. So it's hilarious to see, not hilarious, it's sad to see, actually funny, hilarious, a bit masochistic, to see leftists of all stripes be so combative of previous experiments that we've had, agree with them or not. Yeah. It's literally counter-praxis, literally.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. We need to learn from these things. We absolutely need to learn from them, and also not to sort of get into any sort of cult of personality sort of things. We don't want to glorify them too much, but we do need to sort of keep the door open and be dialectical, historical materialists about these sorts of things. So listen, we'll move on to the next question now, and it's going to very much tie into what we were talking about here. And just before we continue, if people do have questions in the chat there, just make sure to type @PaulMoran, and I'll be able to grab those questions. I'll write them down, and we'll return to them a little bit later. Okay, so let's turn to the questions, comrades. One of the problems we see with such, academic Marxism, people who are actually in universities talking about Marxism, trying to advance Marxist theory, but from the sort of ivory tower of university, or treating fucking really any kind of socialist activism as an academic pursuit. They get really involved in intellectual jousting. They're having these fucking in-depth, intense Twitter discussions with people back and forth, and it's kind of messy. But the problem we see with this sort of academic Marxism is that it's almost entirely just about presenting a radical aesthetic, right? While very much operating within bourgeois frameworks, you know. So
Absolutely.
what are some other troublesome examples of people being more concerned with the aesthetic or the style of Marxism or any political tendency for that matter than the substance of it, you know? And you know, I think it's important, you know, first of all, when we start thinking about it, we start thinking about the Che Guevara t-shirts, you know, this is kind of the thing, like right away we start thinking about Che Guevara t-shirts, you know, and the way sort of companies might sell us the idea of revolutionary activity through these commodities, basically to placate genuine revolutionary impulses. So what are some other troublesome examples of people being more concerned with the style rather than the substance with regard to political ideology?
Well, like I previously said, the scientific study of Marxism and its various forms is undeniably important, but if treated as a non-material philosophy, again, Marxism is material. So if it's
Yeah.
treated as a non-material philosophy, is to kind of lose the whole point.
Mm.
There's a reason we are materialists. Leave, I don't know, talking to the, sitting around a campfire nihilists. Though, they'll probably figure out a way to blame the fire for being too hot or something. I mean, it is
Nice
a
Paris Campaign reference.
very big truth that Marxism nowadays can get you pretty disqualified in a lot of places. It can get you really hated on intensely
Yeah.
and completely rejected by a lot of groups and in a lot of spaces.
Mm.
But in some other spaces, it's, the new hip thing to be. And, fuck me,
It's true.
it's great that class consciousness is getting to more people and stuff. But what I genuinely am terrified of is that the following happens too often.
Mm.
Uh, Capitalism is incredibly impressive in how we previously talked about its kind of naturalistic self-defense mechanism, and it manages to turn even ideology, which is baffling to me, and some other personal beliefs into quite literally a product to consume. You might not consider it a
Mm.
product, but you do treat it as a product because your whole life you've only been interacting with products and nothing else. You're so alienated. So, I'm a skater, I'm a goth, and now it's going to be, hey, I'm a socialist. Aren't I neat? Please have sex with me. Uh, this, unfortunately, does not lead to any sort of counter-capitalist community building, but literally, to people who depend on the market's ability to make them, how do you call it, to make them feel satisfied by simply, attaching a random tagline to their name, like in this case, being a socialist. So I don't necessarily have an exact, no, many exact examples. The Che
Mm.
Guevara T-shirt is the absolutely classic one, but treating treating your Marxist belief system as only a part of your identity which you do not act on is literally like pretty much the same like wearing a certain style of clothes and calling yourself, like I previously mentioned,
Mm.
a skater.
I'm a metalhead.
It just, or metalhead or whatever.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
just
yeah.
that's where it stays. That's where it's at. And the scary part is that uh, again, I repeat myself, but I have to repeat myself because this needs to be fucking buried in your brains. All our lives, the only way that was allowed to us to make ourselves feel a bit happier outside of, well, obviously interpersonal and human relationships,
Mm.
which are being put more and more to the side, and except for looking inside and finding some higher point of the Maslow pyramid. um, the only thing that's ever been allowed to us is to go to malls and shop, to buy, to buy, to buy. How
Yeah.
do you express yourself? With the car you drive, with the neighborhood you live in, with the clothes you put on, with the shoes, with the watch. Your identity is directly linked to what you buy, what you consume. And it's not our fault that we have been brainwashed into thinking that consumption is identity, and therefore the only way to make the socialist identity relatively truthful to yourself is to treat it as a product, to wear it as a watch, but not try. Well, the whole point is learn how to be a watchmaker and give everybody watches. Make other people socialists. Don't just concentrate on you being one, because that's not enough. That's not being socialist. The main thing is spreading it. It's not just having it in you. Okay? Because if you just have it in you, good for you that you're a fucking socialist, but you're still getting ass fucked by your boss every day. So yeah. Again, nothing wrong getting ass fucked.
No, as we've every single stream we reiterate.
Every single stream. I gotta.
Look,
too many.
Listen,
Where
if
I'm
you
from,
haven't,
I'm sorry to. I have to interrupt. Where I'm from, we do with everything we talk about. We
somehow
come connected to fucking, or he fucks you, or no, you fuck them, as if it's bad to be fucked. But that's my language. That's how I express myself. And no kink shaming and no bottom shaming up in this chat. But
look, I'm just saying. No investigation, no right to speak. Just quoting Comrade Mao here, okay?
Mashallah.
No
mashallah,
investigation.
I agree.
No right to speak. If you haven't been fucked by your boss, then don't fucking no comment, okay? Could be class. Not gonna say anything. All right, no judgment.
Unless
you
want to get fucked by your boss. But no, that's a good question. Is it class? Are you a class traitor if you're dating the class enemy?
Your boss. Are you a class traitor?
Yeah.
If you're dating class? Well, what if they're a class traitor? What if your boss is a class traitor? Because then
that would be nice. Yeah, I accept that.
What if your boss is just petty bourgeoisie? What if your boss is actually just labor aristocrat? It could be. So there's lots.
Like in 20 years, Yugopnik has daughter. Daughter brings home this young man. He's an interesting fellow. Yugopnik brings him to himself, and you're like, "You, my girlfriend's boss. I cannot accept this. We are a traditional Marxist family." And he tells you, "Aha! But I sabotage company and give extra money to fellow employees." And I say, "Good. You marry daughter. Very хорошо."
Oh my god! Amazing. I'm so fucking glad that you came on the stream tonight, Comrade Yugopnik.
I genuinely, like, no joke, I really like bourgeois class traders. Like, I genuinely think they're extremely necessary.
They're
extremely necessary.
We need more Constance Markovich, like in Ireland. We need more Engels. Hey, Marx.
Absolutely.
Marx, Marx
Engels.
himself Marx
we wouldn't have a Marx without an Engels.
We wouldn't have Marx
guys.
without Engels, motherfuckers.
Jesus.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Patreon. No. If Engels is in the chat there, please help out the Conrad here. No, anyway, listen. Really good points. Really good points. One thing that I will say is that this obsession that we have with the aesthetic. I'm returning to the question here. We're getting away from the. You purposely did that into the microphone. I know you did.
What? I did? Oh shit! Did you guys hear that? Fuck me. Oh, okay.
To sort of return to this idea of troublesome examples of people being more concerned with the aesthetic than the substance, more concerned with style over substance, It's such an obsession with the aesthetic, with style over substance, leaves us open to capitalist manipulation and co-option. Like, as we mentioned, think about our cute Che Guevara t-shirts that we all had, we all love to wear, we've all enjoyed them at some point or another, maybe when we're teenagers or whatever it might be. And, we embrace the style, we buy the t-shirt. So we don't need to buy into the actual ideology which can transform our lives and collectively liberate us, while simultaneously still satiating our apparent desires for a better world. So capitalists are selling us our revolutionary desires in a defanged, declawed, family-friendly commodity package. Right. The result of this is that it placates us. Right. It pacifies us. It quells the raging fire of revolution inside each one of us. Right. We buy the products, and at the same time, we're hypnotized by them. And this illusion satisfies our appetite for substantive change, and consequently, we're no longer a threat to capital. We are, once again, just consumers participating in the capitalist circuit of consumption like everyone else. And of course, these commodities, we've danced around this topic a little bit, but let's jump into it a little bit more. These commodities keep us in a trance where we don't think of the complex and exploitative social relations which have created them. That Che Guevara t-shirt is simply a standalone product sitting on a shop shelf, existing in a vacuum. There's no factory in Bangladesh in which children as young as 5 years old are working 12-hour shifts in order to produce these commodities for less than 100th of the price that you're paying for them. You know, in a capitalist society, social relations between people, who makes what, who works for whom, the production time of a commodity, etc., are perceived as social relations among objects. On the market, the commodities of each individual producer appear in a depersonalized form as separate exemplars of a given type of commodity, regardless of who produced them or where, in which specific conditions, thus obscuring the social relations of production. Right, so those relations of production are completely obscured, and this, of course, is Karl Marx's theory of commodity fetishism. Okay, and even as socialists, as communists, anarchists, what have you, we find ourselves falling into this trap day in, day out. And as we'll see later, it doesn't just apply to that Che Guevara t-shirt that you bought 10 years ago or whatever physical commodities you've encountered, but even the type of content that you consume online. Just like the Che Guevara t-shirt that satisfies our revolutionary desires, so too does LeftTube. Here we go right now. So too do the LeftTube videos that we watch. There's no need.
Lovely point. I can't believe I didn't say that. That's a great point.
We need to jump into it because look, there's no need to organize your workplace or the workplaces of others, which, by the way, is a thing that you can do. Because I do my activism online by watching Philosophy Tube or ContraPoints or Paul Moran or Yugopnik or whoever the fuck it might be. Do you know what I mean? So it can placate us, it can pacify us, and it can actually, unfortunately, in many cases, it can weaken us, it can trick us into thinking that this is all there is, that this video is all it is. Watch the LeftTube videos. That's it. That is the revolution, almost in and of itself, and we need to combat that. Do you know what I mean?
Couldn't agree more. You feel, ostracized by your workplace. You come home, you're pissed as fuck, and you want to do something about it. And then this beautiful live stream of drunk Slav man and drunk Irishman plays on the telly while you sip a beer, and it literally touches on those parts of your brain which are making you want to do something about your position in life. And that's both good, because if watching those guys can be informative enough or radicalizing enough, it can radicalize you, but also it can be bad because it removes that instinct for doing something, because, as you very eloquently said, that feels like you've already done something. That consumption, again, we come back to it, the consumption of leftist content make you feel like you did a leftist thing, and that is not only dangerous but pretty scary, because as I also previously mentioned, if capitalism can really commodify absolutely everything, at one point it genuinely will. And that is why it must be replaced, because if it can commodify, it has already commodified relationships. What the fuck do you think Tinder is? It has already commodified ideology. What do you think liberals and American conservatives are? Literally, guys, the American conservative, his identity is the red cap. He wears a red hat that keeps you MAGA, or now it's KAGA, or to keep America great again, or whatever. He literally, he cannot identify as a Trump supporter unless he consumes a hat which he puts on his head. And other people will identify him as a MAGA guy because he consumed the hat and put it on his head. Literally, it's everything. If you are a real something, you consume it, you buy it. And it's very ironic, like, I would love to have new patrons on Patreon because it helps me pay my fucking rent and survive and live a better life objectively, materially. But Patreon, for example, now I'm going to shoot myself in the leg, but donating on streams and on Patreon and whatever is also a sort of a mechanic to make yourself feel better for the things you are doing. Keep doing that. That's good. Also, keep wearing those fucking Lenin t-shirts because it's a bit edgier than Che. But but always remember that little dopamine rush you get, that little endorphins, that little happy feeling you get, is not genuine activism. It's good support to your activism and to your spreading of the ideology, which is consuming, putting in without putting out, is exactly what good old Mr. Capitalism, piggy pork, snort wants you to do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That was a really, really good take there, Conrad. Thank you very much for contributing that. I've gotten distracted by the messages in the chat here. Everybody's saying that this is a based stream here. That's Martin Barakov is saying that this is a based stream. So
bratle, thank you.
Yeah, Conrad.
I said bro in Bulgarian because I'm pretty sure that guy's Bulgarian.
I think so. Well, we'll find out on Friday when our comrade is coming on. Martin's coming on Friday to discuss fascism for anyone who missed.
Or maybe Macedonian, but holy shit, if he's Macedonian, they're really fucked up. They don't like each other a lot. Oh my god, if he's Macedonian, I hate shit right now. Jesus, it's like calling you an English dude. Okay, it's not like calling you. No, it's not.
I'm ending the stream right now.
Didn't go to war like
we're done.
Shit, but it's
800 years of colonial oppression.
What cup of tea? Oh my god! And you guys still managed to rule the world. It's incredible.
Yeah, we're pretty fucking badass like that. But don't tell anyone, okay?
Right?
It's a secret. Just to ourselves and the 140 concurrent viewers who are checking out the stream right now. Okay, don't tell anyone else that the Irish do in fact rule the world. We like to see ourselves as the most oppressed.
Who's your leader? Who's your capitalist Irishman leader?
Don't tell anybody that Bono's our leader, okay? Don't fucking tell us. Don't tell them that. Don't tell everybody that we're fucking. Don't tell anybody that we're storing all our money in offshore Swiss bank accounts. Don't fucking tell anybody.
Is your leader? Oh my god, that's like.
Don't fucking tell anybody. It's a secret. Jesus, he has me hired to do fucking communist propaganda to make it seem like we're actually left. I mean, oh shit, there's people actually listening here. Sorry, China. No, we're. Deng Xiaoping was cool. Socialism's good. Bonoism is bad. Capitalism's bad. Yep. And Irish people definitely don't rule the world.
Yeah.
No, I would never ever lie. What the fuck? This is the only fucking. There's no other person in the world who I would get on a stream with, and this is the kind of fucking conversation we'd end up having. An hour into a stream, and this is the shit we're talking about.
Don't lie the fucking leprechaun. You're gonna fly the fuck away or some shit.
Nobody else in the world.
Thing I can imagine.
Nobody fucking else. Nobody else in the world. And
that's why it's good. These guys are watching us, chilling, drinking with us. Doesn't matter if it's drinking soda water or fucking absinthe.
I hope so.
That's why I like this shit. You know.
I really hope so. I really hope the comrades are treating this as though they're in the pub, they're having a drink. I want to say thank you very much to Anarkitty. Have some support, boys. Politics or not.
Oh my god, yes.
Yep, absolutely. And by the way, we're doing things fairly in here. Half of that is going to. Actually, no, I can't say half of that is going because YouTube takes 30% of all the super chats. Fuckers. The fuckers on YouTube, they take 30% of all the super chats. But half of what I will receive, which is probably $7 Australian dollars, is going to our comrade Yugopnik here. So you're supporting.
Yeah, we're splitting it. Proper proletarian approach.
This is
read the rest of the super chat, and thank you so much, Anarkitty. That's beyond.
Anarkitty's great. I think I think Anarkitty might be a kindred spirit with folk like you and I, in that we may at some point in our lives need to check the drinking. we made this fucking.
Why not?
I feel like Anarkitty could just jump on the stream here and just drink with us, get fucked up, and have a great time.
I absolutely would have nothing against that. And it seems that Anarkitty is going to be making videos soon because they fixed their computer. So awesome, fuck yeah,
class.
Awesome.
I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, I'll finish reading that off here. So let's see.
Yes.
Have some support, boys. Politics or not. Also, finally got my computer, so I can finally work on making my first YouTube videos when I can. Love you guys. Love you so. Love you, chat. Mwah. Thank you very much, comrade. I'll edit this.
Loves you too.
The chat loves you too, and we love you too. Thank you very much, Anarchy. You're fucking great.
Absolutely. And when you start making videos,
we'll
PM
share
me
that
on
shit out.
Twitter. I'll shut the fuck out of it.
We'll share that shit on Twitter, on YouTube, and all sorts of stuff. Can you imagine being not a YouTube viewer right now, but a podcast listener where you don't have to worry about this kind of stuff. You just get the real deal, the full finished product Nobody's worrying. The full finished commodity. You can feel like you're doing real left wing activism without this weird interaction with real people. You know, can you imagine the beauty of the commodity fetishism that you might experience when you're having this? The full edited, uncut version of this particular stream. Can you imagine? Because I can't imagine. I never fucking listen to these things after we're done with them.
Absolutely.
Have you ever tried to listen back to these streams that we do, these podcasts and so on?
Motherfucker. Last time I had to fucking edit the whole thing out to find highlights.
That was great.
I'm gonna have to do it for this one as well. And actually, it was fun. You know, you get these heart attack moments at some points when you're editing and you hear yourself say something
did I say that?
brain dead and but also something.
Smooth
you
brain.
also get moments when you hear something that is kind of on the spot.
Ooh, sometimes a little bit dangerous. Sometimes you fucking drop some fucking doxy stuff. Sometimes you get a moment where you're like, oh shit, if someone wanted to use that against me, I'd be fucked.
Exactly. Yeah,
so you know, they find out where you live or something like
that. Yeah. Nothing's perfect, as they say.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to take a couple of little questions from the chat here. I'm just going to pop them down onto my little notepad here, so we can come to those later on towards the end of the chat. Good stuff. I got a few questions here. So later on the chat, later on when we're finished going through these questions that Yugopnik and I have put together before the stream, we'll return to those questions. Okay, very good stuff. Let's proceed. Do you think there's an issue? Listen, we had questions 4 and question 5. I'm gonna go through both of them together because they're kind of one. I think it's useful to look at them both together in their totality. So, do you think there's an issue with various strands of leftism being treated purely as brands to identify with and to guide adherents' consumption choices? For example, on YouTube, tankies stick to tanky channels, anarchists stick to anarchist channels. This whole bread tube phenomenon, right? And what are the implications of this neoliberal consumption cycle of left-wing ideology on leftist infighting? Here we go.
I can jump on that if you want me to. But first, thank you to Martin Barakov. They say Le Support has arrived for the donation. That's very lovely of you.
Oh, Martin's
my
great.
friend. Genuinely appreciate it.
And by the way, go check out Martin on medium.com as well. Martin writes fantastic. Does fantastic work. And this is why our comrade is coming on Friday to have a discussion about fascism. An excellent Marxist. Go to medium.com. I may pop a little link in the chat there. But comrade, you go on ahead there, and I'll do that as you're talking. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. So a lot of people who get into the online left, they jump in this whole mess of confusion of different strands and different subsections of Marxism and so on, right? Imagine you're in their position. Most of them have been radicalized by a great comrade, but they have not exactly, dived into actually reading theory, getting informed on all of things, etc., etc. So their only interaction with the ideology as a whole is LeftTube and Twitter. Most of these motherfuckers are on Twitter, right? And they're great people. I'm not undermining them. But they start interacting with certain, quite literally ideologically branded YouTube channels and very ideologically branded Twitter accounts. And what happens to be the first one that they interact with usually plays a very significant role in what strata of Marxism they will be in, because it already creates this sort of preconceived bias, because that's already the information you've taken in. Taken in ML, you've taken in anarchist, you've taken in just purely philosophical orthodox Marxist ideas, etc., etc. So the next time you interact with content that is a bit combative and says no, the other tent is not saying things correctly, your inherent bias protects you from this new sort of information. So you dig even deeper in identifying with the strata that you are in. Now, there's nothing wrong in being, on the ground and absolutely what's it called? Yeah, being principled about your beliefs and saying, okay, this is
Principled.
my tent. Absolutely
I love
nothing
that.
wrong in being principled. But what the problem here is that these people don't know what they're being principled about. If you have researched it enough or whatever and interacted with it enough and then have come to the conclusion that this strata of Marxism is for me, then be principled about it. But if you are very new to this and you have only interacted with one strata of the school of thought, and you protect it only because, again, it's your bias that links you to it, then you are treating your tenet a fan of Zara and you don't want to wear H&M, not because you think Zara makes better clothes than H&M, but because the first time your mom took you shopping somewhere, she didn't take you to H&M, she took you to Zara. So you're a inherently biased Zara loyalist. That's how it unfortunately works. Again, principles are fine, but a lot of both channels and Twitter accounts and whatever you want to call it, really uh, try to capitalize on this and keep you inside of their own strata of thought in order to make a bigger fan out of you,
That's
which
right.
is literally a bigger consumer. Yeah, to the creators out there, don't treat your channel and your shit like a product. And to the consumers out there, it's fine to dive a little bit deeper in whatever school of thought you are in, because if
Yep.
you do not, then you're treating it as a pair of socks and not something that you should and that you can orient your life around.
Exactly. Read, understand what it is that you're critiquing, what you're a part of, and so on. So it's really important. I'm very, very glad that some of the most influential in terms of like left wing YouTube and this sort of space that we're in right now, that people are probably viewing this in, that people who are listening to this as a podcast form probably are very familiar with. The people who I sort of attached onto early on, would have been the two big ones would have been Mexi and Brett from Rev Left Radio. Now Brett started out as a libertarian, what he called a libertarian Marxist. And by the way, excellent. There's a really good podcast. There's a really good stream I had with him a few months ago on this channel if anyone wants to check that out. But incredible Marxist, and I'm not an MLM. He now, I believe, identifies as an MLM, but seeing his progression has been incredibly useful for me. It's been incredibly humbling to see this figure who is so willing to grow in a public space, and that's a very, very hard thing to do. It's something that Bad Mouse did as well. Bad Mouse started out as a libertarian, a right-wing libertarian, then became libertarian socialist, and then became Marxist-Leninists. And now,
And then what happened? I'm sorry for interrupting. What happened with him?
he just fucking deleted all the shit. I think he was like, well, communist YouTube's kind of crap. I'm not going to do it anymore, and just disappeared. So I don't know.
Smart guy.
Well, yeah,
Smart guy.
yeah, he's got the right idea. But it's a little bit sad though, because he had some great video. Like that video he had on on contradiction was fantastic. He had a really good take on the CPGB-ML, and he had some really good takes. And it's unfortunate that he's taken down those videos because they were really useful in terms of educating people.
Conspiracy theories, I remember one was absolutely fantastic.
There was a conspiracy.
Once he, it was really good on Soros, but he once quoted his East Germany video because I have not ever read anything on
Wait. George
And then,
Soros actually quoted Bad Mouse's video. Just
what?
What did you just say there? Give that back to me.
No. I said I quoted his video.
You
East
quoted.
Germany.
Okay.
I quoted it. Yeah, and he replied, and he's like, "I hate that video. Don't quote it." I'm like, okay.
That was a good video. Fuck.
I thought that was a good video.
Educated me at a time when I was still a little bit ideologically unsure about how to approach the GDR. And by the way, Socialist Swan as well is another good
Amazing.
content creator.
Socialist one is savage.
Incredible. Just like in the last month or two, our comrade has started making these videos, and he's a baby. He's like 12. He's like 12 years old. No, he's like 20 years old, but he's still a baby, and he makes these incredible fucking videos. So, by the way, everybody go fucking subscribe to Comrade Socialist Swan right now. Swan with 2 N's. SWANN. Go subscribe to our comrade right now. Excellent stuff. Particularly on GDR. He's going to be coming on the stream probably in the next. I think in about 2 weeks. I think in about 2 weeks from now, our comrade's going to be coming on the stream. So, anyway, Bad Mouse did all this really, really good stuff. You know, Bad Mouse did all this fantastic stuff, and he developed. And seeing that development is really, really useful to each one of us as leftists, as people who are learning about politics, because if we don't see our sort of political, what can we say, guiding lights, to be a pretentious dickhead, as developing as they go along, then we're not going to develop as we go along. We're going to get stuck in a rut, right? We're going to get stuck. We're going to say, no, I'm a Marxist. No, I'm an anarchist. No, I'm Marxist-Leninist. No, I'm a Maoist. No, I'm this. And we're going to be dogmatic about that ideology, and we're not going to be open to reimagining our understanding of the ideology. We're not going to be open to adapting our ideology to changing circumstances or new knowledge that we've acquired, or alternatively to particular circumstances that we're in this particular moment. You know, there are issues with like dogmato-revisionism, where people sort of think that, you know, what worked in 1917 in the USSR, former in Russia before it became the USSR, and what happened there, we think that's going to work there. That's going to work everywhere. Or same thing you could say about like China and stuff like that, or whatever socialist experiments that you want to sort of, you know, valorize. And we always need to be challenging these things. We always need to be growing and developing and taking this scientific socialist approach and seeing what worked, what didn't work, what can we learn from, and what can help us to develop our ideology, so that moving forward with future socialist experiments, we can be positive and productive, and we can learn from the things that were very successful in Cuba or in Vietnam or Soviet Russia or wherever it might be, but also critical of things that didn't really work, you know. Unfortunately, people do get stuck in these ruts, and we need to move beyond those. And I think having figureheads who also do that can help to incentivize us to do that, as Bad Mouse would be a good example of, as Brett from Rev Left Radio would be a good example of. Another approach, sort of shifting the conversation a little bit here. Another approach is the approach taken by Mexi, taken by Mad Blender, Katrin as well, another fantastic YouTuber. I think she's
love all those people, man.
They're
lovely.
Every single one of them is just amazing, incredible, hugely inspiring people. I think she's coming on next Friday, so that'll be fun. Anyway, yeah, but they take a sort of anti-sectarian leftist approach, and this is the approach taken by what's the name of the guitarist from Rage Against the Machine? Tom Morello. He calls himself an anti-sectarian socialist, right? And the sort of point.
If you watch my first Q&A, that's what I said as well.
That's how you labeled yourself, was it?
Yeah.
I mean, this is also a really, really useful approach in certain ways. Now, when Mexi's going to be coming on this stream in about a month from now, and we're going to dive into this in a lot more detail at that stage. We're going to sort of discuss the pros and cons, because there are cons to it as well. But there are serious pros to it as well, you know. So, like having Mexi there as this sort of non-sectarian leftist, but you know, she would often deal with, like, if you understood the theory, you would know where she was going with it. You would know where she was going.
Yeah.
If you're someone who is sort of very politically aware, you'd be like, oh, okay, she's leaning in such and such a direction. You know, you'll know by the references, you'll know by who she's reading, by who she's quoting. You know, you'll note that she discusses Silvia Federici. You'll know that she discusses like Lenin, but you'll also note that she discusses a lot of like other like anarchistic kind of theorists and so on and so forth. And so you will be able to figure it out if you are more politically developed. But at the same time, if you're a newcomer, it's not alienating to you whether or not you're a Marxist-Leninist or an anarchist or a Maoist or whatever it is you might be, you know, and that sort of leaves a lot of room for the viewer to develop in their own particular directions, you know, and so you can watch a video like the video by Mexi. She has a great video. I think it's called On Violence. And
Oh yeah, I watched it.
you watch,
Yeah.
fucking hell, and she
Now
talks.
everything this girl puts out, this woman,
It's
I apologize, is
mwah,
absolutely mwah. It's really good.
so fucking great, and
She's really brilliant.
she's so
Genuinely,
good.
like
And
big
but
brain shit. Like,
and
bro,
you know what
she's
the
so
fucking thing?
brilliant. She had a brain aneurysm. Like, what the fuck?
What
Like,
the fuck?
gen-
You know what the
yeah.
fucking thing is, right? A lot of leftist YouTubers are really fucking great in their leftist YouTube videos. They'll present themselves as a certain way, right? This is something that I've seen a lot of people complaining about online as well. They love a certain person's videos on YouTube, but then they'll follow them on Twitter, or they'll follow them on something where they're getting more constant feedback from that leftist creator.
From their brain, yeah, it's a
And
bit different.
they hate them. They're such dickheads. They're such pieces of shit.
I have a few. I'm not gonna name call, but
No,
I have a
we're not
few
gonna name
that
them. We're not
their
gonna name them.
streams and their videos are
Yes,
pretty good. But their
they're
combativeness on Twitter,
exactly.
what are you
Exactly.
doing,
What are you
bro?
doing? Just fucking relax. You're so fucking cool in your videos. You know that when you make these videos, you're presenting yourself in a certain way. You know that's the fucking cool way to behave. Just fucking do that. Just be that way all the fucking time. It's cool, you know. But unfortunately, they're not. They're not. However, some people actually are like that all the time. Mexi is one of them. Mexi is that fucking cool in like when you're just talking to her like one to one as she is online. Katrin, Mad Blender, exact same. Just super fucking cool all the fucking time. No dicking about, no fucking around. Mega respect to these people. And when they say like anti-sectarian leftists, anti-sectarian communists, anti-sectarian socialists, whatever the fuck it might be, they fucking mean it. They mean it in a way that other people don't mean it. Because unfortunately, a lot of people, when they say we're for left unity, we're anti-sectarianism, so on and so forth.
But fuck the MLs.
But fuck the MLs.
anarchy.
Exactly. This happens so often because when they say I'm against sectarianism, that means, okay, I'm a Marxist-Leninist, I'm against sectarianism. That means I just want anarchists to do Marxism-Leninism. Or I want the Marxist-Leninists to do anarchism. Or I want the whatever the fuck, the Social Democrats to become Marxist Leninists, whatever the fuck it is.
Branding yourself, it's consuming.
Consume.
It's brain shit where your eyes go to the back of your fucking skull and you're just another one of the fucking cum bucket drinking fucking everyday motherfucking idiots. It's not Marxism because you called somebody a red fascist on the fucking Twitter, dude.
Yep.
And then they say, we have to address the problems that anarchists pose, or that the Marxist-Leninists pose, or that whoever poses.
Get the fuck
and
out.
then they address them now by calling them an anarchidi or a
ML
fascist. Oh, you just want the red police to beat us. Oh, I'm so smart. That is very smart joke.
Big brain.
And I'm sorry now to all the beautiful Americans. There's amazing American people out there. But 99% of the time, these are fucking Americans doing this. This is literally just because they're so far up their ass with their fucking morality that they think that only because they have a keyboard and a fucking computer and fingers to fucking type away at, they are entitled to their also incredible critique of certain things that literally tens of thousands, in some cases even millions, gave their life to establish or do. And I am talking about the Spaniards, I'm talking about the Russians, I'm talking about everywhere where different progressive, beautiful experiments were tried. But no, you and your keyboard is smarter because red police bad. Go fuck yourself. Jesus fucking.
Yeah, this is a real fucking thing. It's a real fucking problem, man. We you and I saw this fairly recently. Before we go any further, I just want to say thank you very much to Jenks Rodwell. I really appreciate that. Jenks Rodwell. PGN 20 quid super chat there. Let's get all performative leftism up in here. This has been an awesome stream so far, guys. Thank you very much, Jenks, a fantastic comrade, a comrade who has done the art that you're seeing right now. We can thank comrade Jenks for that because it was absolutely great.
Yeah, and you are yet to see. Maybe on the next stream I put
Jinxes.
the other one.
Beautiful.
I have a new video coming out relatively soon, depending on how much they
Oh.
ask. Work it's gonna come sooner or
Mm.
later. But there I use
Good
all the
ass fuck.
3 different images that lovely Jenks made, and Jenk would
I've
just
seen them secretly.
that
Every one
I
looks great.
love HAL 970 FX saying, "How dare you say things that are entirely true?" I don't
Thanks,
know how
Hal.
dare I.
You
Probably
legend.
get fucking shot at some point, but genuinely, HAL, thank you. If that's how we should pronounce it.
We're
Or
gonna
maybe
get
you're
so
like,
shot. Not like
Elon
normal
Musk.
shot. We're not gonna get shot like normal
it-
people. We're just gonna get fucking
Exactly.
put up against the wall and shot about 20 times. We're gonna get fucked. It's gonna be so. I don't mean fucked like fucked, but we're gonna get fucked. We might get both.
We'll be so drunk at that point that we'll fucking sponge up the bullets, as they say, or the liver is gonna take up the whole fucking thing. I have a very good friend, a Bulgarian, very smart man named Pavel. He always jokes. Actually, he's an example of somebody I managed to radicalize. But he always he his 2 hands and he points from his pelvis area, from his dick, up until his chin, and and he says, "You know what I'm showing?" I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "My liver." Get
Your
it?
liver.
Because it's so big, he can drink so much. It's from his dick to his chin. That's how big his liver is. Jesus, dad jokes. Oh my god.
You can't. See, the thing is,
you can't say the joke online without showing it. Yeah,
you need to show. You need to show us the fucking picture. Maybe you can put a picture up on the screen here, and I can show it to everybody, and that totally won't be a doxable moment.
It's the guy pointing from his pelvis area to his chin.
I won't need to put this video on private. Like previous streams as a result of our questionable behavior.
No, why? No, don't put it on private, motherfucker. Like, we have not said anything about some guys from some country.
We're not gonna. Yeah, we're just straight up. We're fucking not gonna. We're not gonna do it. But yeah, haha, funny dick joke. Good stuff. I appreciate it. Good stuff. What were we talking about? How did we get there? Okay, let's get.
I have no idea.
Get me back on track. Get me.
That's your job. Get me back on track. Come on.
You get me back on track. I got you in here to sort us out.
So we did I think 0.3.
No, we did. Listen, come here to me. Stop.
Yes.
We are 1 hour and 25 minutes into this, according to YouTube. I was really hoping, right? Come here to me. I was really hoping today that we'd be able to get through a stream without me needing to go to the jacks in the middle of it. But it turns out that I actually do. I need to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to need you to chill and hang out and talk to the people in the chat here for just 20 seconds. I'll edit this out of the podcast so people won't even know. It'll be incognito. The Vodkast is going to appear very, very professional. But unfortunately, to the people who are viewing us in stream now, you're just going to have to deal with an empty chair and Comrade Yugopnik on the left-hand side of the screen answering questions for the people in the chat. Can I just say before we go any further, thank you again to Jenks. Please don't dox yourselves a second time in a row, guys. Come on now. We should definitely work on not doxing ourselves, Yugopnik. We should really work on that because it's something we've been pretty bad on before. We're just like, hey, you can find me at 123 Fake Streets. And everything, it'll be great. We need to work on that.
Absolutely. I agree. Yeah, go piss, motherfucker. Jesus.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Listen,
yes, I got a good one. I've got a good one.
For those good levels.
Jenks is fantastic. I've got a good question to get things started with here. Okay. Yep. One of the comrades asked Paul Moran, how annoying are left comms? Can you take that for about 1 minute? Do you want to rant about left comms and how annoying they are?
My whole previous conversation was about how we should not do this kind of, and now you want me to rant on left comms.
They want you to tell them how annoying left comms are. Can you blame them?
Okay, just go piss. I'll think of something.
I can give you another one. I can give you another question from the chat if you want.
Give me another one because you pissed for a long time, so I can handle both of them.
I do, yeah. I pissed for like a minute straight. It's ridiculous.
Okay. Go.
Where do you think the US goes next as it continues to collapse?
Okay, that's very fun. Actually.
Yeah,
I really like the
you can go with this.
Yeah,
go to okay. I can piss in peace.
Left comms. So if we make a scale of cringe, how cringe followers of certain tenets of Marxism are online. We will take, we'll start from 1 to 10. So let's talk about the big ones, right? So MLs, usually online, are 3 out of 10 cringe. Uh, Usually they're right on the spot, but sometimes they're very combative and they say certain things just to piss off the other guy, which is kind of a bitchy thing to do, in my opinion. Bitchy, I mean dog, I don't mean female. So MLs are a 3 out of 10 annoying. Then we have anarchists that say Chaz did more than the USSR, which are kind of a fucking 5 to maybe sometimes, depending on the anarchist, 6 out of 10 cringe online. Then we have a very big cringe gang, which I fully respect, but sometimes they're very big cringe gang. They're the most combative ones, arguably, because they're combative with everyone, with MLs, with anarchists, with leftcoms, with everybody. They are MLMs, you know, full on respect, but pretty cringe sometimes. So we have MLs at 3, we have anarchists at 5, 6 cringe, and then we have MLMs at 7, 8 cringe, and we have the other extreme of incredible virtue signaling bullshit on Twitter specifically, is where the left comes come in. I mean, these guys, well, in the ultra left in general, these guys will, I don't know, in the next revolution when people are firing rockets at the other group or whatever, they're gonna say, "Oh, I do not support this because we did not recycle the ammunition shells. Unethical, not following theory. I completely disavow you." So yes, that's kind of the rank. Anarchy, your cringe is 0. You're absolutely lovely. So the other question, where is the US going? Okay, so the US empire is obviously in decline as China rises in power, as the EU after Brexit starts to stabilize, and as the world economy is getting more and more bipolar. We will be seeing a steady decrease in the amount of uh, influence that the US both exports
Yep.
outward. We will see an increase in radicalization both to the far right, to the far left, and unfortunately, the new thing, with the whole QAnon thing, into just insane conspiracy theories inside of the US. This is a country which has pretty much almost never since the Civil War had a genuine war. It is a country made up of some of the most brilliant people in the world, but also some of the softest people in the world. And you guys, unfortunately, will at higher levels than other places react very intensively to the incoming both economic situation, but also general sort of sense that everything that the American government has always told you as the principal guiding points of the US, and everything you chose to swallow in return for being a citizen of the strongest, most protective, quote unquote, country in the world, will get pushed out of normal rhetoric, and the disillusionment with the American dream will be so intensified by the coming crises that it probably will be comparable to that of the Great Depression. I'm not saying this is going to happen next month. I'm talking about the next 10 to 15 years. So with mass disillusionment comes great potential for our movement, but also for reactionary forces. But that's not what the question was about. It was about what happens to the US. So as I told you, mass disillusionment, mass radicalization, and people genuinely starting to understand that this whole thing is not what was. Then you're not. Most Americans are not going to be like their parents. They're not going to be as brainwashed as they were. And they're going to look for different outlets and different ways of expressing said opinions. And yeah, we're in for some pretty interesting times. And
It's no, it's a really, really good point. It's a really good point. There's that quote that comes to mind. I think it's Nicholas Klein that's, first they first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. And then and then it's accepted as just normal. It's just a fucking normal thing, But we do need to accept that we're sort of at this phase where they're sort of laughing at socialists, they're laughing at communists, they're starting to fight us, and then we win. Okay, then we're actually successful, and it's accepted as though it's common knowledge.
Absolutely.
It's common knowledge that people should have a fair share of the value that they produce. I produce 20 quid for every one of these things that I make, so I shouldn't only get fucking 2 quid of that. I should get at least a fair share of that. Not just fucking 10% of it or whatever the fuck it is. So yeah.
Not even in the Marxist perspective. For example, you turn on the TV, all the time news about cops beating people to death, and you tell
I
yourself,
shouldn't get beaten to death.
no, but at first, like for example, 30, 40 years ago, you're like, okay, our cops beat people to death, but in other countries they beat more people to death. We are America, we're a bit better. But as you get more and more disillusioned, and as the country falls deeper and deeper in an economic hole, you're going to stop believing that, because in certain cases, for example, when it comes to police brutality, America is literally number one. I mean, for example, the Russian cops are pretty fucking hardcore, but they're not even 1/100th of what happens in the US. You will not be stopped for a ticket in Poland and have 30 bullets in you because you moved too quickly and the guy thought it was a gun, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
An American will have less excuses for his government's actions as time goes by, because more and more they will be enlightened to the fact that they are living in a third world country with a Gucci belt.
Well, I hope so.
Which will lead to class consciousness. But it will also lead to the fucking people that have more melanin than me are the fucking problem. They ruin the country. We should go back to the days when people with more melanin were working the fields.
Well, this is when the fascists step in and they can give this sort of sham revolutionary rhetoric to basically maintain and preserve the status quo, But yeah, that's kind of a different question, the fascist question, and how we can deal with that. But
that's why I'm looking forward to your stream with Martin, and I think we should do a stream on some fascism.
Definitely. Anyway, on Friday we're going to deal with that in depth, in proper detail. So check that out on Friday with Comrade Martin Barakov. Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. I'll just give my quick takes on those.
I gotta go whip the dick out and piss as well.
Oh.
You talk to these lovely humanoid. I'll be right back. Okay, is that fine?
All right, we'll do.
Is that okay?
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna give my answer to a few of these questions here, and we'll see how.
Okay, good. I don't have to listen to you often.
No, you take your time. You give it a few extra shakes than is necessary. You go ahead. I don't mind. It's cool. Okay, so how annoying are left comms? I would say really fucking annoying. Here's the thing. Left comm is kind of broad. You're a left-wing communist, okay? There are some of them who are pretty fucking great and can do great work. The MLMs, the Maoists, who maybe are left communists, but they generally have pretty fucking good takes, and what they say, even if they're kind of incorrect in their conclusions, there's usually grains of truth within what they say. The Maoists are pretty fucking solid. Generally, they go a little bit overboard sometimes. They fetishize violence a little bit too much. They're willing to overlook some things that I wouldn't be willing to overlook. You talk about Gonzalo, the Shining Path, PCP, SL, so on and so forth. The kind of market massacre happened there. We're going to have disagreements, but ultimately they have pretty good critiques, and I would appreciate that. But the general sort of left comms, who are sort of like libertarian, socialisty, they call themselves orthodox Marxists, not in the way that Yugopnik says it, but in this sort of abstract, vague way where you're almost kind of like sort of pseudo Trotskyist, where you're sort of just saying that like nothing was ever pure socialism, and nothing has ever truly abolished the value form. So nothing was ever socialism. Cuba's not socialism. The USSR was never socialism. Nothing's ever been socialism. And I have this perfect idea of socialism in my mind from my Western European US, whatever the fuck it is, armchair. I've got the solutions, but everyone else is a fucking jackass. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I hate that shit so much. I hate those kinds of left comms so much. There's one particular left comm, a YouTube left commer, a left comm YouTuber, I should say, who really fucking grinds my gears, let's say. I try not to talk about it too much, but there's someone who really, really bothers me, because they have an incredibly chauvinistic perspective. Because being someone who's from a colonized country, being someone from a country who's been the object of imperialist exploitation for nearly a millennium at this stage, being in an imperialized nation, the Irish nation, being part of this colonized country, I have the national question is extremely important to me. And there are some socialists who say, no, the national question is important. All we need is socialism. We can build socialism. We don't need decolonization, and so on and so forth. That stuff really fucking bothers me. It really, really fucking bothers me. The people who are saying it are coming from these positions of incredible privilege, and they don't understand what it is that they're saying. And so there's this strange thing where there's white people, particularly, let's say, in the UK and the United States, who they think, well, we can just have a socialist United States. We don't need to deal with colonialism. We don't need to deal with the issue of having built our nation on the backs of slavery, having founded our nation on the genocide of the indigenous people of America. We don't need to worry about that. We just need to build socialism from where we are. For me, I say fuck that. Absolutely fuck that. That's absolute bullshit. I would say, first and foremost, we need to give that land back to the fucking people where they are, okay? You need to fucking give it. The fucking colonizers need to just fucking back down and listen to the colonized people in these places, okay? This really, really fucking bothers me as someone who is part of an indigenous population in a colonized country, okay? And I think colonizers maybe just can't really understand that dynamic. And so they say the most.
They literally can't.
They can't understand it. And so this is the weird thing. I find myself identifying so much more closely with the black people in the United States, with the indigenous people in the United States, with the colonized people all over the world, than I do with people who live in London, England, than I do with people who live in Belfast, who are colonizers in Ireland, the north of Ireland. I find myself more of a similar ideological, let's say, of a similar ideology to the people of these places than any of these colonizer ideological people. And it's a huge problem. So I fucking hate this shit. I hate when some dickhead Let's Con comes out and they're like, oh well, we just need to we need to build socialism in the US using the United States of America. We'll have a USSA, we'll have a United Socialist Soviet Republics of America or something like that. I fucking hate that. I fucking hate when people say that. It really fucking bothers me. Sorry, I'm kind of caught up.
Should.
But it does.
Good.
I really fucking hate this shit.
Yeah.
I hate this idea that people can just sort of gloss over the colonial relations that exists within even the proletariat. The people who are so fucking opposed to J. Sakai's Settlers, the kind of people who read Settlers and they feel this visceral disgust. How dare this person?
Why do you think they feel it?
Because they're part of the group. They're part of the group who J. Sakai from Settlers is calling out for their chauvinism. They want to gloss over it. They want to say there's been this great tradition amongst the working class of working against colonialism. There's this, in the United States is a classic example of this. They'll say, there are some people who say this, even some YouTubers, some left-wing YouTubers will say this sort of thing where, we can build a left-wing United States, a socialist United States, so on and so forth. And they'll say that what we can do is we can just have this slogan, black and white unite. And everything's going to be grand. We'll work together. There's this tradition of white people and black people and indigenous people in the United States working together and everything's okay. But of course, the fucking white people in the United States forming this sort of labor aristocracy, this sort of highest strata of the proletariat, have unfortunately thrown their black comrades under the bus, their indigenous comrades under the bus. And the same fucking thing has happened in Ireland as well, between the colonisers who came from Scotland in the 1600s under, Britain, the UK, so on and so forth, and they kicked out the indigenous Irish people, and they have built their own labour movements, which are distinct and separate from the indigenous labour movements, and throw us under the bus. So what you had in the US, as examples, was that you had white people who were willing to say, look, we'll do some deals with the bosses, providing they don't hire black workers, let's say after slavery's ended. After slavery's ended, they don't like the idea that there's a reserve army of labour for capitalism that's about 10 times the size of what they want it to be, and what it has been historically, and they know that they can get higher wages if there's a smaller reserve army of labour, okay? They know that they can get higher wages if there's only 10 people to employ versus 100 people to employ. So these white unions, these white workers came together, and they cut deals with the bosses. They said, look, we'll do some deals with you. We'll work on your conditions, providing you don't hire any black workers. And this is the problem. The colonizers throw the colonized under the bus time and time again. And I'm not saying it's an irreconcilable contradiction. I'm not saying there's nothing we can do to bring the colonized and the colonizers together at some point in the future. But we can't fucking ignore the question. We can't ignore the history. We can't ignore the reality. And the same thing's happening in Ireland. If you're,
can I just for a second?
Well, just for 2 seconds, I just want to
shoot.
parallel that in Ireland. The same fucking thing has happened in Ireland. If you look in Ireland, the struggle historically for liberation in Ireland has been built around the Republican movement. The workers' movement, the socialist movement, has been spearheaded by colonizers, the settlers, okay? Unfortunately. And that happened in the early days, 1800s, 1900s. Most of the socialist movement was kind of led by sort of, let's say, the settler people in Belfast, Belfast, much more UK based, a lot more people who came from Scotland and so on and so forth. And the colonized people were just like, we can't even think about workers' rights because we haven't even got the right to have our own fucking land. We've already been kicked off our land. We don't have fucking land. We can't even think about socialism until we have freedom to just exist and not be fucking destroyed, to be systemically wiped out, And so we need to deal with the national question. We every leftist needs to deal with the national question. So have a look, read Marxism.
Agreed.
Read Marxism and the national question. Understand what it is you're dealing with before you make these assertions of, man, can't we just forget whether someone's black or white or from this particular ethnicity or religion or whatever? No, fuck that. You need to understand where they're coming from. It's almost as naive as these fuckers who say, I don't see color. These socialists, these left.
What do you do at the fucking crossroads, motherfucker?
I love that. These cunts, these left comms who say, I'm not concerned about the national question. I think that everybody needs to work towards socialism, regardless of what happened historically. That's in the past, whatever.
But they will if you address the national question.
If you address the national question,
they will.
Exactly. If you address the national question, if you don't take this chauvinistic Euro-American centric perspective of saying that anybody who talks about nationalism is a reactionary or a right-winger, if you understand the national question in its totality, if you don't say, oh, black nationalists, they're literally the same as white nationalists. Fuck that, and fuck you to anybody who's saying that shit. That is the most reactionary bullshit I've ever fucking heard. And as someone who's from a colonized indigenous people on an island, it's one of the most fucking offensive things you'll ever hear. So fuck people who are saying that. And anybody who is harboring these reactionary ideologies, fucking read Marxism and the nationalism and the national question, please. Then go and read James Connolly. Because the synthesis is between socialism and nationalism in Ireland. It's generally called socialist republicanism. It's essential that you read this. It's essential that you read Ho Chi Minh. It's essential that you read fucking Huey Newton from the Black Panther Party. They all understood that the national question isn't going away. No matter how much these privileged, fucking bougie-arsed white socialists want to pretend it's not a thing, that it exists in the past, that it's in some separate reality. It's not going away, and it's never going to go away until the contradiction is resolved. So, please, get a grip on the fucking national question. That's it. That's me. Now, you go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I love that. That was absolutely beautiful. That was absolutely on point, and Lovely. And I can give you, and it's not exactly about the question of indigenous people versus imperialist, but it's pretty close when it comes to that sort of relationship. I can give you an exact example on where not addressing previous international, not international like international, but inter-ethnic, international questions,
Between the nations,
resulted
groups of people.
in horrible shit happening in 5, 6, 7 decades. And that's exactly Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia was founded after World War II. And in World War II, all the different ethnicities did very fucked up shit to each other as representatives, because pretty much all of the ethnicities had groups which were fighting on the side of the Axis. You had the majority of the Croat Ustasha, which is the mainstream movement there. You had the very weird Bosnian Muslim thing. They were wearing fezzes with the skull and crossbones on it. It was insane. And then you had the pro-monarchist Chetniks cooperating with the Nazis, etc., etc. And a lot of people did very fucked up shit to each other, the way the British have done to the Irish, the way you have not to the same extent, actually in some cases to the same extent, but yeah, and in the US with all the different ethnicities there, etc., etc. So again, it's not an imperialist sort of question, but it is a point. The point which I'm trying to make is that all of these different groups did very fucked up shit to each other. And then when the revolutionary movement took over the country, led by incredibly brilliant people of all of the different ethnicities, they just swept it under the rug. They did not. I mean, they talked about, okay, we built a monument to the biggest concentration camps of Jews, Serbs, Roma, etc., etc., Jasenovac, but everybody who wanted to talk about the shit that Croats did to Serbs, Serbs did to Croats, Serbs did to Muslims, Muslims did to Serbs, etc., was quite literally extremely taboo and not allowed because it would be quote unquote divisive rhetoric. And I can see why, from their sort of at that time perspective, that would make sense. But that would come to bite Yugoslavia in the ass in the 90s, when there was no stable socialist government, because the reactionaries used that. They told the Bosnians, yo, nobody talks about your grandpa that was killed by the Croat. They tell the Croats, yo, nobody talks about your grandpa that was killed by the Serb. Yo, Serb, nobody talks about, etc., etc. Or they say, half of Croatia is 90% Serbian. What the fuck? Well, shouldn't we be a place which can identify based on self-identification and so on? So the reactionaries used what the actual socialists put under the fucking table for 50 years. And that came back to bite them in the ass. And why am I talking about this in regards to the wonderfully beautiful point that you made very eloquently, is that if inter-ethnic and international and inter-cultural issues that and horrible things that have been done in the past are not addressed by Marxists, in the long run, it's going to come and bite Marxists in the ass. So no matter what leftcoms want to imagine as the right way to go towards socialism is, at some point, it's actually going to destroy the beautiful thing they're trying to build. So it's not only more ethical to address these issues, but it's also quite literally pragmatic, because we have a historical case which is Yugoslavia, that if you do not address both imperialism and inter-ethnic hatred and so on, but you're just colorblind, you are shooting yourself in the foot.
Absolutely. I didn't think we would be talking about this particular question during the stream. This is a kind of a new one, so which is it's pretty interesting to discuss the sort of the national question. We hadn't prepared that on this, so.
But it's good because it's kind of on topic, because consumerism does include people looking at Marxism and thinking it's like, we just remove bosses. Like
I wish.
It's much more complicated, man, because we are not year zero. Things have happened before that also will need to be addressed through the prism of good old daddy dialectical materialism.
Yeah. Gorgeous. Come here to me. Let's take a few more questions before we push forward. While we're at it, You and I said that we would stream for 2 hours, and that's gonna be done.
Nah, man, I'm having too much fun. Fuck
Nah,
that shit.
can't. It's too much fun. Can't fucking stop. 3 hours.
I'm not.
We'll extend it to 3
Chat,
hours.
do you want us to stop in?
Yeah.
What time?
If people in the chat want us to stop at 2 hours, we can definitely do that. But just because
8
we're
minutes?
such lovely people, we'll look after the people in the chat by stopping then. But just depending on what the people want, really.
Yeah.
We'll keep
You
going.
guys want
But-
us to stop in 8 minutes, or do you want us to keep going? I don't know.
Okay, well, we'll see what the people want and what the people demand, and then we'll make our we'll do some mass line here. We'll consult with the people. We'll put it through a Marxist-Leninist lens, and then we'll add that into our policies moving forwards from here. So we become Maoists just like that.
Okay, I see. Continue. One guy says yup, the others are no. Continue. Keep going.
No, I see a few
No.
big long no's. Let's go. A lot of O's.
As long as you vibe with it, I like this
I'm
young
st-
person
I'm still
that talks
this
vibing with it. Yes.
This Matthew O'Regan fellow seems like a cool cat. Knows the lingo. Vibe
Oh,
with
we
it.
just got a donation. Saying, keep going,
Oh,
Martin.
Martin, keep going.
Martin, stop giving us your money, you beautiful soul. No,
Stop giving us money.
Don't
Keep giving us some
stop.
money.
No, I love
Please
it.
give us money,
Thank
'cause
you.
We're broke.
He says, keep going. Okay,
I don't
we
have a
keep going.
job.
We keep going. Yeah, with you, it's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty tough, man.
This really helps. It really helps.
I'm a corporate chill. I still don't have any money because they don't fucking pay you shit.
Yeah, no,
But,
yeah.
but
Fucking
I
sucks.
am.
I'm in Ireland though. So
Yeah.
I feel like I reap the benefits of European Union imperialism a little bit more than you might in former Yugoslavia.
Yeah.
So
Probably. And it's funny that so back on the topic that we previously talked about, I
Oh.
like to all the time say, very often I like to say when people like when I went to the US, and people are like, "Oh, are you from Europe?" I always like saying, "No, friend, I am from Eastern Europe. Do not confuse me with those colonizing pieces of shit."
Yes.
Some Slavs did colonize. Russia did colonize, like that little part underneath. But what's my point is, whenever I say I'm not from I'm Eastern European, do not confuse me with the Western pieces of shit. I always think of Ireland. I'm like, shit, but those guys are also there.
No,
Canada,
we're not.
Iceland
Don't you
people
fucking
are
dare.
also nice. Like
Don't
the
you dare call us
Icelandians are
European.
pretty nice. Like Irish, Iceland, they didn't do shit to people.
Who considers Irish people European? What the fuck? You ask any Irish person across the 32 counties if do you consider yourself European? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Those fucking French bolognese eating motherfuckers? What are you talking about? I don't need paellas, you motherfucker. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. They get mad. Irish people don't associate with this European, with this, whatever the fuck this identity Europa fascist bullshit is. We fucking not a single, even the most fucking reactionary of Irish people thinks that's bullshit. It's absolute nonsense. And in fact, even the fucking right wing, even the far fucking right sees Europe as being they see Europe as being the EU as being the sort of weird communist institution. So
I wish, maybe.
I fucking wish.
Like little pictures.
Imagine if the EU was this fucking communist institution. It'd be fucking deadly. Yeah, I fucking wish, but no, it's not. Anyway, basically across the spectrum, nobody identifies with being quote European. But at the same time, also Ireland does have some of the highest approval ratings for membership of the EU, so that's a massive problem that needs to be dealt with. And by the way, if anybody's tuning in for the first time and they're hearing criticisms of the EU from a left winger, there's a chat that I did about 3-4 weeks ago with comrade Dave from Radical Reflections, where we talked about the European Union and how that's related to capitalism and imperialism, and how it's not necessarily the progressive organization that we might be tricked and hoodwinked into believing that it is. So go and check that out if you're unsure about what I mean when I talk about EU imperialism and all that sort of stuff. So comrades, that was brilliant. Thank you very much. I just want to give a quick shout out before we proceed to Jenks, you fucking legend. Paul, don't
Legend. Thank you.
Damn, tell me what to do.
He makes my picture and he makes my fucking avatar, and he also pays for my bread. It's absolutely amazing.
The bread. I'll give you money if I feel like it. Also, we gotta keep you fed and housed so you can keep making good stuff. That's That's a point. I am so fucking awkward and weird about talking about this, but yeah, like I am literally, I'm struggling at the moment. I don't have a job. I can't. But my industry collapsed as an English language teacher, so I don't have a job. I can't get a job anywhere else because I have worked in this different industry, which is English language teaching, and so employers automatically think that okay, if I work in this shop, I work in the takeaway, I work in McDonald's, whatever it might be, I'm what they call overqualified. So unfortunately, if I work here, I'll only work here for a month until I can find a better job working actually in my industry. So this is a massive problem. And basically, I can't get a job. I can't work anywhere. So the only money I've got, the only income I've
And
got, is coming from Patreon. So if
and
people
I would
can
argue
support,
you shouldn't take up these sort of menial labor jobs. You should invest that time in your channel, as it's very
well,
nice and it's
look,
growing and it does a great
look. The one thing I will
service.
say, the one thing I was I did give a lot of thought to just working anywhere. And I have. I've thrown CVs into every fucking corner shop, every, what do they call them? Mom and pop shops, they call them. Man dash shops, we'd say over here. Corner shops, convenience stores in some places. And I've thrown in CVs into every fucking one of them all over the place. And nobody fucking calls me back. But there's no jobs going.
Jesus. Yeah, there's nothing. No.
There's no fucking jobs going at the moment. So fucking things are tough. But the reason I wanted to do that as a socialist, as a communist, was that I wanted to organise these places. I wanted to get in there and organise and get in there and properly get the people into the unions and mobilise and fight back. But here's something fucking cool. Here's something cool. Do I have a little leaflet for this around? No, I don't. I don't have a leaflet for this particular. But at the moment, the Connolly Youth Movement, which is the youth organisation that I'm part of, the sort of unofficial youth organisation of the Communist Party of Ireland, we're doing this campaign at the moment where we are literally going into not our own workplaces, but other people's workplaces and unionising them. We're organising other people's workplaces. So we're literally, me and the lads in the area are going into McDonald's at the moment. McDonald's is the big one. We're focusing on, in the United States, they had this campaign, Fight for 15, and it was to get $15 an hour as the minimum wage for fast food workers. And they had great success doing that in California and in a load of other places. They actually succeeded in having strikes with the McDonald's workers and so on and so forth. And we're bringing this over here now to Ireland and to other places. And so we have this campaign, Workers for 15. So, by the way, if anybody works at McDonald's in Ireland and is listening to this, or has a mate, brother, sister, husband, wife, son, child, granddad, whatever the fuck, please get in touch with me. Send me a message on Twitter, and I can tell you all about this campaign. But basically, we're going into workplaces and we are organising the workers. So as outside agitators, we're literally walking into these places and talking to each and every individual worker and telling them why they need to join the union. We're giving them the information on how they can do that. We're telling them about the success all over the world of doing this exact strategy. And so we're empowering the workers to do that. And so this is what we're focusing on. Like, you don't need to just organise your own workplace where you're in right now. You could actually organise other people's workplaces. And so that's what, like, tomorrow morning, that's what I'm going to be doing. You know, on Saturday, I'm going to be going around the area telling people about it. I'm going to be recruiting people to the organisation, socialism, doing that sort of thing. You know, so doing real world activism. You know, it doesn't need to be in your own workplace. It can be helpful if you're in your own workplace. It can be helpful if you're in your own area trying to organise and to recruit people towards socialism. It can be really fucking helpful, but it's not necessary. You can go into other people's areas, you can go into other people's workplaces, and you can organise there. And it's really, really important that you do that, because it might seem intimidating, it might seem scary at first, but as I said earlier on, whenever you're engaged in activism or organising, just get used to the idea of failing forward, okay? Because you're going to fail and you're going to be shot down so many fucking times, but you keep going, you're planting seeds, you go into one fucking shop, and then suddenly 10 seconds later, the boss of the shop is coming out shouting at you for handing out these leaflets and flyers to the workers. And now suddenly
you're doing something right.
You're doing something right, exactly. And now the boss is telling all the workers, don't listen to these lads who are coming in. They're crazy. They're coming in. They're telling you to organise. They're telling you to join the union. They're blah blah blah. And they are helping your campaign. They're helping you. They don't fucking realise it, but they're actually helping you, because they are raising awareness of your struggle, of the workers' struggle, by being opposed to it, by saying, "Oh, socialism's bad," they're raising
Literally
awareness of
proved your
socialism.
point at all
Exactly.
points. Yeah, yeah.
They are
No moment,
exposing,
yeah.
they are accidentally exposing the contradictions of capitalism. They are because so many, we float through life and we don't see that contradiction between the antagonistic contradiction between the worker and the boss, between who pays them. You know, we don't see that until someone comes in and says, "Come here to me. You're getting 10 quid an hour. Why aren't you getting 15 quid an hour? Why aren't you getting 20 quid an hour? Do you realize that you're actually producing €200 per hour and you're only getting paid
Absolutely.
€10 per hour?"
And more people are realizing it, from industries that you never even thought people would unionize in, like industries that people are getting very good salaries in, like fucking programmers and shit, and coders and shit, and even they are unionizing, which shows that this sort of class consciousness from the perspective of the boss worker relationship is spreading pretty much everywhere. But before we
Exactly.
continue, I would love to continue on this topic. Lovely Anna Kitty, as always, gave us 5 Australian
Oh,
buckaroos.
is she?
And
Let me see.
yes, and she
What did she
asks,
say?
have any of you guys read about the colonization of Australia? Would love to know your opinion. It's
Oh,
definitely something I want to talk about with
listen,
my channel.
listen.
I think that's a great fucking idea
I
for
think
the
that's a
channel. I
stream.
genuinely, absolutely,
I
and that's a
think
stream.
that's
There you go. This motherfucker always upselling.
that's a
You should have.
vodcast right there. Come here to
That's
me.
absolutely a vodkast.
Even if you haven't got your channel together, comrade, if comrade Anarchy, if you would like, you're very welcome to come on stream at some stage and talk about colonization in Australia, because it's a very interesting and complex topic. Because of course the people who went over there are often very sort of they were often sort of lumpen proletariat people who were sort of downtrodden, um, hard done by, criminals,
It's
prisoners,
much more
some
complicated in the US,
much more
It's a lot of people
complicated.
that were sent there
They were
were
sent
living
there. Oh, like they didn't want to go
hostage
there, but they were forced to go there as like
slavery.
prison, as like they were the prisoners sort of heading over there. But of course, they were still colonizing the land of
Yeah, and
the Aboriginal,
that's why
Aboriginal
I
people.
didn't
You
want.
know,
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to comment, because I don't
I don't
know
have the
the Australian
terminology.
complexity.
Yeah.
I did read a book a long time ago about Australian art. It was a very short one. It was more of a leaflet, like 50, 60 pages. And it was about how the colonizers' art kind of overtook that of the people which were being colonized, and about how it was very weird, a very interesting thought, but like point that the book made was that when people like whites that went there,
Mm.
when they would paint paintings of the beautiful nature in Australia, which was literally almost alien to the eyes of the English,
Mm.
and the Europeans in general,
Mm.
when they would like these, a lot of artists that only painted what you call like just the nature, what do you call them? The oh my god, I don't know it in English. But whatever, these
Mm.
guys would only paint the nature and the environment. For example, a
Like
forest or a jungle.
landscape, I suppose. Landscape.
Landscape, thank you. So landscape painters, they all their life they painted in Europe, and there was not a single human there, right? But
Mm.
when they went to Australia and they would paint landscapes, and this is disgusting. This is genuinely disgusting.
Mm.
They included people for the first time, but they included the native Australians because in their eyes they were just a part of the landscape. They were like dirt and rocks and
Jesus.
trees, and that makes me want to puke, man. I'm not drunk enough to
Fuck
fucking
that.
cry, but literally. So landscape painters would include
Objects.
images of human beings because they consider them a part of the landscape, as if it's a rabbit or a horse or a fucking rock.
What a bunch of
It's
dickheads.
absolutely
Let's just
disgusting.
be fucking honest. What a bunch of fucking dickheads. Nah, we shouldn't blame individuals. I mean, they were formed by the popular
Yeah,
ideological
yeah. And a lot of the
symptoms of the
painters were
time.
actually, from what I remember, I don't know why went to paint. I mean, it's my fault as usual. But a lot of the painters were like slave labor there, working in
Hmm.
the colonies and painting while they were there, because they were arrested back home in England for something else, and then
Yeah.
sent there. So they would paint, but then even and that goes back actually to your wonderful point. If you do not address certain things, uh,
The national question, colonialism, so on and so forth.
Then even the socialists will turn into a
A
piece of
reactionary.
shit. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And it's so
absolutely.
funny that people like us, a lot of people would call us class reductionists, and yet we talk about this with such intensity and such fervor and such passion, especially you. And it's yet certain online creators that actually are famous for calling out people as class reductionists. That that the first time they interacted with, for example, black liberation movements and native liberation movements, their immediate reaction was very aggressively counter,
I
which we
fucking
find
hate
very
that so
interesting.
much. It's
It's
very
very
interesting.
interesting.
I think it's really, really. I'm so glad that you brought that up here, and this is one of the reasons why I love you so fucking much, Yugopnik. You insightful motherfucker. I fucking love you. Anyway,
I love you too.
this is
Yes.
a massive fucking problem. I constantly get shit for being called a class reductionist. I get called like a nationalist and a reactionary and all these sorts of things. Um, but then these fuckers, the same people who are calling me like a class reductionist and a nationalist and a reactionary and all these sorts of things, when it comes to this particular issue, they have the exact response, the same chauvinistic response that you've just described. And it's so fucking contradictory. It's like you have these fucking white people in the US who are so fucking hostile to the idea of decolonization or whatever the fuck it might be, and someone comes along like Black Lives Matter, and you're just like, well, they're basically socialists saying, well, all lives matter, you know, and meanwhile you're just like, well, you know, we do need to address the national question, and they're like the same people are calling you a fucking class reductionist or a nationalist or a reactionary, whatever the fuck it might be, and it's the most fucking hypocritical thing in the fucking world because they latch onto a few ideas, they present themselves as progressive on a few particular issues. And they'll say, "Oh well, look, I'm very supportive of." I suppose the big ones is that they'll be supportive on is they'll be very supportive of LGBTQ plus issues, maybe feminism, and so on and so forth. But then when it comes to any of these issues of like colonialism and colonization, they get very cagey. You know, they don't want to deal with it anymore.
Exactly.
And it really fucking bothers me. Like it really rubs me the wrong way. It's like when it's the same thing. Like when you see these are the same people who are calling people who are like black nationalists, but people who are very much black nationalists in the tradition of like the Black Panther Party. You know, the Huey Newton sort of tradition. Revolutionary socialists, not reactionary socialists, but revolutionary socialists, and they'll just say that they're fucking tankies, class reductionists, red fascists, whatever the fuck, and it just shows the most blatant, explicit form of chauvinism that you'll ever fucking see, and it's all over. It permeates breadtube and leftube and all these spaces, and it's a huge problem, and not enough people are dealing with. Because unfortunately, a lot of these fucking voices that we have on leftube broadly are very much US, UK, Western imperialist whites, upper strata of the Labour aristocracy, and they haven't fucking had to deal with any of these questions throughout their lives ever. And they know.
And that's okay.
They know.
Sometimes
That's okay.
They serve their privilege.
You're
that's
right.
Okay. But don't shit on the motherfucker that's trying to talk about these a little bit more complicated
Exactly.
sort of,
and they are more complicated because the question of nationalism is more complicated. There are there are many, I would say most forms of nationalism are reactionary.
It's undebatable.
But there are some forms of nationalism which are not, which are very, very progressive. And I would say black nationalism is among them, and so on and so forth. And the Irish national liberation struggle, and so on and so forth. You know? So look, these are important questions that need to be addressed, and they can't be, unfortunately, they literally, just from the material conditions from which they arise, they can't be addressed from these privileged armchair positions of these white upper class leftists
I love
from
armchair.
Western.
It's such an own, like just like you say armchair,
Straight away. It's straight away.
It's like the
It's cooked.
left-wing cock.
It's like, shut the fuck up, armchair. I feel like, you know, like the little emoji reactions that I have in Discord. Do you know in Discord where you can like do a thumbs up, thumbs down, whatever the fuck. There should be just like, whenever you see like a left com, you can just have like a little armchair, and it's just like, shut the fuck up. Back to your armchair, you fucker.
Absolutely love that. Yeah,
it's exactly that, you know. Anyway, that's the sort of thing that I would say, and it is a massive problem. I really want to see a lot more people who are not fucking white people from the UK or from the US just talking about these kinds of issues, because they are fucking important. Like they are really, really important to all of us, you know.
Could not agree more. And it would be nice for the imperialist also to talk about it.
Yeah, to learn from it, you know.
Exactly. Just
and to show that development, you know.
And that's what always confuses me so much. Like, I do not react intensively to new sources of information that somebody gives me just for the sake of reacting. What's up with all these fucking people? I genuinely don't get it. Not just on the left. We can, spread it around pretty much life in general. That I understand people that react aggressively to when somebody debunks what they think, somebody who says something against what they think. But people that lose their shit at getting a more nuanced take on their belief system, or something that is going to attach and broaden their worldview, as in our cases, for example, a Marxist, by trying to understand nationalism, why do they immediately not only backtrack and go full on fucking aggression, but they immediately start defining you as somebody who is not a part of the group?
That's right.
We again go back to the original topic of this whole thing. It's because they have defined for themselves the outer borders of the brand to which they subscribe to, which believes in certain things. And for example, in this case, the brand is, I don't see color. We do not have to address shit that happened because a lot of motherfuckers saw a lot of fucking color. So I'm not gonna go there. I wanna, hold hands and be all nice and tricky.
Peace and love.
And it's super ironic because in the long run, if you address things by not holding hands, in the long run, we are going to be holding hands. But if you do not address the reason why we aren't holding hands in the first place, you will not get there, because everybody's going to keep thinking about a moment in which the hand was slapped and it was removed from the other hand, and they never could.
And they never understand it
again.
They never understand why. They don't understand what the fuck is wrong with this. They don't understand because they don't have the knowledge. They haven't been there. They don't understand it. Maybe they haven't lived experience. Maybe
and there's no
read.
Reconciliation. How can you have genuine reconciliation, for example, between American blacks and American whites, if the blacks are not given something fucking back for the shit that their forefathers and mothers had to go through? There will be no reconciliation. You can unite the whole planet. We can be Star Trek, and still the black woman in the fucking spaceship next to the fucking white dude, Anglo-speaking white dude, while they're traveling to fucking planet Morgon, she's still going to be thinking about how this guy's great-granddaddy most probably fucking had his way with her grandmama because she did not have any fucking rights. We must address the difficult points of our history as both humans and as capitalists and as socialists, which we're trying to achieve. Otherwise, again, I keep repeating myself, but this again needs to be nailed into your fucking head. It's gonna come bite us in the fucking ass if we do not address it. And there's a lot of very uncomfortable things for a lot of people that you need to address. Trust me, as somebody from fucking ex-Yugoslavia, doesn't matter what nationality I am from, every single one of those did very fucked up shit. And having to address that to yourself, or my parents having to talk to me and being like, yo, we did some very fucked up shit at some point, man, dude, is difficult for your identity, and it's gonna shake your identity.
Bro, we fucked up. I love that.
Yeah, bro, we fucked up.
Bro, what the fuck, bro? Man, dude, I can't believe we did that shit back then, dude. What the fuck? I love the way we fucking recontextualize the struggles of people in like 1950 through this fucking California surfer. It's amazing.
And I just gotta go. Like I'm not blaming people currently alive for things that happened
No,
in
of
the
course
past.
not.
Nobody's making that fucking silly, idiotic point. We are saying that the liberation of men, women, non-binary, you get my point, but men being humanity. The liberation of men can only come when we address the sins of our past. If we do not address them, they will continue being a very strong part of how we view each other as the different members of different groups. If colonization of Ireland is not addressed in 1,000 years of socialism, the Irish will always look at the Englishman and see an Englishman, and an Englishman will always look at the Irishman and see an Irishman.
Yep.
But only when addressed can we, at some point in the future, actually establish a world where being Irish or being Chinese or being Serbian or Croatian or Bosnian or French doesn't fucking matter. But we cannot achieve that world without taking a fucking sit down and actually having a conversation with each other and actually fixing things.
Exactly. We can't just pretend that we're already there at the end point. We're not fucking there at the end point. There are many, many things that need to be addressed before we're at that end point, and we need to sit down and actually talk about it properly as people, and solve the problems. Really, really good fucking points, comrade. I really, really appreciate that. Community, will we fire through before we jump back to the questions that we'd sort of planned on dealing with regard to this particular stream? Will we fire through a few more of the questions from the chat, because there's a few good ones that are interesting and useful, and I think I'd like to probably address a few of them. Do you want to? Will we jump?
Yeah, sure.
Just quickly, we'll just fire through a few of them. So, okay, so our comrade, I think it was Tankpunk, who may have asked what your thoughts are on Rosa Luxemburg. I'm assuming that's probably Rosa Luxemburg. Rosa Luxemburg, Rosa Luxemburg was pretty cool. From my perspective, I would have a lot of respect and time for Rosa Luxemburg. Rest in peace, comrade. Fucking Social Democrats came for you, and I'm sorry to hear about it.
That would be a whole stream if I have to address Rosa. I'm a massive fucking fan.
Rosa's great, but one of the one things I would say is that, well, first of all, let me just give it positive. With regard to Rosa Luxemburg, anytime some fucker comes at me and and they're like, oh well, we could just do some fucking cooperatives. We can just do cooperatives and we'll build socialism that way. Any reformist approach to building socialism, it can very, very easily be weeded out through Rosa Luxemburg's text, Reform or Revolution. I think it's called Reform or Revolution anyway. And you can just link them to the chapter that's relevant, and whatever concern they might have, you can just fucking link them to that, and it's great. So, Rosa Luxemburg made an incredible contribution to the discourse in that regard, and anytime some dickhead comes at me with a certain point, with some reformist position, I can just be like, check out this text by Rosa Luxemburg. It deals with it right there and then, and it's absolutely great, really solid point. But what I will say is that some people will take Rosa Luxemburg and they will present themselves as what they call Luxemburgists. Okay, so they'll present themselves as somewhere between anarchists and Marxist-Leninists, and they're sort of critical of both, but they're sort of occupying a midway position between the two. They don't really need to take sides. So it can be, Rosa Luxemburg is kind of used sometimes, and this isn't actually about Rosa Luxemburg, but rather how Rosa Luxemburg's, to return to the topic at hand, brand or image or aesthetic is used.
Exactly.
Her image is used as this, exploitatively, as this sort of image of, I'm a non-sectarian leftist who sees the good and the bad in these things.
I'm a practical Marxist, but I don't like the Gulag thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the whole... Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. But unfortunately, with this ideology, there's not really any proven effective way forward from it. And this is one of the big problems that I have with a lot of left-wing ideologies, which are theoretically magnificent, spectacular, but they haven't actually shown themselves from a scientific socialist perspective to be useful or effective or true or proven true. This actually works.
This might be the first time that we disagree on something on stream.
Please tell me.
I love that. That's awesome.
It's useful.
Maybe her theories would have been proved in praxis,
but
if it wasn't
please
for
tell
the
me
time
what.
and place. For the time and place of rising Nazism in Germany, and the fact they fucking killed her.
But this is the thing: what theories? Because unfortunately, I see a lot of people saying I'm a Luxemburgist, and it's kind of vague. It just means I occupy a position, a center. I'm basically a far left centrist. I'm between anarchist and between Marxist-Leninist. But in terms of what we actually do to move forward, I see some benefits of anarchism. I see some benefits of Marxism-Leninism, but I'm not really willing to commit to either one. I don't know. What does she actually give us in terms of moving forward?
This is
if you know what I mean.
Again, this could take not one stream but two streams. But let me just put it this way: the potential threat of Leninism being applied in the Soviet Union could have inspired which again I rarely criticize. I should not, because I genuinely am a big respect stan of the Soviet experiment. But the potential. So imagine a world, we're doing alternate history hub over here, and we have a Germany moving towards socialism the way it was before the Nazis absolutely crushed it, and they are looking at authoritarian from their perspective, from a Luxembourgian perspective, Soviet Union, and they want to create a socialist society, but do not want to go about it the way that the Soviet Union did. In that sort of universe, they go at it in a more relatively less violent manner, without it being full-on reformist. So in that sort of kind of playing field, you could see her both criticisms of the Far East and criticisms of local ideologues come to relative fruition from my point of view. But it's a very big what if situation. Or maybe I'm completely wrong.
But... Here's something. I'm watching. I've got my eyes very fucking closely on Venezuela right now, because Venezuela is the only example we have right now to this day of what we might call democratic socialism actually being moved towards, being established through the bourgeois parliamentary apparatus. And I talked to comrades Tathagata from India about the communists who've been in power in West India, in Kerala last week, and it was an incredible conversation. But it doesn't seem like they're actually on the trajectory towards building socialism, towards establishing a dictatorship of the proletariat, and towards actually moving towards communism. They just sort of basically they're just really fucking good social democrats. But then we start talking about Venezuela, and actually they kind of are moving towards socialism through the bourgeois parliamentary apparatus, and it's crazy.
Yeah, the whole point can only be proven in the future, as they say.
This is it. We need to watch. We need to actually watch. We need to fucking watch, because this fundamentally challenges a lot of the ideas that we may have held dear before with regard to reform, revolution, and so on and so forth. But I mean, okay, arguably you can be a dickhead and argue about semantics and be like, oh well, the reform is the revolution, whatever the fuck, who cares? But we need to look at Venezuela and see what they're doing. We need to look at Nicaragua. We need to look at other countries within. I think Latin America is a pretty good place to look at with regard to socialist experiments, what's worked and what hasn't worked. I mean, if we look at Venezuela now, we see them they're sort of floundering a bit with regards to bringing about socialism. Then you look at Cuba.
The shit that these guys have to fucking deal with.
But that's the point. From
the international community.
They have so many fucking... There's so much stacked against them that it makes it so hard to do. But would you rather... Okay, would you rather fucking spin the bottle? Would you rather be Venezuela or would you rather be Cuba? And personally, I would rather be Cuba. Okay, my particular trajectory would say the way that Cuba took to revolution, just doing a revolution, overthrowing it, bringing about socialism. That way, that's how I would see it. But if someone said, actually, I would rather do it the Venezuelan way, I wouldn't hold it against them, because we need to watch and wait and see how history plays out, whether or not it's going to be successful or not. There are criticisms to be made.
Exactly.
They have been to this day very. They've been
but
a
the material
soft
conditions
touch.
of Venezuela and Cuba are very different. Cuba is an island nation on the borders with the U.S.
That's right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Again, this can be a whole stream, but no, you please continue talking. I actually agree with most things you're saying. Like always, my love, my Jesus loves motherfucker.
You sweet.
I gotta go piss.
Go piss. I need to piss as well, but I'm gonna let you go piss first, because that's what true bros do.
In the future, maybe in the future we can do like a thing piss where we are not allowed to piss unless somebody donates like $1.
No,
that could be funny.
I can't do that because we don't get any money because we're communists on YouTube.
Exactly.
There's like 3 people.
Okay, exactly. I'm gonna go piss. I'll be right back.
All right, have fun, enjoy. Get an extra talk for me. No, that's what I was saying. I was just saying that Venezuela is basically an interesting experiment, and I think we do need to examine it with regards to the modern conditions, and of course, global imperialism. Capitalism on a global scale has really changed the way we need to respond to these kinds of issues, and so let's wait and see how things go. Let's keep an eye on it, and we'll see. It's like China as well. People often talk about China. They're like, oh, it's not socialism. It is socialism. It's not socialism. Whatever. Look, lads, let's being realistic. Socialism is about trajectory. Socialism is about being the intermediary stage between capitalism and communism, and we need to be very clear about that. If they're moving in the direction of communism, good. They're socialist. If they're not, they're fucking capitalists. They're on the capitalist road. That's it. So look, time will tell. History will tell whether or not. As we saw with the USSR, Khrushchev came in post 1950s. Stalin dies. He set the USSR on the capitalist path, the capitalist road. It became revisionist, and it moved eventually back towards capitalism. Okay, we're going to see the same thing, whether or not that bears out in China. We can, you and me personally, whoever the fuck's listens to this, you and me personally, okay? We can measure our dicks, okay? We can sit here and we can say, I think that Lenin's theory of imperialism applies to China because X, Y, and Z. And I'll say, well, actually, no, it doesn't, because A, B, and C. And
I'm back.
Welcome back, comrade. Ultimately, that doesn't fucking matter, because time is going to tell us. Time is going to show whether or not China has moved back towards capitalism or whether it's moving towards communism. Time is going to tell. And we're not going to fucking know. We're speculating. Until 2050 comes, until those fucking, 30-year plan from here where we are now is born out. We aren't going to have a conclusive answer on the China question. And we can speculate all we want, but ultimately we need to just we need to just wait and see. So that's what I would say. Wait and see how things go. Don't be a fucking dickhead. Fucking be humble and have some fun with it. Don't be a piece of shit.
What was that song?
You know what I would say.
Humble.
Can I say to the communists, to the socialists, be a cool motherfucker, please.
Yeah, cool dude. Fuck, man. Just fuck. Dude, just fuck.
Bro, just fuck, dude. No.
I'm a big believer in how the socialist movement should just become a frat. It should be a frat.
Bro, can you fuck, please?
Of course, it includes all genders, but just a frat.
Just fuck, please. No. I'm fucking around. Well, please be fucking cool, because I swear to God, when you're being a fucking dickhead, when you're being a fucking weirdo, a loser, when you're talking about necrophilia or pedophilia or incest, or you're obsessing over whether or not China's imperialist, or why Gonzalo was justified in slaughtering those people in the kind of market, whatever the fuck it is that you're obsessed about, just shut the fuck up about it and go and organize your workplace. Go to McDonald's and go tell the people why they need to join a fucking union, why that's better for them, and why that can help push us towards socialism, and why that's a fucking beneficial thing for all of us, not just some of us in a fucking ideological ivory tower, the Marxists in the universities or whatever the fuck it is. Go organize organize your community. Go put up some fucking stickers for socialism. Whatever the fuck it is. Stop this fucking dick measuring, macho supremacist bullshit. Just fucking cut the shit, okay? Just fucking get to it. Get to organize. Stop the fucking academic posturing and the intellectual jousting. Cut the shit. Go and fucking organize, okay?
Stop being a consumer.
Stop being a consumer, okay? Enjoy this video. Enjoy the stream. But tomorrow morning, when you're on your way to work, slap up a few fucking stickers from your local organization. When you're at work, in your staff room, at lunch break.
Activism, yeah.
When you're on your lunch break, talk to some people about forming a union. And don't just say to them, here, come here to me, comrade. Do you want to start? Regular worker. Hello, comrade. Would you like to instantiate dictatorship in the proletariat? No. Just say to them, come here to me. Do you think it's possible that we could get a better wage? Do you think it's possible? What? Come here to me, you, right there. What would it mean to you if we were earning €15 an hour? What would it mean to you if we were earning $20 an hour? Whatever the fuck it is, the equivalent of wherever you are. What would that do for you? And that gets the people thinking. That gets your comrades, your co-workers, the people around you thinking.
Absolutely, comrade.
And then from there, those people come to their own conclusions, which are, of course, congruent with the emancipatory science of the working class of Marxism. That capitalism is bullshit.
You eventually get there.
You get there. And you might take the scenic route, whatever the fuck it might be. Excuse me. But they'll get there, and you'll allow them to sort of end up at that point at their own pace. But fucking do it. Get out there. Don't just be a fucking consumer, and actually fucking get out there and be a socialist activist. Because that's, if there's one thing that I want people to take from this stream, from the streams that we do twice a week, the streams with Comrade Yugopnik. I think we're doing this probably, I don't know if it's once a month, once a week, whatever the fuck we're doing, but it'll probably end up being once a day.
As we can.
As often as we can, as we're physically able to do. Get out and organise. It's the only way we're going to build socialism. And that's, if we're not fucking building socialism, then what the fuck else are we doing? We may as well be just doing fucking lifestyle blogs and talking about how we ate fucking eggs Benedict for breakfast or some dickhead shite, whatever the fuck it might be. It's a waste of time if we're not actually using this as a medium to build socialism. So that's what I would say.
The things you have in your brain, spread them. That's the main fucking thing.
That's exactly.
And then if you can do additional things and actually join organizations which have proven their worth to you, even better. Yeah. If you're able-bodied and able to go and support certain sub-Marxist ideas and protests and stuff, do that as well. Fuck yeah.
Yes, please. Fucking do it. Come here to me.
Can you pick up your bottle? Let me see where you're at.
My bottle. I'm at about 4/5, I suppose. Between 3/4 and 4/5 of the way through my bottle of vodka.
Let's do a cheers in the middle.
Listen, I want to
cheers to Hal, who gave another $5.
Hal, piss stream. I need to piss, so I really appreciate Hal calling this out, because otherwise it would be really, really awkward for me to be saying, "Listen, comrades, I need to go piss. Do you mind? Let me give a question for you, Yugopnik." But no, I do need to piss. I'm a human being. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me.
Don't put the blame on me.
Fuck, we are fucked up.
It's good. It's good.
It's good. But I do need to piss. So can I give you another question from the chat, and then we'll jump back in.
Give me a question. Go piss.
That was it. Whew. That was fiery vodka right there.
Wait, another kitty just gave another $5, and she beautifully says, "I hope you're still up for voicing Ned Kelly in my video, Paul, when I'm able to make it." Mwahaha.
Who's Ned Kelly?
And also NB and trans rights. NB and trans rights, motherfucker.
NB and trans rights. What kind of dickhead wouldn't be in support of MB and trans rights? You know, we should talk about this quickly.
We should.
We should
Actually,
because
my part of the world, trans rights are still this insanely taboo thing.
it's taboo.
It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up.
in
I
the
know what it's
UK.
like in Ireland, but
No.
here it's just you just don't talk about it.
In Ireland, it's kind of middling. It's got some support. It's got some hate. But in the UK in particular, and I hate this because a lot of the UK communist parties, who are good comrades of mine, they attend the international meeting of communist and workers' parties, and they're proper comrades, like they're actual fraternal comrades in terms of actual real life communist organizations. And unfortunately, a lot of them have really reactionary perspectives on LGBTQ plus issues, which is a massive problem. And it's just indicative of the way that capitalism has colonized our minds. You know, it's the way that capitalism has seeped itself into our regular discourse, into our lexicons, so on and so forth. And I just don't understand it. Why? The science is on the side of the activists. You know, we are scientific socialists, and of course that means one thing. When you talk to Marxist-Leninists, that means we're trying revolution out in the, in terms of the lab is literally trying revolutions, and we're trying to bring about socialism, so on and so forth. Okay, but we're actually scientists. We're actually scientific about these things. We embrace science. We don't reject science when science tells us that, oh wait, there's actually people who are intersex. There actually are people who have XXX chromosomes or XXY chromosomes or XYX or whatever the fuck it might be chromosomes. We don't just reject that and say, no, ridiculous. I know that there are only two sexes or there are only two genders, whatever the fuck it might be. No, fuck that. That's bullshit.
It's untrue objectively.
It's objectively anti-materialist. Shut the fuck up. You're harming people. You are causing harm. You're contributing to the harm, and you're meant to be for the emancipation.
Somebody's literal self.
You're
telling them,
as
you what you think you are not that.
We, as the communist movement, we are the working class movement. We represent the working class of all shapes and stripes. And if you don't fucking support that, if you take this reactionary bullshit ideology, then fuck right off out of the communist movement. You're not a fucking part of it. You are the enemy. You're not the fucking solution. It's bullshit. It's ridiculous. Sorry. It frustrates me. I'm sorry. Look, I'm getting a little bit excited about this, and I say that because Ireland is close to the UK, and unfortunately there are a lot of comrades in the UK who have reactionary attitudes towards this particular question in the UK, but I have to admit they do good work in other perspectives. Okay, look, let's just put the LGBTQ plus question aside for a second. There's a lot of communist parties in the UK that do excellent work. 70% of the time they do excellent work. But 30% of the time they are very, very reactionary. And they are harming the international...
Why this? Because at this point we have enough resources and enough time and enough research done to tell us that
I hate it.
Non-binary analysis of gender is objectively scientifically correct.
Exactly, and I hate this so much, and I hate that there are Marxist Leninists and MLMs who buy into this bullshit, which delegitimizes all of us, all Marxists, and people say, "Oh, you're fucking tanky," and there's these dickheads who say, "Well, look, when people say tanky online, they generally mean." Some dickhead who's not supportive of trans rights or something like that. Some dickhead or whatever the fuck. Who cares? Anti-IDPOL, leftists or whatever the fuck it might be, and without any regard to whether the IDPOL is proletarian or bourgeois in nature, whatever the fuck it might be, without any regard to the class characteristics of this particular movement. And it frustrates me as both an online leftist, but it frustrates me a lot more as a real life communist who's involved within the communist movement, within the Communist Party of Ireland, within the Connolly Youth Movement, engaged in the international meeting of communist and workers parties. I'm very much participating in these things, and I just have to wonder why the fuck do you have this fucking revisionist tendency towards being, no matter what working class people say, regardless of whether or not they've been hoodwinked by the most reactionary forces, they must be right. If 99 people in my area, a heavily working class area, the most deprived area in Dublin, Tallaght, if 99 of those people say that I don't really buy the whole excuse me, no, let's go the opposite way. Let's say 99 people say trans
Sorry
people
for
are cool.
interrupting you, but who the fuck are you to be buying it? Shut the fuck up.
Yes. Who cares?
Who cares?
But no,
is
please.
asking you if you
Let me
want
finish.
to legitimize people's fucking gender identity. Oh,
Mate,
sorry, I get very angry about this topic.
their fucking existence.
Who the fuck are you, motherfucker? Are you
But
the
this is the
president
thing.
of the fucking European Union? You fucking cunt, man. Shut the fuck up. People want to feel like what they actually fucking
This
are.
is the fucking thing. Listen, come here to me. 99 people in Tallaght will say to you, yeah, I don't give a fuck. If someone identifies as a woman, if someone identifies as a man, if someone identifies as non-binary, I don't fucking care. Whatever you want me to call them, I'll call them. I don't give a fuck. You know, I am oppressed economically. That is my main concern. I've got no money. I can't buy food at the weekend. That's what I fucking care about. I don't fucking care about whatever this shit is, okay? That's what people tell you. They will attach themselves to the one person, not the 99 people who are like, yeah, cool, I don't give a fuck. They will attach themselves to the one person from a working class area who says, no, I don't buy it. No. There's only two genders, blah, 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 blah. Whatever the fuck.
They have enough time to be thinking about this and not buying it.
Exactly.
Quote,
not buying it.
Even buying it.
Buying it.
Consumerism again, yeah.
Exactly. The neoliberal ideology just permeates every fucking facet of our existence. You know, it just fucking seeps in there into your veins, you know? And this is a fucking massive problem. And unfortunately, these communist movements, and it's not just in the UK, it's all across Europe. There are many countries in Europe where they do this. I don't know outside of Europe whether or not this is a big issue, but there are a lot of them that'll take that sort of pseudo materialism where they'll say, well, you know, from a materialist perspective, it's pretty idealist to say that I think I am a woman or a man. I feel like I'm a woman or a man. But actually, the materialist perspective is that there's either this or there's that or blah, 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 blah. Whatever the fuck it is. Whatever the fuck that is that they're going to say, you know. And this is a massive, massive fucking problem. And this is not just a little fucking internet thing. Mate, this is the fucking problem. We sort of you and I we you and me, you Paul Moran, Yugopnik, people viewing this, we are operating, people who are watching this, as internet communist dickheads. Okay, that's how they see us. They're like, all right, here's the internet communist dickheads. All right, let's hear what these fuckers have to say. There is also a real international proletarian communist movement. And within this movement, unfortunately, there's a lot of fucking. There's a lot of fucking and there's a lot of fucking problems as well. And we need to resolve these sorts of issues. Do you know what I mean? I'll give you an example of a party that I hugely respect, but have the worst take in the world on LGBTQ plus issues. The KKE, the Communist Party of Greece, does amazing work for working class people.
Really, I didn't know that. They're
amazing stuff.
No, I know their work, but I didn't know they're transphobic. Really?
Oh, they do the best work if you can disregard the fact that they have the worst take.
Fuck? Why?
No. Wait. You think, oh, maybe they're against trans rights. No. It's not just that.
Even worse?
They are fully, almost entirely against all LGBT, not even just focused on the Q, LGBT rights, the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and trans community.
Why? What?
Well, they have these ridiculous takes, and look, I've read through them. I've given them a full read through. I have actually looked into this. There's a thing that people do when they listen to me and they'll say, okay, Paul's got some good points, but I think he has some naive takes on X and Y an issue. And I've seen this happen with regard to the CPI Maoist document on social imperialism with regard to China. Paul just hasn't read the document on social imperialism with regard to China. Mate, I have. There's no citations. It's bullshit. They made up the numbers. I've tried to look it up. I've looked into it. It's bullshit. It doesn't make sense. I'll do a video about it at some time. I'll look into it properly and I'll do like a fucking 10-minute video that takes it apart. But basically, I didn't buy it. It doesn't make any sense. Likewise, I looked into the KKE document on LGBTQ plus issues and it's bullshit. It doesn't make sense. It's not substantiated by scientific advancement. It's living in the 1920s and it is absolutely reactionary. And we need to correct that bullshit, okay? We really need to fucking correct that shit. And this is why, comrades, you and I need to get involved in these communist organizations to correct them and to help them grow. Unfortunately, we can't say, okay, such and such an organization is reactionary, it's bullshit, you know, whatever it is, the Communist Party of Narnia, whatever the fuck it might be, it's reactionary, I can't join that. No, you and I, the people who understand that this is a problem, need to get in there and we need to correct it. We need to sort these fucking problems out, okay? It's through this dialectic, this confrontation, that we achieve the synthesis, okay? This is how we come to the conclusion, okay?
And if it's a proper, actual, objective, scientific Marxist organization, then they will be willing to listen to good fucking takes and good fucking points, which will overtake the idiotic points that they were creating and pushing forwards previously. So by joining an organization which has problematic things in it and publicly voicing your concern, but strategically publicly voicing your concern after you're in a position of relative influence, power, and knowledge, and friendship with other relatively influencing members, that's how you actually not only subvert but change and influence, the opinion of the ruling strata, quote unquote, even though there shouldn't be a ruling strata, but you get the most influencing strata, and the organization as a whole.
Yes.
And we can see this in many
Comrades,
organizations.
can I just stop you
Yes.
before you go any further? I
Yes.
need to go because a good comrade recently, Hal, said that this was the piss stream. And listen, I'll be honest.
Go piss. I'll continue ranting. Go piss.
I need to piss. Can you please rant? You continue to rant in 3, 2, 1. Go, legends.
Go piss. He's gonna go fucking summon rainforest up in his.
I'm gonna go kiss Poseidon.
You're still here. You're still here. Shit.
In the toilet.
I'm talking shit about you. So please don't kiss your piss.
No, that'd be weird. I'm not gonna kiss my piss. What the fuck?
If you're into kissing piss, kiss piss.
No problem. No harm. No shade. It's cool. Consenting adults and so on and so forth. But I don't do that. So, and I'm gonna listen back to the stream. Because I need to fucking edit this shit for the podcast
I'm so
version.
drunk, I'm forgetting what we were even talking about.
What were we talking about?
Infiltrating organizations and changing them from the inside.
No, that's not what we said at all. What are you talking about? We weren't talking about infiltrating an organization. What the fuck's wrong with you? Where did that come from?
Shit, my brain is melting.
Bro, let's talk about anarchism. Bro, let's talk about legalizing weed. That's what we were talking about, wasn't it?
Gosh, fuck you, man.
Fuck me.
Go piss, motherfucker. Go piss.
No, I will. I go piss. I'm sorry. I just thought it'd be funny if I sat here and listened for a second to what you talk about whenever I go piss. But all right, I'm going.
Piece of shit.
No, I'm going. Okay, go. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah,
go.
yeah, it's fine. Yeah, go.
Go.
So what were we talking about? We were talking about organizations and how we change them from the inside, because that's the only way to change them from the inside. Because at the current moment, we do not have either the material gains or material possibilities of establishing new organizations all over the place, which I think most of you guys fucking know about. And even if you do not have time to join an organization, or you do not have the means, or even the ability in certain cases for many people who are disabled to actively join such a movement, there are many ways, motherfucker, that you can contribute, and many ways that you can help this wider idea be pushed forwards. Anarchitty, the lovely Anarchitty, you're gonna make me a millionaire, Anarchitty. What are you doing? And oh my God, Paul is not here. He's not going to see this donation. I will cop this donation for myself. Ha ha ha. I will delete the comment and then I will get to the money. No, seriously. Thank you, Anna Kitty. And you, oh, again, I got to say it again. Okay, so, ooh, 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 baby girl. Mm-hmm. Yeah, did I say it right? I don't know. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Jesus, I should stop saying ooh when somebody joins the stream and it's just a random fucking hairy ass Slavic dude saying ooh. It's gonna be weird as fuck. Yeah, but again, thank you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, it's kind of turning me on saying it. It's pretty hot. Okay, Jesus, I should stop. Oh, okay. So outside of me saying ooh 55 times, um, yeah, I just hope I don't pass out on this fucking stream. Share with your friends, help people. Yo, there's these two drunk dudes fucking doing shit. Come watch it, and it's a disaster. I'm just waiting for the beautiful moment in which hardcore right wingers are gonna find this chat and not chat this stream, and they're gonna use it as a prime time example of how degenerate and low life leftists are.
Fuck your sister.
Fuck your sister. Anyway, you have a very nice ring, Paul. I just saw you as you were walking in. Is that your wedding ring or is that just a cool accessory ring?
That's my wedding ring. Yeah, that's.
Oh, okay, that's still cute. It's very cute.
No, my wife's is nicer. She wears a fancy pants one, but no, mine's just a basic silver diddly. I don't even know if it actually is silver. They said it was platinum, but I got it for too cheap for me to really buy that it's platinum.
Yeah, maybe it is. You can go check it with guy that checks. Usually costs like €5 for €5. Usually costs nothing for them to check it.
If only there was a patron or if there was a super chat for £5. Well, actually, I only get £7 from every £10. No, Patron's the good one. Patron is the real security, isn't it? I mean, because when you get a super chat, we get 70% of it, and we have to split it, two ways. So when we get 50% of that. So if you give $10, I only get $3.50 of that. So you'd need to give like £15 before I'd even be able to assess whether or not this ring is really legit platinum material or whether or not it's just some bullshit Lord of the Rings bollocks.
So basically, depending on your donations, Paul is gonna get divorced or not.
Oh,
if you pay him enough so that he can bribe the guy who checks the originality of the gold, so that he says, "Oh, it's real diamond." Yes, it's
whatever.
Real diamond.
I don't care. It's real diamond. Yeah. Maybe I can just give him I can give it to him, give him a hand job, and £3, and then it'll be okay.
But actually, I love how I randomly stumbled onto that. But that is a beautiful. Again, going back to the main topic of the Vodkast. It's a beautiful showing of how capitalism turns everything into an object to consume.
Yes.
The ring, and originally the diamond being the idea of representing your romantic affiliation to your spouse through buying her an extremely expensive rock is a pure definition of capitalism taking something sacred, such as a relationship, such as love, such as two people actually genuinely looking at each other and saying, I love you enough that I would say a vow which defines me as someone who is going to spend the rest of my life with you. Something so beautiful, something so honest. I'm talking about marriage. I'm talking about this vow specifically. Something so honest and so beautiful. And they
wait,
said,
are you talking about fucking here or something else?
No, I'm talking about diamonds. I'm talking because it's a great.
Okay, diamonds, marriage, no fucking whatsoever.
And they tell,
okay,
gotcha. And they tell you the only way to prove how much you love this person in front of you is by buying a rock attached to a little piece of metal, or gold, or silver, or platinum, or whatever, and presenting it in front of them. That is the only way you can genuinely show how much you care, by spending more on a bigger rock. Are you kidding me? Are you guys fucking with me? They dug a
Mate,
rock. They
don't
dug a
get me
rock,
started.
a rare rock out of the ground, and they told you, show this rare rock to your other friend. They look at you and they see a monkey. They see a fucking gorilla. And they're like, here's a rock. Show it to your female gorilla. And she's going to be like, I love you so much because you gave me nice rock. That's how they see us. It's literally us.
Mate,
And she's
come
like,
here to me.
oh my God, very nice
You
rock.
stop. You stop.
You got the good rock, yes.
This is the shit. This is the fucking shit. About 3 or 4 years ago, whenever the fuck it was, when I was getting married, I was really fucking frustrated with this particular issue because I wanted to get married. I'd met this person who I absolutely fucking loved and wanted to spend the rest of my life with, and still do, by the way, just to be a sweetie for 10 seconds. And the fucking thing is, there's so many fucking expectations. The second you talk about marriage or you talk about any of these fucking things, it's like in Ireland, right? I remember looking up at one stage what the average cost of a wedding in Ireland was. Do you know how much it was? 26,000 euro. Average. What the fuck? Average person has 26,000 euro in their bank account. What the
Come to Bulgaria for 26,000 euros, or Serbia or Croatia for 26,000 euros. Will have the motherfucking women dancing while shooting AK-47 with their tits out on your wedding.
Sounds cool.
Jesus Christ, that's insane amount of money. And usually,
should have gone to Bulgaria.
Here, your parents gotta pay for it, and it's so accepted at this point. It's so accepted because nobody has the money to do it, right?
Yeah.
Only people who are 60 years old and
Only the comrades
somehow manage to save some fucking money, so they pay for the wedding. And you tell the people coming to your wedding, I'm not married, but I talk to people who are married, and you tell the people coming to your wedding, give me money, please. Don't buy me microwaves. Give me money as a gift. Give me money. So they come, depending on how close they are to you, with gifts from 100 euros to 500 euros, depending on how close they are to you, right? Your best man is going to give you 500 euros. That guy you saw last time in college or in high school is going to give you 50 euros or 100
best
euros.
Man.
So you,
by the way, also a bullshit idea, by the way. Best man, fuck that. Have fucking 20, but best men. Why the fuck not? Why do you need one best man? Bullshit.
I had the most insane experience recently, not mine, but just told to me by a guy. Do you know that you cannot be a best man to your friend in any of the Christian denominations unless you're from that denomination?
So, what? Because one of my best men, and I had best men, okay? I had best men. I had about 6 or 7 best men. Legends, every single one of them. One of my best men was a fucking Protestant, not a Catholic like me. Does that mean that is God not going to let me into heaven now?
Yeah, from God's perspective, from the Catholic God's
my
perspective,
fucks.
You are heretical.
No,
but it's even worse because I heard that before. Because I have friends of different denominations and shit, and people that are not even religions. They what counts is where you were baptized, right?
No, come on.
It was super fucked up, man. With one friend who's originally from Iran, right? The guy's from Iran. He's a Muslim. He's not a Muslim. He doesn't believe in shit, like, right? But his best friend is getting married, and he calls him to be his best man. And they tell him, yo, you can't be his best man unless you're baptized into Orthodoxy.
Bruh.
And, the guy getting married goes to his family. He's like, oh, we're not going to do it in the church because my friend, I'm not going to make him fucking get baptized, change his religion. What the fuck? This is for the marriage. But his family is extremely conservative. And they're like, no, we got to do it in the church. And then he asked them, yo, dude, what are we going to do? And because the guy is so radically atheist, he was like, I don't give a fuck. It's a bit of water. And he got baptized. But I got pissed off at him because, sorry, but with all due respect, back when fucking crusades were rolling through your forefathers' lands, he was literally dying in order to not accept this imperialist force trying to convert him to another religion. And now you take it so lightly, I'll just go and get some water sparkled on my head. I mean, but then again, who am I,
Oh,
Christian?
maybe.
Who am I, who was baptized as a Christian, talking to a Muslim who has a much different experience than mine? I agree with that completely. I was just trying to tell him, yes, you might be an atheist, my friend, but still be kind of show some rep in the streets towards your
Don't be a
forefathers.
dickhead. Jesus
Yeah, but
fucking
he did it.
Christ,
He
mate.
converted. He converted to a different religion so he can stand for literally 15 seconds. In Orthodox Christianity, there's crowns, and they exchange crowns, and then they ask the Godfather if he wants to be the Godfather, the best man, and he says yes, and then he exchanges the crowns between the two people, and they become fucking married and shit. So just for that little traditionalist ceremony, this guy fucking had to literally accept another religion, which is insane in my opinion. But whatever.
It's some bullshit. It's some fucking bullshit. No, I'll never understand that sort of shit. Just look, if anybody watched the stream with Hakeem is, in case anybody has been living under a rock, okay? Hakeem is the supreme left-wing YouTuber, okay? He's the king of LeftTube, okay? And our comrade Hakeem graced me with a stream on this channel a few maybe 5-6 weeks ago, maybe it's a little bit more at this stage, and our comrades talked a little bit about religion and how he is a devout Muslim. And of course, some dickheads in the chat were like, "Oh, bro, you're religious? What the fuck? I thought you were materialist. What the fuck? How do you fucking
Fuck off.
how do you reconcile materialism with religion? What the fuck?"
There's a hierarchy in the religious organization. You think we don't know that?
Shut the fuck up. We haven't thought about that. You think that any fucking person who hasn't thought about this for 10 seconds hasn't thought about that shit? Fuck you. You fucking condescending piece of shit. And this is the thing. This is the fucking thing. And he's like, mate, you can't even fucking comprehend this shit. You can't even comprehend. Like, he when he was explaining God, when he was explaining all that sort of shit, he was just like, mate, this is outside. When we talk of God, we're talking of something that's literally outside of materialism. You can't subject this to a materialist analysis. You can't put this under a microscope. You literally can't do it. It's beyond that. And so, okay, some people will say, well, it's unfalsifiable, so therefore, we shouldn't even consider it. But he does consider it. That's his thing. He's interested in it, and he had some good points, and he has some great points. And just let him fucking have it. This is one of the things, people talk about, like, theism, atheism, anti-theism. To be honest, I am not religious in any way, shape, or form. Okay, I am very much agnostic, but I'm also anti-theist. I'm not against people being religious. I don't have any fucking problem. I don't fucking care. Whatever someone wants to do in their own time to make themselves feel better about this horrible fucking existence which we find ourselves in of capitalist imperialism and destroying the planet and all this fucking bullshit, I don't fucking care. That's grand. If it makes you feel better, good stuff. Do it, as long as it's not it doesn't have fucking institutional power that isn't fucking depriving people the right to fucking get abortions or to get fucking or to be married or whatever the fuck it is. I don't fucking care. And shut the fuck up. Stop being so obsessed with it. It's weird. Shut the fuck up, okay? And Comrade Hal has said obsession with other people's religion isn't materialist. It's not. It's fucking not. Don't fucking take this. Stop obsessing over whether or not someone's Catholic or Protestant or Orthodox Christian or whatever the fuck it is. Just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. It's fine. Before I let you come in there, comrade, I will say that Seagull, one of my favorite comrades, I said, good stuff, comrades. Got to get some sleep. Bet you'll still be there when I get up at 4:30 Irish time.
Good night, Seagull, and
good night.
Hal, thank you both for your
thank you, comrades. Support. That really helps. I will say that really does help us.
Ironically helps. Like, you guys have not, like, it's genuinely for
you wouldn't believe.
For Paul, it's even more intense. But for me, it's like, depending on your donation, I either eat just one soup during fucking lunch break at work, or I eat a soup and a nice little chicken. So no
Mate,
joke.
I pay
You
my
will make
fucking...
if you want a thick
I pay my
Yugopnik, donate
bills.
money. If you want thick boy Yugopnik, donate. If you want a better haircut on this Jesus looking motherfucker over here,
It's going
donate.
to cost about
So
20 quid. About 20 quid.
shut the fuck up.
Euros.
No, in Ireland they cost $200. $200
$1,000. $1,000.
It is most expensive haircut place in world.
You can't get a haircut in Ireland. That's why Irish people are Catholic and Jesus has long hair in Ireland. And so if you want me to get a haircut, you're going to need to donate 1,000 euros, not even dollars or pounds sterling. You're going to need to throw us 1,000 euros. And if I get that, then I'll get a haircut. Problem solved. And I'll probably do it myself, but you know. I'll be
it's fine.
I'll be paid for my labor.
I love how I refer to myself as thick Yugopnik. I'm already thick. Like the picture, James was really thick? Nice to make me a bit
sexy, thick?
A bit skinnier, but I am a bit thick. Like
really,
both.
I
both
can't.
In the underwear and outside.
Hey, big dick Yugopnik. Yugopnik, excuse me. Wait, let me try it again. Big dick Yugopnik. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thick.
Yeah, but no, it's not. But no K.
That thickness.
Wait, no K. CC. It's THICC.
Yes, it's not. Yeah, it's.
So it's like sexy.
Nice thick.
It's like
not like the other thick is not nice.
We don't like the big thick. We like the big dick.
We're already all over the fucking place. Since we are, I got a comment like it's very weird that beauty standards are pretty insane all over the world.
Wait, before we talk about beauty standards, I want to say thank you so much to Jess Dyer. Soup.
Oh my God, you are too kind.
Jess Dyer, you absolute sweetheart. I adore you. Thank you so much.
Thank
soup.
You so much.
That's soup and chicken for the thick boy with an I. B-O-I.
I will eat an extra soup and chicken tomorrow at work for you.
Egg fried rice.
Thank you, my love. That is wonderful.
Thank you
Absolutely
so much,
wonderful.
comrade.
Absolutely
really appreciate that. So, beauty standards. Tell me about the beauty standards before we go back to.
So, I always consider beauty standards to be a pretty degenerate sort of point of view. Everybody has a subjective point of view, and everybody will like certain things and not like certain things.
You like big dick, I like small dick, whatever.
Society and stop talking about dick size. Society and marketing and PR and branding and capitalism does influence very negative sort of beauty standards in specifically women who suffer much more from it than we do, and not only women. For example, trans people and what is defined to them as what the feminine or masculine should look like are probably nightmarish experiences from their perspective, because it's already nightmarish for cis people. I can just imagine how nightmarish it is for trans and NB individuals. But that aside, because I'm a man who has been in quite a few places around the world. I've lived in quite a few places around the world, and I understood that geographically very vastly different spaces obviously are going to be to have very different beauty standards, right? But I experienced something very weird. I'm not going to name the countries.
Please tell me. Some countries like big dick, some countries like small dick. Tell me.
No, stop about the fucking dick thing. So these are two neighboring countries, right? One in which I grew up in, and another one in which I'm living. And the first year I came into the country where I'm living at.
Okay, when you're in Scotland, when you're in Wales.
And two girls passes by, and all of them turn around and they're like, "These are some hot pieces of fucking ass." And I turn around and I'm like,
wait,
what
you
the fuck?
You say that,
no,
or
some?
No, they say it to you?
No, but they turn around.
The girls, wait, the girls said that to you.
The guys. I'm walking with a bunch of guys.
You and the
Some
boys.
girls pass by and they turn around. They're like, "Damn, that's some hot chicks."
Damn.
And I turn around and I'm like, "What the fuck are you guys talking about?" Because I look at them and they're extremely skinny. Nothing wrong with being very skinny.
Oh, no shame.
From the place where I'm from, being extremely skinny is the opposite of beauty standards. It's literally the chubbiest girls in my fucking high school got more dick than the super skinny ones.
Oh,
but in this next country where I'm at,
fat boys get the dick.
Super skinny girls. That's the whole fucking thing. They fucking love it. That's their
Yes.
whole thing. That's the guy's whole thing. And I'm like, these are two countries that exist right next to each other that
You
have
know,
pretty similar histories. And yet, the country where I'm from, thickness is the shit. And here,
they like to be thick, and they don't like to be thick in the other.
they're like extremely, but I'm talking very skinny girls.
No, I know.
Like, when she bends over, you can see the butthole and the pussy, like without having to stretch anything open.
Yeah,
It's like that
you want to stretch. Yeah, you don't want to.
or a boy, or they want a boy, you do the fucking thing, and it's immediately visible,
Either way, you can
and
probably
it was
see it.
very weird, very weird. Yeah.
I
No,
mean, if it's
extremely.
lads,
Sorry. So it's an extremely different. That's my point. I condemn beauty standards in general because they shouldn't be standards, because beauty should be in the eyes of the beholder. But my point is, how do two countries that are right next to each other have radically different beauty standards? Radically different. I mean, thick versus not slim thick, too slim, extremely slim. It's quite interesting. And also the first country where they prefer thick women has a much higher life, not much higher, but like 5-6% higher lifespan for women than it does in the very thin girls country, which I can make I can make
yeah, obvious. We can make
a
obvious.
PhD paper on this topic. It would be very
Wow.
interesting.
In Ireland,
And
yeah, no, we definitely would be concerned when we see a very slim person. We would say, dude, gal, I'm gonna get some fucking chicken wings into you. I'm gonna get some
fuck.
I'm gonna get a fucking hamburger
Listen,
into
it's
you.
true. They're like,
I'm
eat,
gonna fucking
because I'm dating a girl from this
a
country
banana into
I
you.
moved to, but
Not metaphorically, just
what
literally. Well,
many times
calories and
when we go
bananas.
out, I do the very sexist thing. It's pretty sexist, but we're ordering, and she orders certain things, and then I say, get her another whatever,
Mm.
right? So I order an additional thing that I'm buying for her because I think she's too skinny. And she
Mm.
looks at me and she's like, all my friends from this country, all my ex-boyfriends from this country, they would actually order me less. I would
Whoa.
order 3 things, and they would say, no, she's just gonna have the salad, right? And she was mind blown that I do this all the fucking time. Yeah, beauty standards very weird. Anarchy,
Look,
thank you for the $2 Australian. We fucking love you. Stop donating, seriously, just
yeah,
stop.
I feel bad.
Stop. You have given more than enough, genuinely.
We need.
And she says
As soon as she's on stream, though, we're gonna
fuck yeah,
have
I'll
someone
buy my
else.
way on stream. Ha ha ha.
We're
Thick
gonna have to
boy.
pay her back.
Thank you for calling me a thick boy. And
Yeah.
yes, when you start your channel, after you post your first video, because this is capitalism and we gotta motivate you. We will definitely, we can have a 3-way stream.
Share and stream.
I'm taking, Paul is taken.
We will
so
have a
it's
3-way.
stream.
It's an interesting way to start
Stream.
the conversation.
I do not cheat. I do not believe in cheating. Which is also
I
very
agree,
funny.
by the way. I agree.
Well, by the way, it's very funny. All these conservatives fucking talk about, getting the trad wife, and they're all single fucking little
I am
cucks.
such a fucking conservative sexually. What the fuck?
Right? I am extremely conservative sexually.
And every leftist I know, is such a fucking trad husband, trad wife motherfucker. What the fuck? It's so weird.
Which does not mean you guys can have your 5-people relationship.
Oh, have a
God
fucking
bless.
polyglot
thing.
cell, whatever. Great, have fun, enjoy, cool.
Do your thing. I don't want my girlfriend sleeping with anybody else, because I'll cut the motherfucker.
Drop the balls off.
I will not sleep with another woman.
I don't want to do the
my
fucking devil's
relationships
three-way. I don't want this shit going on. I don't want to fucking high-five a bro. Listen, mate, I fucking love you, Yugopnik, but I don't want to fuck someone while you're fucking them as well. I don't want to do it. I'm sorry. I love you, but I don't love you that way. Do you know what I mean?
Maybe if we were both single or something. And
Okay, maybe. Then maybe we high-five, okay?
But
maybe.
not with my fucking...
Not my wife.
Or your partner.
Or your partner. Fuck that.
Yeah.
It'd be weird.
Fuck that shit.
It'd be fucking weird.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
No,
and
thank
that's so
you.
funny. Like we're sitting here like hardcore fucking commies, like commies, proper fucking commies.
Proper Marxist, Leninists.
And we're saying this is you said
yeah.
that. And we in relationships we're like this, and yet probably as years pass by, we'll hear more and more about how so many of hardcore anti-SJW cringe fest right-wing YouTubers, gave their had like 7 guys in the park fuck their wife while they're watching and shit.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'm
wait, wait, wait,
pretty
wait,
sure
wait, wait,
that's
wait,
how
wait.
it goes.
Wait,
This
come here to me.
reaction, yeah, yes.
Do you think that, right? Do you think that 20 years from now, right? You and me, you and I, we are both the general secretaries of our communist parties in our country, right? we are like kings of communism, but at home we
The
have
LARPing intensifies. Yeah.
at home we are fucking tough. We don't fuck around. We got the nuclear family. We got our trad wives. We are old school nuclear family motherfuckers. But then grandbabies come in. Grandbabies, 13-year-old grandbabies. Okay, 13-year-old, 14-year-old. But your grandbaby comes in. And we're not going to specify gender because at this point, who gives a fuck about gender? Nobody fucking cares. It doesn't fucking matter. But
name them Sasha. They can choose what gender they are when they grow up.
Exactly? Who fucking cares? But it's 20 years from now. It's 2040. COVID is no longer an issue because we're all cyborgs and COVID's gone. And the kids, 14-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 15-year-olds, no, consenting adults, let's go there. They are all in relationships with 7 to 10 people. They have weird relations. They're like 2 meters apart because that's the culture in which they were raised. But
as long as they're not the bourgeois, I am okay with it.
But they have fucking 20 partners, and you and I, you and me, fucking old school commies, are like, come on, why can't you just fuck one or two partners? Yeah. Come on, what the fuck's the problem? What's the matter? And they're like, you are fucking polyphobic. You are a polyamorous phobe, you motherfucker.
It becomes conservative at some point for something, right? And I thought maybe for me it's gonna be trans issues because
it's poly issues for me.
Damn, maybe this is gonna be what caught me. And I have a lot of acquaintances, usually ex-acquaintances, for which what turned them into their parents are trans issues. That's what was too quote unquote radical, even though it's not radical in any point, in any perspective, to them. So they became conservative idiots, right? To me, it didn't work that way. But now you're scaring me because I think that's gonna be it.
I think so. I think so.
20 boyfriends or 20 girlfriends or 20 boyfriends and girlfriends,
and I'm like, no.
Motherfucker,
you can have 17 girlfriends and that's enough. Stop at 16.
You know how difficult it is to build up a healthy relationship with one motherfucker? You're doing it with 20 motherfuckers. Motherfucker, fucking motherfucker, like what the fuck, motherfucker? Oh,
this is the fucking motherfuckers. This is the motherfucking fuckers. Fucking motherfucker. Fuck motherfucker. Fucking. This is the fucking thing, right? Come here to me. It is so fucking. No, I'm serious. For when we talk about relationships like that, all right, when we talk about like relationships stuff like that, it is so fucking hard. It's so fucking. You need to spend a lifetime working on yourself and working on your partner in order to maintain a long-lasting, lifelong relationship with a partner, and not to be a fucking dickhead about it, and to understand that people have flaws and their own issues.
Do it with 10 people.
How do you do it with a fucking sensate, fucking I don't know, octuplets of people?
What the fuck?
How do you do it with 8 people? What the fuck do you do? How do you do it? I can't do it. You can't do. I don't know if you can. Maybe you can do it. I can't do it. But it's fucking crazy. I don't know. Oh.
Dude, I'm sitting at a club, man, and my girlfriend just talks for 5 seconds with some guy who wants to hit on her because I went.
Oh, you feel like a gorilla, don't you?
It's like literally in my mind, I am taking out his fucking eyelids and I'm shoving it up his fucking ass.
I will kill your family and eat them.
Literally. But and then I calm down and I see her tell him to fuck off and everything's absolutely fine. I don't have to intervene because she has signed the contract, the same contract that I have signed when we engaged in our relationship. And we said, yo, these are the rules. This is what we follow. So again, if you sign certain rules with your partner, we can date other people, we can do whatever. That's
If you agree
absolutely
to
fine.
it, yeah.
But no
Cool.
matter what, for example, now this might be a hot take. I hope it's not a hot take that's going to come from me. But if you have agreed upon certain things with your partner and you do not follow them, for example, if it's defined as cheating if
Good
you
luck.
sleep with someone else or kiss somewhere else and
Bye
shit,
bye. Off to
and you
go
do it,
luck now.
and you do it, you are a piece of shit.
Fuck you. I fucking hate that shit. God, I hate this so much. If you want to be a motherfucker, if you want to be an 8-person fucker, if you want to fuck whoever the fuck you want, just fucking agree. Just agree on it. Just fucking come to the terms
Yeah,
with your partner. If you have an agreement where
this
you're like,
relationship,
well, look,
this monogamous
I
thing,
really,
leave the relationship, do something else.
exactly. Be fucking honest. Look, if you're in a fucking relationship, if you're married to someone and you decide that, look, marriage isn't working out. I wanna fuck other people. Look, I'm enjoying being with you. I'm enjoying having kids, whatever the fuck it might be. But I also want to fuck that hot girl who works down at the fucking, I don't know, the pizza place or whatever the fuck it might be, and
You
just
also gotta
talk
let
to
your
them.
partner do the same. You gotta let your
Let
partner
them
do
do
the
the
same.
same. Maybe they want to fuck the
Unless it's
hot
not
guy who
complicated.
works down the hotel, whatever the fuck.
Maybe
Let
it's
them have
case
fun.
thing. Just you do it, she doesn't do it, or she does it, you don't do it, or
Exactly.
other combinations of individuals
Be
of genders. Yeah,
honest.
just be
Just
honest.
be fucking honest. Jesus fucking Christ. Just be honest about it. Whatever the fuck you want to do, just fucking be honest. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Just be fucking honest about it. Whatever the fuck you're gonna do. You want to fuck other people? You want to fuck someone's mate or best friend or cousin or sister? Whatever the fuck it is, just fucking be honest about it. And then
Yeah.
problem solved.
And
It
since
seems
we're
so
giving
silly.
relationship advice, we're talking about relationships
How
in
did we
general.
end up here? How
Maybe
the
there's
fuck did we
maybe there's maybe
consumerism
there's
to it?
no, it's fine. No, it's still this one topic. Maybe there's some guys in chat or girls or NBs or non-binary individuals that are struggling with a relationship right now or struggling getting a relationship which they want. Number one advice I will give you: are you sure you want this relationship that you're trying so hard to get to? Maybe you can be much happier by yourself. And number two, does he or she or them or whatever like me? uh, 99% of the time, and I think, Paul, you can confirm this,
Hmm.
when you have 3, 4, 5 interactions with person B, you feel it.
You
Right?
know.
It's
You
a certain
know.
sensation. You
You
know they
you
like you.
know.
You can feel it. When somebody likes you, can feel it. And if they
In your
don't,
bones.
maybe attempt 1, 3, 5 more times to relatively show your true inner
But
colors.
likewise, you know
Maybe
that
it
they
develops.
also
But
don't
if it yes,
click.
but if it doesn't develop, trust me, it's a good thing that the instinct didn't lead you to that path, because the sex will suck, the life will suck, everything in your relationship would suck if you tried a relationship which does not click. Okay, so all the people saying, "Oh my God, I'm friend zoned, I'm this and that," that's a good thing. It's good that you're friend zoned, because that's the universe telling you this is not
It's
the
not
partner
meant to
for
be.
me.
It's not gonna
It's not,
work.
and you're not a partner for her, him, them, and so on. It's just not. So don't worry. Rejection, when you genuinely, I'm 100% sure, when you find your real partner in life, all the other previous nasty and difficult experiences that you've had will sound and seem and look like a joke, because you will understand that all of them were pushing you towards this great person that you are now with. I'm pretty sure that's in the same in Paul's experience. In
Yeah.
mine, it really, really is. So don't worry. We've all been there. Just there's a reason the universe is talking to you in a certain way. That's all I'm saying.
Damn fucking right, comrade. Excellent, excellent stuff. All right, that was absolutely brilliant and inspiring and wonderful, and I really, really appreciate your intake there. Do you know what happened? I went to the bathroom about an hour ago, and we sort of started talking about questions from the chat, and we didn't really answer them very much. We just we went on our little rants, and we started talking about
Yeah, sure.
relationships, and you know how it goes.
Yeah.
And we're already an hour and a half over time. Not only that, we're 30 minutes, we're 25 minutes, excuse me,
I'm
26
having a
minutes
great
now.
time.
It's great.
I don't think it's a bad thing. Yeah.
Let's quickly go through some Q&A questions from some people. See what some
Let's
comrades.
shoot them up. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. Let's see here. One of the comrades has asked Tank Punk, how comrade Tank Punk, what's crack, has asked what my opinions are on the IRSP, that's the Irish Republican Socialist Party. And I would say Tank Punk, comrades, the IRSP, I'm currently in the talks with getting one of the comrades from that particular organization onto the stream to have a proper conversation about them, about their history, about their connection to, I mean, they're generally seen as a political wing of the Irish National Liberation Army. We're seen as the sort of military wing of them, split from the official Irish Republican Army, OIRA, 1969. And I am sort of in talks at the moment with making a stream happen with those comrades, and I would say that generally I have very, very positive thoughts on the IRSP. There are some comrades, some Marxist-Leninists, who would label them as ultra-leftists. Some people would say that they ventured into sort of let's say, left adventurism territory with regard to just picking up guns and taking up the fucking armed struggle without any mass support for it, without any mass workers' movements that it was really defending. No mass support for that. But actually, I think they made a lot of important gains. They contributed a lot to the Irish socialist and Irish Republican movements, and I would generally have a very, I would say, a very positive perspective of them, even though there are some questions there. And I would also say that they have done some really inspiring stuff, both historically within their communities, and I would also say that they do really good work in terms of the anti-fascist struggle, even to this day. You know, they're the IRSP and their relative youth organisation works with us, the Connolly Youth Movement, the CPI, on the youth movement scale to fight against fascism on the broad anti-fascist united front. You know, we do a lot of work, and you'll see videos of the comrades, you know, kicking the fascists the fuck out of Ireland. You know, there's a really, really good video. You'll see like some fucking Irish Freedom Party dickheads basically just sort of trying to inculcate people into fascism on Belfast, and the comrades from the IRSP, the CYM, Lazar Yarg, Suru, and a number of other socialist Republican organisations, generally Marxist-Leninist or Marxist-Leninist Maoist organisations, just go in and they just fuck it up. They literally just smash that fucking table. They kick those people out of town, and people on the streets just start fucking cheering. They say, "Well done, lads, well fucking done," and everybody starts fucking cheering and celebrating, and it's fucking beautiful. I absolutely love to see it. So IRSP comrades is all I can say. Absolute fucking comrades. I hope I don't get any trouble with the people in my party for having said that, because I know there are certain people who would have historically had their differences, but generally I would say absolute comrades. And yeah, absolutely, there's a couple of other questions that we should probably deal with before we jump back into the questions with which we have approached this stream. Comrade, we're 3.5 hours in. We'll try and wrap this up at 4 hours, yeah? Because otherwise it's going to be a fucking 24-hour stream, and you know how it goes.
I'm not sure I agree with you. I'm having a lot of fun.
It's too much fun. That's the problem.
I'm not that drunk. We can keep it going. Like,
I'm going to be the one who fucking falls asleep. That's the problem.
Well, but that's karma, man. We should.
No, that's fair.
Come on, don't look at what's happening with you as what should define our experience
that's
tonight.
True.
That's a very capitalist perspective.
It's bullshit.
Don't be an individualist.
It's some Zizekian bullshit.
So ironic. Oh, shit, fuck you. It's not a Zizekian. No, Zizek makes fun of individualism every time he gets the chance. Yeah, like genuinely.
I don't think.
No, actually, I want to address that.
Nah, you don't, because you know I'm gonna come at you.
Not you specifically.
I'm gonna drop some truth bombs, motherfucker.
True individualism.
Don't you make me drop those truth bombs. I will.
True genuine respect.
Keep pushing.
Keep pushing. Genuine respect for the individual.
Yugopnik is a secret tanky.
Fight for the community. The individual does not exist without the fucking community. So people saying that they are anti-socialist because they care about the individual far too much makes absolutely no sense, because the individual has no freedom when he is limited both by market economics and consumerist society, and therefore it should be the achievement of individual rights and individual freedoms comes from the abolishment of market systems and consumerist ideology.
Thank you. You didn't get too much into the sectarian stuff, because I would have, gone off.
What sectarian stuff? Tell me what sectarian.
Don't you tell me that. Don't you get me started on the Marxism, Zizekionism, because you know what I have to say about that. We've talked about this before, you and me.
Oh yeah, no, we have. No, I'm fine with that, and I think I'm pretty open to chat that I'm fine with that.
You know.
We just got. Oh my god, I love you when you're drunk. We have Danka Chino asking who would have beat Vucic if election was earlier. I guess that's towards me, because Vucic is the current president of Serbia. Honestly, that's a very difficult thing, because I'm gonna be fast, because probably not a lot of people are very interested in fucking Serbian elections, but there wouldn't be any other winner, man. Like, there is no opposition to this neoliberal fucking cuck that's ruling the country.
Communism.
Which I would love to, but which again brings us back to our main topic. For example, in Serbia, big consumerism is to just be anti-president. I am anti-president, but nobody offers something that is materially in the opposition, which could be chosen as anti-president. So again, if election was earlier, he would have still won. If election was 1 year earlier, he would have still won, because while everyone criticizes him, very rightfully, he's an awful fucking leader, nobody actually put forward an opposition. The people who did, they just delve in cliche neoliberal ideas of creating a US-style liberal democracy, or they go full-on hardcore right-wing style nationalists, which we all know where it goes. And then beautiful Anarchidi says the chat has voted Paul, listen to chat. And because you're drunk, I'm gonna update you. Chat was kept saying put Anarchidi on, put Anarchidi on. We will put Anarchidi on. I think we can, even though we're drunk, we can promise it and deny it in court later on. After you make your first video, we put you on this motherfucker. And
even before
about Australia or before. Yeah.
Before, I don't care.
I mean, it's your channel.
But
yeah, you get
what I will say is not tonight, because you and I, Yugopnik, it may seem to the untrained eye, the untrained ear, we might say, that you and I are just these fucking dickheads messing around on YouTube, drunk, having the crack, fucking around. Actually, we are well-informed scientists. You and I are both individually recording this data in Audacity to ensure that the viewer, the listener later on will be able to listen to this as though it is perfect podcast quality. And so to people who were deceived, who were watching this podcast live, the stream live right now, I apologize. But this is merely the fact that Yugopnik and I are fantastic magicians, illusionists.
What the fuck is this N-word talking about? What the fuck is going on?
We are just illusionists who have managed to trick you into thinking.
I love you man so much.
We have tricked you
are you talking about?
into thinking.
Going on?
I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm drunk already.
It's fine. Continue. It's so
because the fucking thing is that we've been going for 3.5 hours, and we thought we'd be going for 2 hours. We thought 1 hour. We thought
go on. It's so entertaining.
You and I thought 60 minutes, 90 minutes, 100 minutes, 120 minutes. That's it. We're fucking done. Gulag. cut off. You're done. But no, here we are. We're still fucking going. And it's coming up on, we are closer to 4 hours than not. What the fuck?
Yeah, and we're still fine. We're still relatively sober.
You are still fine and relatively sober.
Because I'm drinking proper vodka.
Listen.
Like, chat is looking at shit. They're like, how is Yugopnik not drunk? I am drunk.
No.
Shit. I'm drinking good vodka.
You stop. It's not about proper vodka. Don't give me that shit. Don't talk to me. You stop it. You stop right there, because let me tell you, right here, the camera, the people on stream can see. The good people can see, and they can see the truth. This is like come here to me. This is like when Fred Hampton was shot in his bed, and the FBI and the CIA were saying one thing. They were like, yo, he came out at us, and then of course the Fred Hampton crew, the Black Panther party were like, hey, whoa, we saw his dead body and the mattress with the blood on it, and he's clearly been shot up, and he clearly didn't shoot anybody.
Drink half of the bottle. I'm more than half of the bottle in.
And this is the thing. The people can see the truth. The people, just like the people could see that the Black Panther Party were telling the truth. Look at this shit. I've got like 2% of the bottle left. You don't even know. That's like 2%. I know percent. I'm a scientist and a mathematician, and I know that is 2%. You fucker. Don't try to lie to me, you fucking fucker. Fuckity fuck. This is exactly Fred Hampton situation. You motherfucker. How dare you?
So fucked up. It's amazing.
You can't even imagine. It's the exact same thing. My wife is sleeping next door. She's like, oh man, I just want to sleep. But fuck, my husband's been fucked over by the police and by the authorities. And in this case, you were the police and the authorities, you motherfucker. Typical fucking Yugopnik.
I love how he made fun of me last time because I fucking went over the top, and then now this motherfucker, this beautiful fucking leprechaun fucking this fucking dude. Oh, I love it. This is what the stream is about. When you share this stream with somebody else, tell them there is nothing like this
private.
Fun because these guys are so unfiltered.
No, this is the private shit.
Actually, non-ironically unfiltered themselves. They consume up until the point in which, for example, I'm going to say something. What's controversial? I will say, retributive justice is sometimes good.
Wait,
especially
what's that?
That's like people say, okay, we should send people to prison only because we want to fix them, right? We want to make them better.
Okay.
And I agree with that 99.9% of the time.
Fine.
But
what
if
about
you're
rapists?
a pedophile who has acted on his instincts, a pedophile who has acted on his instincts.
What do you do? Rape their kids? What the fuck do you do with that?
Who themselves, who have not done it, right? I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about pedophile who acted on his instincts. Wall. You get the wall. Wall.
Yeah, just fucking shoot them. Fuck that shit.
Call me a wall. Don't say that sentence. Shit.
I agree. You know what?
Okay.
I agree. Come here to me.
Just don't say that sentence. Don't say that sentence.
What sentence?
You can get banned. The SHOT them. Don't.
Really? Oh, I didn't realize.
Big. Yeah, don't.
Oh.
So violence. Don't do that shit. That's why I said wall.
In Minecraft, what are you talking about? I'm not talking about shooting.
In Minecraft, right?
Shooting enemies in Minecraft.
Yeah, so pedophiles in Minecraft are a big problem. We gotta do the Minecraft.
I am such a fucking like this is when people talk about like that fucking Foursquare, that fucking Foursquare authoritarian, libertarian, socialist, capitalist, fucking graph that they've made up doesn't actually make any sense and doesn't whenever somebody asks me
if you raped a kid, go fuck yourself. Wall.
Say it again.
If you raped a child, I don't want to.
I got 10 walls for you.
I don't want.
And then I resurrect you. And then I resurrect you to kill you again. You fuck.
Nobody wants you in society.
Fuck.
You motherfucker, you saw a child. You saw a 10-year-old fucking kid. And you did that type of shit to him.
I fucking hate that so much. I can't even. No, really, I have absolutely no tolerance for these fucking Jamie Lannister characteristics socialists on Twitter. I actually genuinely makes me mad. The incest ones is fucking weird. The necrophilia ones are weird, but the pedophilia ones, I full on. If you're like, some people are like, oh, okay, Paul's kind of cool. Paul's okay. Paul's like, he likes anarchists. He's not like one of these terrible, awful, mean tankies. Mate, ask me about pedophiles. Just kill them all. I fucking don't care. I don't care. They fucking deserve it. I'm sorry.
I believe, yeah, and I think we both believe in so-called restorative justice, in which,
Generally,
people
aside
that
from
did bad
fucking
things, try to
people,
push them towards doing bad things, and we should try and help them in
fuck
order
them.
to. I would even abolish prisons. I would make different systems
Me
and so
too.
on.
But sexual
But
offenders, fuck
but for
them.
pedophiles, and people that killed
Sexual offenders generally,
you
but pedophiles in particular.
killed 5+ people. Okay, you killed 5+ people, and it wasn't an ideological reason. For example,
Oh, it's not like
uh,
some bourgeois motherfucker or a
you kill 5+
capitalist or
people. You
fuck
like
them.
seeing a motherfucker bleed to death, right?
Mm,
There is no restoration for you, motherfucker.
yeah.
You took a girl's labia and you cut it off and you watched her fucking bleed to death.
Yeah.
What restoration do you want me to introduce to this guy?
What can we fucking do?
You
What can
cannot
we
do
do?
anything. You can remove him like the fucking tumor that he is.
What I would say is that it's probably worth distinguishing between these. And I think we were probably going to talk about this in the last stream, but we didn't really talk about it properly.
Yeah, let's touch on it. Yeah, let's do it.
There's this cool guy position on Twitter, on left wing, YouTube, Twitter, just general left wing online discourse, where people have been newly radicalized. They're new to the left, and they reject everything. They reject everything that they're recently radicalized. So they reject all forms of authority. They reject all forms of bourgeois society, and generally we would say that's pretty good. It's pretty good that people are rejecting this shit. Good stuff. But then they take it to a conclusion where they're like, well, okay, the age of consent is bullshit because the bourgeoisie have made that and blah, 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 blah. And then we find ourselves in a bit of a pickle, because you have people who, as a commenter on one of your recent videos did suggest, these people aren't actually pedophiles, but they're kind of defending pro-pedophile positions because they have these ultra-left positions that they've just sort of come to ideologically without understanding what that really means. And that's a huge problem. There are many left-wingers, especially so-called intellectual left-wingers, and I'm thinking Michel Foucault and a lot of the European, quote, Euro-communist folks, who would have taken the perspective of, let's just remove the age of consent because the age of consent is based around power and how older age gives us the power to exploit younger people, and when we get to socialism we won't need to exploit, and blah 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 blah, and so everything will be egalitarian and cool and we can all fuck wherever we want, and a 13-year-old can consent to fucking a 60-year-old and blah blah blah. It's bullshit. We know that the human brain doesn't properly develop in terms of long-term decision making until your mid-20s. We know, empirically, we can show that the frontal lobe of the brain, which is responsible for long-term planning, doesn't finish developing until your mid-20s. And that makes young people, particularly people in their teens and their early 20s, more compulsive, okay? And that makes them want to do things that maybe later on in life they're gonna fucking regret. And so that means maybe they're gonna when they're 13, they're maybe gonna fuck a fucking 80-year-old, and they're gonna think, who cares, it's fine, it's no big deal. But actually that might be an extremely traumatic experience when they're a little bit older, and they may not realize that because their brain hasn't quite developed in that direction. And okay, some dickheads will be like, oh Paul, it's so ageist, fuck you. Mate, I'm sorry, I'm a materialist, I'm into science. The science shows that in your mid-20s, that's when your brain is fully developed. That's it. It's a little bit earlier for girls, maybe 23, generally. and there are exceptions to that, of course. And generally speaking, to men or XX chromosome people, it generally seems to be later in 20s when they get to that sort of stage, you know. Um, Maybe 25 and so on and so forth. But this is a huge fucking problem. People who just come to the left and they're excited, they're like fuck everything. So let's literally fuck everything. Let's decide that it's cool to have sex. You know, the fact we're 20 years old or 22 years old, these kids. Let's do teenagers because the big bad man who's the police officer or the bourgeois law or whatever it might be has told us that it's bad to have sex with a 13-year-old. They're just the bourgeoisie. Fuck that, and then we'll just fuck it. That's a huge problem, and we can never let that slide.
Riot fetishism, man. You want to counter everything, and you think that's
Counter it. Yes, it's contrarianism rather than
yeah,
actual socialism or a solid materialist ideology. And this is a huge problem. If you are a leftist who bases their ideology as being opposed to whatever the right wing is, then you're going to run into a lot of problems. There's a lot of right wingers in, excuse me, actually, let's take it from a different perspective. There's a lot of left wingers in Ireland who define themselves by being in opposition to the right wingers. Okay? So, when these dickheads that I mentioned earlier on come out with an anti-pedophilia protest, okay? When they come out with an anti-pedophilia protest, these motherfucker ultra-leftists will be like, well, actually, we understand that pedophilia is just a sexuality, man. It's cool, no problem. Mate, you're fucking wrong. Mate, just look at the fucking signs. This is bullshit. We need to deal with this. This is a problem, and it needs to be dealt with. We can't just approach this as though your entire
most
ideology
feel
is
attracted
just
to their mothers. That's why they watch incest porn. That
yes,
doesn't mean we should be okay with people fucking their mothers.
exactly. And
Okay,
so this is the problem. Like whatever the right
comes
wing
out of
says,
the
the
blue.
left wing is in
Comes
opposition to that, and that's
out of
incorrect.
and
It's
exactly, and considering being LGBTQ as a source of taboo is extremely dumb and untrue,
it's
unscientific.
ridiculous. It
Doesn't
doesn't
come
make
out of
any
the blue. It comes
sense.
out of your in fucking inner intestines, telling you that you are something, that you love certain types of people. Yeah. So identifying pedophiles with the same idea that you're just born, you like women. Yeah, but not women. You're just born, you like
It's
children.
the
Is
stupidest
it?
shite. You know, I
And even
you know what pisses me
okay,
off?
sometimes 1% of the time it might happen. You're born, you just like toddlers, right? But don't do it. Just don't do it.
Just don't do it.
I'm a
Keep it
very
to
aggressive
yourself.
man. I myself am a very aggressive man. When somebody fucking
I
disrespects
thought you
me
were
in a
going to
bar,
say, "Oh, myself, I like toddlers."
I wanna break their fucking legs, right? But I don't do it. I don't do it. The fucking barman, I tell him, give me a triple vodka, and I see him cheating me and giving me a double vodka. I want to break his fucking legs, but guess what? I
But you
don't.
don't do it.
I don't
But
because
but we don't want to get too much into this fucking personal responsibility discourse. I think that the people who have these problems probably need to sort out these problems. You know, if they're
and
if
let's just before you continue. Let's Dunkachino donated $2.
oh, thank you,
He
Gino
says
Comrade. I didn't see that.
Yugopnik thoughts on philosopher Byung Chul Han. Oh shit! Oh my god!
Who's that?
No, I remember. I have not read. I have read only a few articles on this gentleman back in university. Shit. He writes about as much as I remember about how the insanely quick society that we live in, late stage sort of capitalist bullshit,
Mm.
makes us blame ourselves for not being hyperachievers because it sells to us the idea that everybody around us are hyperachievers.
Mm.
So it's a brilliant analysis of late stage capitalism in which he sees the fact that the sort of self-masochistic American dream concept of if you haven't made it, it's your fault and nobody else's. Hurts a lot of people and actually drives a lot of people to suicide and even worse shit. And yes, there's worse shit than suicide, trust me. But other than that, I do not. I'm not intellectual enough to comment on this great gentleman's work. Just I remember reading 2-3 papers on him back in uni. But if that's the guy, like Jesus, I'm gonna sound extremely racist if that's a different guy, and I just read an Asian name and I was quoting the wrong dude.
I,
No, I'm pretty sure.
mate, I love
No,
Jackie Chan.
I remember him Byung Han. Like I remember that. Yes, very smart guy. I genuinely actually want to read his shit, but you cannot buy books of fucking anti-capitalists while I'm around.
You can't buy anti-capitalist books. You got to read them on Marxist.org, and it's really hard to do.
Yeah,
So you got to find the accessibility options on your phone and get it to read it for you, because otherwise you'd be just fucking bored.
I
Okay.
remember like before we continue. I remember specifically this guy made a great point. It's like people say that you fail in life, and
So you drink.
so you drink. Exactly. No,
Problem solved.
you have an interaction with the outside world, and it doesn't work out the way you want it, and then you say, "Holy shit, I suck."
Hmm.
Uh,
Too real.
and
Slow down.
what this guy, at least in the paper that condensed his work, said. So a lot of people say, a lot of people will come to you and tell you, huh, that's because you suck. That's because you suck. And that's what leads you to suicide. And that's what leads you to depression. But actually, he says, no, it's all the guys who come and tell you, oh, it's just your first attempt. You need to try harder and then you'll achieve it. You need to try harder. The positive motherfuckers that introduce the idea to you that this incredible pain you're feeling from this dissatisfaction with how your life went can be just blown away if you only try another time. If you only try another time. And that is evil. Truly evil. It is telling the man that has broken one leg that he should break another, and then he should break his arm, and then he should break another arm. And only after breaking every single bone out of the 5,000 in his body, only then should he be able to criticize capitalism because he actually tried. Go fuck yourself, motherfucker. You shouldn't even get a single hair pulled out of your head, except you Jesus-looking motherfucker, before you, in order for you to achieve a life that you want to live. Fuck that shit. Makes me fucking pissed.
Fuck that shit.
We lost so many good people to that because the system told them that they're shit. They're nothing. They're just
fucking hate
worms.
I hate that shit so
As you
much.
said, so many Einsteins that died working in a fucking Zara factory in
Zara factory, yeah.
X country.
In Bangladesh or whatever the fuck. Mate, I fucking hear you. Like I talk to people in the fucking areas in the states around my area, and it's just fucking. You can't be like, oh, if you just believe in yourself, then you could really be something. Nah, mate, the people know they've been dealt a really fucking shit deck. they've been dealt a really fucking tough hand of cards, and the moment you try to pretend that they haven't, you could be something. Is the moment they fucking tune out, because, and we tune out, I suppose, because we know it's bullshit. We know that we've been lied to. That we don't have the opportunities,
Right, and there's people that come in with a solution. And what is the solution? Vote blue.
Vote for Biden. No problem. It's okay. No, don't worry about it. Just vote Biden. Vote Biden because, as you said,
white short-haired chick in a car screaming at you.
He's the fucking acceleration. He's the accelerationist candidate.
I'm gonna go take a very quick piss. I'm gonna be very quick. Let
me answer a couple more questions while you're taking a piss. Okay. How will the coming climate catastrophe affect people's political views? Will the upcoming mass immigration fuel more xenophobia in the West? How can we deal with it? Yes, absolutely. Even in Ireland, where we don't have mass immigration, there is more xenophobia, but it's not necessarily people feeling xenophobia. It's right wing ideologues who sort of push that on people. It's when the dickhead far righter comes up to someone who is in a working class area that has more people who have been able to get an apartment or home or whatever it might be in their area, and then because it's cheaper, because capital requires an international reserve army and labour. They import more people in from abroad, and we will see that, and the far righters will use that to double down on fascist ideology, to double down on capitalism, and to push back with their reactionary rhetoric. So
I'm so drunk I almost pissed on my foot back there. That
that's
was retarded.
okay. That's
Stupid. Yeah.
impressive that
Okay.
you pissed on your foot though. You must
Yeah,
you
it's
must be
pretty
loaded.
stupid. Yeah.
Thick boy, as they say. Good stuff. Let me.
Oh, you probably you thick boy. Oh, okay.
The
I knew you were watching.
DH.
I knew my camera is accidentally on.
I I wasn't going to tell you, but yeah. Wait, let me just check here. Let me just go through these questions real quickly here. Okay, so Conrad has asked off topic, but do you have any opinion on sex work and how should we as leftists approach it? Now, this is a very, very complicated question
And controversial.
and very controversial. And I
I
will
don't know.
say,
My opinion is I don't know. I'm not a sex worker. I
exactly.
don't know.
Oh,
I try to believe. I might say something stupid, but I try to believe in choice. Even though capitalism choice is very complicated based on who's oppressing you or not. But in a world in which you can actually choose to be a sex worker or not without financial or even at times imperialist forces pushing you towards sex work, and you choose completely based on your decision to engage in sex work, then God bless.
of course.
You
If
do
you
you,
decide
girl
to
or
do
guy,
that.
or non-binary or anything.
But the thing is,
But
we don't exist in that world. We are existing in a world where people can't pay their bills. They got 5 kids, and so they need to fucking make some money. And like me, they can't find work, so they do whatever they can to
then
make a bit
even
of
then,
money.
is it wrong? Like
That's
you
different.
survive.
That's
You
different.
survive.
I've listened.
Is it wrong?
This is the thing.
Survive.
When I was younger, when I was sort of new to the left, I had a very extremely let's say sex positive position, and I would have been very like, let's just legalize prostitution. That'll make things better. They can unionize. We can improve conditions from there and so forth. But then
That's my point actually.
yeah,
That's what I stand.
well, we can
Yeah.
improve. But the thing is, now having been engaged in the community for a lot more years and listened to, actually, no, not just listening to an idealized version of some blonde haired, blue eyed white girl online telling us why we need to legalize prostitution. Actually, listening to normal working class people talking about their experiences of prostitution and the most politically advanced among the workers, I was actually really shocked. And let me tell you a story. A few years ago, I was in a different political organization that I'm in right now, and the perspective of that organization was, we are pro sex work. We support sex workers. We want them to get unionized. We want to legalize, and we want everything to be cool, and just legalize everything, and everything will be fine. Problem solved. And then one day, and come here to me. I read that and I was just like, yeah, that sounds great. Why the fuck wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we do that? That's to any progressive person, that's the way forward. But then at one of our fucking annual general meetings, I think this was early 2018, might have been early 2017, the start of the year, one of the years, we had an annual general meeting. And this person, who had been a prostitute for over 20 years at this stage, she gets up in front of this crowded room, over 1,000 people. And these are all people who have been nominated from different branches of the organization to come together. And she tells everybody her experience of being a prostitute and how she doesn't want to see prostitution legalized because she doesn't want to see things normalized, because she never wants this to be an available opportunity to anybody, because this is the most horrific and post-traumatic stress inducing experience she's ever had in her entire life, and she thinks that it is the worst existence imaginable. She thinks that nobody should ever be subjected to this kinds of torture and terror, and that she deeply, sincerely regrets countries moving towards legalizing prostitution, because in fact she says that we should be moving towards a society where people are not forced to, well, be subjected to the exploitation of their labor, and whether the means of production are your body, your vagina, or whether they're your workplace. We need to be moving beyond that. We don't want to move to a friendlier capitalism where people can get fucked for money and everything's cool. No, we want to move to socialism. We want to move to a society where we own the means of production, where you and I, where every person, regardless of their shapes or stripes, owns the surplus value produced by their labor, and they decide what is to be done and what should be done with that. And at this meeting, she said all of this stuff, and it was one of those moments. It was like being struck by lightning for me out of nowhere, because when I was listening to it, I was like, "Ah, come on, really? Does this really reflect every single person's experience, or is this just like one woman's experience?" And I kept listening. And after she'd finished talking, the main people on the board didn't say, "Thank you very much for your contribution. We'll take that into mind. We'll keep that in mind, and we'll formulate our party's position based on that." No. The person at the board said, "No, we are sex positive. We are a sex positive party, and so no matter what, we will support the legalization of prostitution. And I'm sorry that you've had terrible experiences, but we will always support the legalization of prostitution." And that moment for me was a hugely informative and illuminating moment, because it illuminated for me a sort of growing rift between the ideology, the perfect version, where in this idealized world where there's all of these rich white women who decide to do prostitution at the weekend for a few extra euro. Great stuff. They can make their money elsewhere. They've got a few fucking apartments rented out. Everything's okay. And this is super empowering for them to be sex workers. Okay? That was the sort of idea I went in with. But then coming out of that conversation with, I was like, oh wait, there's like 99% of sex workers are not doing this because this is empowering. They're doing this because they're forced to. And what is forced sex? What is forced sex but rape? It's not. There's nothing forced. If you are coercing someone to have sex with you, with money, with power, with influence, whatever it might be, that's rape. You are giving people an incentive to have sex with you through your power. And I could never, ever support that. As a supporter of women's liberation, not in some bullshit white feminist perspective, Hillary Clinton, whatever, fuck that. No. As a true supporter of proletarian, international proletariat, women's liberation, I cannot, in good conscience, support wholeheartedly, without any reservations, the wholesale legalization and regulation of sex work without any addendums. Now, if it is the case, and it might be, it might be the case that the workers of a certain country, maybe all of the sex workers, maybe all the prostitutes, maybe all the OnlyFans workers, maybe there's different forms of sex work, come together, they unionize, and they decide that we need legal regulation. Okay, I'm not going to oppose that. And in fact, I'll support that. I'll support the workers coming together and solving this problem collectively. But as someone who supports the liberation of the entirety of the proletariat, and particularly the most oppressed and exploited groups within that, women being one of the key components of that, I absolutely cannot, after having heard that story, the excruciating gore of that story, I could never just give myself over to this sort of liberal pro-sex work, whatever the fuck that means, perspective, and pretend there's no nuance to the subject whatsoever, and just be like, yes, I'm pro-sex work. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna let whatever the fuck person they want go get fucking exploited by whatever pimp is in the area. No problem. No, it's not a big deal. It is a fucking big deal. It's a massive fucking deal. Human beings should never ever be a commodity, and that's a huge fucking issue. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of what I would think about these issues. I know that's kind of a rant. It's something I'm still coming to terms with. I might be wrong on the conclusions that I've come to right now, and I am open to being corrected. So don't think I'm like dogmatically fixed to this particular idea, but I was particularly moved by this conversation that I had, and as a result of that, I am very much in support of the lady who presented this idea to me, and from a scientific socialist perspective, yes, it absolutely does check out. So that's generally what I would think on the issue. Comrade, do you want to come in and add anything to that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, I think you guys have found a very good topic to talk about with Anna Kitty. If we ever bring her on chat, which we will, not
Of
if we,
course.
but when, because she said that, you know, that is exactly what I want to talk about, stuff like this. So when we bring her on, that could be a great topic to discuss sex work in general and so on.
Yeah, please, because
But
I'm open to being educated, because I could be
no,
wrong, but look, I've gone from one extreme to the other on this particular subject. I've gone from being extremely pro sex work to being to the point now where I'm so far to the opposite extreme, where even the term sex work itself I view with skepticism, because I see it as kind of a capitalist co-option of exploitation and oppression. So I'm at a very opposite extreme right now, and I might be, there might be a point where, maybe this is thesis, antithesis, synthesis. There may be a point where I realize I'm incorrect. Okay, cool, but I think we need more. The dialectic needs to be advanced before I can
yes.
come to that position, if you know what I mean.
But honestly, if I can butt in,
Mm.
I've never heard, and I'm saying this is, I mean, I'm being slow because it's a very touchy subject, and not only touchy, it's very close to my heart, and I
And
think
we're
it's
4
very
hours
close
in.
to a lot of people's heart. The way you talked, and not only the way you talked, but what you talked about was very direct, very honest, and I'm pretty sure for a lot of people, very on the point. And it introduced a few perspectives that to me I didn't know before. Not only did not know, I was not introduced before because of, I guess, my indirect privilege. I never really interacted with sex workers much in my life.
Like me a few years ago.
Yeah, the only ones which I did was random YouTubers that
Yeah.
were extremely pro sex work because they had the OnlyFans and so on,
Yeah,
which is
of
work. Nobody's
course.
undermining this.
Mm.
We're just looking at it from a a more complicated lens, the way that Comrade Paul has. when the whole conversation started, I immediately said, that I'm kind of, I don't know where to stand on this because this is very fucking
It's a
complicated.
tricky one.
Um, and I still don't know where to stand on it. And you made it even more complicated, you motherfucker.
I'm sorry.
But I guess at the end of the day, and now I'm probably gonna say something stupid, but at the end of the day, um, if something empowers you as a proletarian, as a worker, I'm kind of up for it. So
But this
if
is the
it's,
thing. Does it
yeah,
empower you? Is it actually empowerment, or is it the illusion of empowerment? Do you know what I mean? So, like, is Barack Obama as a black person in the as a president of the United States, is that really empowering black people, or is that kind of the same thing? It's still the exploiter oppressing and blowing up kids in Syria. Do you know what I mean? So liberals very easily get drawn into this. They see the aesthetic of progress. They see this aesthetic, the view, it appears one way, but maybe it's not actually that way. And unfortunately, as leftists, we generally traverse from conservatism or maybe even reactionary through liberalism and into socialism or communism. And we have some hangovers from that
yeah.
perspective.
But let
And
me
it's
be very
tough.
direct. No, I gotta be very direct, out of full respect towards you.
Mm.
What's wrong with? I want to take pictures of my tits, and if you want to see my tits, you gotta pay $5,
It's cool. No problem.
right?
No problem with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
But
But
maybe like if I have no
what
other
if?
choice in life,
Hang
and
on,
that
hang on. Can I?
pushes me to showing my tits for $5, that's problematic. But if I
Exactly.
do have other choice, choices, I'm
Exactly.
like a college educated person with tits, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna do tits for $5, and I do it. There's nothing necessarily wrong with
This
that.
is the
You could
exact
make a
problem.
very, like, you could though make an argument like, okay, they're finding a way to be lumpen proles without being proles by taking which sometimes makes sense, sometimes it doesn't. That's a different topic. But
But you touched on a really really important point, because again, there's a massive difference between someone who says, okay, I'm gonna take some pictures of my tits, I'm gonna take a picture of my dick, and I'm gonna send it to someone for €5, and the person who says, fuck, I can't pay my bills this weekend. I
huge difference.
need
Yes,
I need to take a picture of
yes.
my dick or my tits for
That's why
five
it's so
euro.
complicated.
And
Exactly. Yeah.
this is the fucking point. This is the fucking point. If we lived in a society, okay, where someone said to me, hey, do you want to see a look? I'm not coerced in any way. There's no economic incentive for me to do this. There's no social incentive for me to do this. You can see a picture of my tits for €5. You can see a picture of my dick for €5. Whatever the fuck it might be. I would say cool. There's no problem with that. But the fact is that people are coerced into doing this by capitalism, specifically capitalism. That I can't support this capitalist exploitation, because ultimately it is capitalist exploitation of the female body, and that's ultimately where the problem lies. I suppose the rich white feminists who make the argument that, okay, it's fine, no problem, I've chosen to do this, it's empowering, good for them. If they find it empowering, then cool, I'm grateful that they've done that. It's great, fantastic. But for the 99.9% of women who are not in that position where sex work is recreational, it's generally a problem. You know what I mean? It's generally not because they've decided that this is going to be fun, and this isn't me saying we need to criminalize the people who are doing that. This is me saying that we need to create a situation wherein the people who are currently being incentivized to do that, who say, I need €5, so I'm gonna go send the people a picture of my tits, or my dick or whatever. I'm saying, no, we need a situation where that doesn't occur, We need a situation where people aren't forced to take up this role, where people aren't going to say, okay, I'll just send people a picture of my tits or my vagina or whatever it might be for €10, because all the stuff I need is provided by a socialist system. Childcare is provided by the government, healthcare, education, housing, everything I need is provided already. So I don't even need to fucking go there. And if I want to have sex...
I think we're reaching a point in which genuinely, I think that Anarchit's donation made a very good point.
Oh, well, let me see.
You on your channel, actually, I would actually love to do a vodka stream and actually made it a part of a podcast. We should have a person who is engaged in sex, who is actually engaged in sex work.
Otherwise, it's just theoretical.
We're even though we're not Western white boys, right? We're not American white boys.
Not in the typical
You're
sense,
Irish,
anyway.
I'm Slav, but still, with these two pale-looking motherfuckers talking about this very, very complicated topic.
Boom. Yeah.
And I think it would be more than nice to actually have a person with that sort of experience to debate with, not only debate with, but have a conversation with.
Have a conversation,
read what her super chat wrote.
Let me see.
And then we can take it from there.
Okay, so let me see. Comrade Anarchy says, well, there's two little things that I should read out. But first we'll go to Anarchy because it's relevant. Sex work is a very complicated topic. Are you exploiting yourself or exploiting yourself for men? It's
very good point.
It's very topic. It's very strange. As a boy MB who's done this, it's a complicated topic. Look, this is a hard topic to broach because as Marxists there can be a tendency to, as we talked about earlier, academicize things. We can say, well, I mean, this is clearly participating in the CM cycle rather than the CMC cycle or some shit like that. We can get very arithmetic about it, and we can talk about algebra and all that sort of shit, and it's a very problematic thing to do when you're talking about people's real lived experiences, which may have been pleasant, which may have been traumatic. We don't know. So I think the best thing to do in these kinds of situations is listen to the people first. Let's take a Maoist perspective and mass line it and actually listen to people.
We gotta have an Anarchy podcast.
Definitely.
Get some good
inevitable.
Fucking headphones with a microphone.
That's all we need.
We're doing it.
And then we're gonna have a great fucking conversation. And by the way, I found out a way to record, and it's pretty simple actually, just to record both my audio individually and the guests' audio individually, so I can edit them and make it sound pretty good. Yeah. It turns out I spent about 5 hours trying to figure that out actually, just in terms of making podcasts and that. And it turns out all you need to do is use 2 different sound mixers. Simple. So I use Audacity to record my voice, and I use Reaper, another free audio sound recording program, to record the guest's voice, and that's it. Problem solved. Easy peasy. But
makes sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, makes sense to a normal person, but unfortunately for me, it was like 5 hours of frantically googling, trying to figure out how in hell I could make this work. And I was downloading all these like plugins for all different programs to try and make it work. Can I make it work through Google Chrome? Can I make it work through Mozilla Firefox? Can I make it work through Streamlabs? Can I make it work through YouTube? Fucking hell, I fell down a rabbit hole. Anyway,
thank you to Omega CJX for the $5.
Oh,
they pay for the £5 actually. Big money. £5 is big money.
Is there a note? Let's read out the note.
And they stream. Thank you, man.
Oh, thank you very much, comrade. I really appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you. It's lovely.
Excellent. Okay, okay, thank you very much, comrade Anarchy. We will return to the subject, and I think at some stage we probably will have to talk about the topic of sex work, because it is an interesting topic, and
it's very interesting.
It's one that I have changed my mind on, like almost a U-turn sort of perspective on it. And I might end up U-turning again, or I might stay in the position where I'm at. I don't know. I'm very open to changing my mind. If people can change my mind, that'd be great. But we can get towards a more scientifically correct perspective, and the best and most beneficial perspective to everybody. But that's it. I mean, look, literally that's what we're trying to do. We're socialists, and we can be materialists and scientists and all this as much as we want, but really what we're trying to do at the end of the day is we're trying to reduce harm to as many people as possible. And if you can find a way to reduce as much harm as possible to the most amount of people as possible, then fucking get on to me, give me a buzz, send me Twitter DM, and that's been scientifically proven, and yeah, definitely then I'll push for that instead in the future. So listen, great stuff. There's another little question there. Paul Marin, please, your favorite socialist flag of all time. Favorite socialist flag of all time is the Starry Plough, of course, the ICA, Irish Citizen Army in Ireland, both the old school one, the green one, and the new one, the red or blue one with the Starry Plough that I use in many of my videos. Yeah, Starry Plough, Big Dipper. People.
Big Dipper.
Big Dipper.
Big Dipper.
It looks
What's
like the
Big Dipper? Explain that to me.
Do you know? Google Big Dipper. Google Big Dipper there, and you'll see a picture of these stars sort of formed. It looks like a spoon or something like that, like a spoon.
Oh, that's the Big Dipper.
And that
I always loved that symbol, but I didn't know. It's the stars. Okay.
It's the Starry Plough in Ireland. In the Irish context, what it means is that the Irish people. This was originally used by the Irish Citizens Army who participated in the 1916 Rising. They were the Marxist organization that participated in it. They basically sparked the entire.
So
Rising.
if I move to Ireland, are you guys gonna accept me and shit?
Yeah.
Can I be like? I of course I'm not by blood gonna be
Everybody
Irish,
loves Eastern Europeans in Ireland.
Super hardcore pro Irish independence, obviously.
Everybody loves that shit here. Yeah, they go crazy for you if you start talking about like republicanism and Irish independence and all sorts of things. Especially if you talk about Starry Plough, they'll just get down on their knees and for free do whatever you want. They will love you forever and a day, and they'll let you send pictures of that to your family on their phone or whatever.
It's nice.
It's nice, and everybody's gonna love that. Actually, one of the favorite sort of all the communities that are quite popular in Ireland. There's a few communities. There's like where there's a lot of people. There's sort of large community in Dublin in particular. I'm talking about Dublin mostly. In Dublin, there's large communities of Brazilians, large communities of Croatians, large communities of, let me see, who else? Polish, large communities of Nigerians, large communities of, there's a few more people. Croatians and generally people from like the former Yugoslav area are seen as like Irish. They're seen as beautiful Irish people. They're seen as more attractive Irish people generally. I don't know what it is about the former Yugoslav comrades.
I've dated a Nigerian woman for like 4 years.
They're amazing.
I am
I love them so much.
Part Croatian.
My next door neighbors.
I'm part Croatian, and Poles. I don't have much to do with Poles. My current girlfriend's aunt is Polish, so I guess that's with Poles. But sounds like a good place I could fit in, I guess.
Absolutely, everybody's gonna fucking love you. Everybody's absolutely gonna love you there. Here over in Dublin. So yeah, that's what I would say. People are gonna love you. Fly the Starry Plough high, and everybody's gonna just fucking love heart eyes, and you're gonna get all the ladies, gals, and pals, whatever it might be in between, and have a great time. So that's what I would say. So yeah, Starry Plough is my favorite socialist flag of all time. Comrade, nice. Do you have a favorite socialist flag of all time? Yugoslavia?
No, Yugoslavia is very like meh. It's like just a star in the middle of the.
It's nice.
Slavic symbol.
Why isn't that why isn't that your brand? Why isn't it your brand, man? Commsumerism.
Consumerism, because I just wanted to show myself. Like, if you look at the NPC one day, hopefully, I will be able to make enough money off of YouTube to show my face.
That's you.
And I'd be afraid to get fucking shot in the middle of the park.
What happens? But what happens if it's...
But that's literally me. Like the guy you
see
on the picture, that's literally me. I just smoke bigger cigars. I tried to explain to Jenks, make the cigar bigger, but he kept making it fucking small. I smoke bigger cigars. I have more boy issues than my character, you know.
Freudian.
I very Freudian, right? But other than that, yeah, my favorite socialist symbol. I won't call it socialist, but they got it very right. I mean, I know it's cliche. Everybody who's anybody says, "Oh my God, that's my favorite flag." I think it was a West African state. I don't want to.
Which one?
Is it Burkina Faso?
Oh, yes.
The one with the AK-47 and the farm tool next to the colors, right?
What? They have an AK-47? I don't know that
Yeah.
flag.
Is it right? Burkina
Wait.
Faso. No, it's not Burkina Faso.
Are you thinking
From
of
Comrade. Wait,
Angola?
AK-47 flag. I'm gonna Google it.
Let me
Jesus,
see.
now I sound like a piece of shit because I confused.
It's not the...
Mozambique.
the Mozambique.
Actually, Mozambique is what I'm very anti-tanky, as people would say, because the guy that just died that was ruling Mozambique was a horrible piece of shit. Like,
And a tank?
a lot of people are like, "Oh, no," because the Soviet Union helped install him, but he was a piece of shit. Like,
No, come on.
but yes, everybody's Mozambique. Yes,
It's an amazing flag. I'm just looking
amazing
at it now.
flag, dude.
It's fucking cool.
That's a fucking flag, man.
It's got an
really
AK-47 and a book, and a sickle and a star. What the?
Yeah.
This is like a flag on cocaine. I'm looking at it now. That's fucking crazy.
Oh yeah, but
Fucking
actually, when you
cool.
Google it, Mozambique AK-47 flag, there's a very beautiful picture of a Yugoslavian flag with an AK-47 on it. It's very nice.
That's
I'm
crazy.
looking at it right now.
Yeah, AK-47s are sexy. Let's just be real. Let's not fuck around. Let's not dance around the dick. Let's just say AK-47s, Kalashnikovs they're just sexy.
They have a picture of like a kid in the Islamic State in ISIS sitting and hugging an AK-47, and then there's an ISIS flag behind him, and underneath the caption says, "Come and get it." What the fuck?
Oh, fucking hell.
But I love it's super hilarious when you find
Great flags.
online like gun enthusiasts, which I am one of.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know if I can say it in chat. I
wish I
have a
could
gun license. I own
No
I own guns, even though it's Europe. Yeah, I do actually own guns. I don't just LARP about guns online. I actually
LARP.
own them.
You know, I
No,
wish.
it's fine.
Wait,
No, actually,
what
if
kind of
you're
gun?
European Union, I own a M57 pistol that was inherited from my grandpa, and I own a Glock 17, and I have a Sig Sauer as well. So
It's a sexy pistol.
it is. It sucks balls, man, but for the price, it's really good. So the Glock 17 is ridiculously cheap. It's like 700 euros, man. It's painfully cheap. I was like, I'm just
M57 standard sidearm of the Yugoslav army.
M50. Yes. It's from my grandpa. It's a bit rusty on the side. I cannot buy ammo for it. Like I cannot go to the shooting range and shoot it because the ammo is no longer legal to be bought because it's too old, right?
Tell me, how are you not on Twitter and left-wing YouTube, whatever you want to call it, left-wing social media space, every day just be like, bro, check out this M57, arm yourself, because listen, Hakeem, right? Hakeem was like, Hakeem did a video and he was, and he was trying to explain to people how you can prepare for a revolution, and he was like, dudes, just fucking get some guns. No problem. Just fucking do it. Get some guns, arm yourself.
Yeah, probably in Iraq it's easy, yeah.
No problem. In Iraq, maybe no problem. In Ireland, I'm like telling people, if you look at my Twitter, I'm like, hey everybody, maybe you could learn how to do a little bit of karate. Maybe you could learn a little bit of Krav Maga.
I was like, I'm not gonna comment.
Problem.
I was like, shit on my bro. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Because this is it. Because even the Garda, even the police force of Ireland, they don't have guns. They just have this fucking stereotype of like Canadians being super sweet and super kind and super cool. Yeah. Like that's kind of pretty much pretty much what the Guard in Ireland are like, you know. And even in my area where they're kind of a bit more shitty,
But honestly, in the long run, that's what we want.
we
Like,
want to disarm
capitalism
the
kind of
police.
is okay. Like, as much as we
Whoa.
criticize capitalism, right, all the
No.
time, but capitalism genuinely does some good things.
I'm gonna censor that.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, you
I'll
please
censor
do.
that.
But
Okay, don't
but
worry
no,
about
but
that. Don't worry about it. I know it's embarrassing. Don't worry,
less
I'll censor that.
people,
It's okay. It's
less
all right.
people with
Good
murderous
comments.
items around in the long run is kind of a good thing. And I'm saying
Yeah.
this is an actual gun owner, a gun lover. Jesus, the percentage of my Patreon money that goes on me buying bullets to shoot on fucking ranges, I don't think my Patreons want to know what this thick boy does with their money on a gun range. But but still, you know, it's a thing. Though.
You know what I was thinking? You know what I was thinking? Because the Garda in Ireland. Get this, right? All right, come here to me. Come here to me. Sit down there. Sit down. You got a drink?
Yes, I got a drink.
Okay,
yes, I'm
cool.
listening.
All right, we're good. All right, we're gonna finish this up soon, okay? Because we're 4.5 hours into this. This is ridiculous. It's nearly coming up to 12 o'clock. It's ridiculous. I gotta go up in the morning. I gotta organize other workplaces. But in the meantime, right? Come here to me. In Ireland, guess how many people there are in An Garda Síochána, the Irish police force. Guess how many. Just guess.
How many people live in Ireland? What, 15 million, right?
Nearly 5 million, 4.9 million live in the Republic of Ireland. The 26 counties, about another 2 million in the 6 counties, north of Ireland, Northern Ireland. So let's say 4.9 million. How many police officers do you think there are? Or not?
So probably because it's a recently semi-liberated state from,
Quote.
incestoid Anglos. There's probably a lot of shows that are willing to sell their ass in
Comprador
order to protect
motherfuckers, yeah.
the Anglo state. And not only that, there's probably a lot of Anglos that are imported that work for 3-4 months as cops, and then they go back home, and then they go back for 3-4 months as cops. So in a 5 million state, there's probably what? 300,000 cops?
300,000.
Less. 200,000 cops. That's a lot of cops. But it's a region they're like, really want to protect.
Do you know how many number of police officers there are in Ireland?
How many?
14,000. 14,000.
That's insane.
Do you know how many members of the defence forces, the Irish defence forces, there are? The military forces of Ireland?
It's funny that they're called IDF. Funny. Yeah,
how
many?
Half that. 7,000.
Okay.
So
we're at 21,000. Okay.
21,000. You have 22,000 people who don't even have fucking guns, who are just really fucking good at karate.
With all due respect, but that's just...
How fucking stupid is that? You fucking storm the fucking Winter Palace with your karate power. And that's it. You have 25,000 with Krav Maga or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or whatever the fuck it is in Ireland, and that's it. You have 25,000 people who are going to recruit to your new proletarian state forces, police and military. Isn't that fucking crazy? Isn't that just the most fucking crazy thing you've ever heard in your life?
It's
fucking crazy, isn't it? Imagine
you're 100 motherfuckers and one guy comes up to you and he's like, we have protection union here, we do karate chop on you. if you try to change system, you're like, dude, you're just a little kid. We're like 500 guys and there's 5 of you. And you're like, but we do karate chop. And you're like, oh shit. He's like, we do karate chop, we fuck you up. And she's like, shit. Man, this motherfucker gonna do karate chop. We should be very careful, man. Because otherwise he do karate chop on us. And if he do karate chop on us, then he do karate chop on everybody. This is how revolution is destroyed. He do karate chop on everybody, and it's
gotta
very
be
scary.
It's gotta be
It's
USSR.
very scary.
You gotta karate chop everybody.
Very shitty my pantsy.
It's gotta karate chop everybody. No problem solved.
You do karate chop. Oh, sit down, boy. Karate choppy chop.
Karate chop.
You do the karate choppy chop.
Alright,
Yeah.
listen, we're gonna karate chop our way through the Winter Palace. and then that's fucking it.
Hello, Queen of England. Be prepared. There should be karate choppy chopped. Chop, 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 chop. She's like, oh no, I am dying.
Oh yeah,
The British Empire is being destroyed by karate choppy chops. I wouldn't mind this. Karate is Asian. It is very non-white. And that hurts me very deeply inside. Because I'm the Queen of England.
The legacy of Orientalism hurts me to my soul. I can't take the karate chop. Krav Maga, okay, it's settled a colonial martial art, no problem. But karate chop.
Madam, don't be afraid. I am British security man. I will defend you from disgusting Orientals, which will do the karate chop on you. Over where we are at, we do not interact with the Orientals or the African N-words. We are proper security force of Queen. We are proper MI5. Come here. We will fight every non-white person except pro-Israel motherfuckers. Come here. Are you looking at me, little black boy? I will take gun out and kill you and your mother. And then I will blame it. And then I will blame it on socialists in universities.
It's cultural Marxism is what killed you.
It is the cultural Marxism that kills the black females. I am very smart.
Oh, fucking hell. Jesus fucking Christ. Listen, come here to me. Come here to me. It's 4 hours. We've been... Let me take a little look here and look at Audacity. You and I have been recording shite for nearly 5 hours. It's ridiculous. We've been streaming for 4 hours. I've got a hair on my mouth. It's terrible. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 37 minutes. We said, in our sober minds, best minds, we said 2 hours, and that's our cutoff. Because we don't want to get messy. We don't want to be messy bastards. We don't want to fuck up. And here we are. Here we fucking are. 4 hours and 38 minutes into the stream. And we're still streaming. Comrades, we need to wrap this up. Seriously. We do. No, I'm sorry, but we do. I know it's cruel, it's harsh, but we need to be firm but fair. If we're nothing on the authoritarian left, we're firm but fair. Do you not agree with me, Comrade Yugopnik? Or have you fallen asleep again? Motherfucker's fallen asleep again. Have you fallen asleep again, Yugopnik? Yugopnik?
Hello, can you hear me?
Did you fall asleep and come back?
No, the fucking thing fucked up. The internet. It was very.
You blame the internet. Don't blame your own fucking app.
I always do.
Listen, you have a problem. You have a problem. You need to sit down and you need to stop drinking so much. You need to fucking.
Yeah, it's my problem. Yeah, I'm sure.
It's in Ireland. This isn't an issue. But maybe in
No, genuinely, I got disconnected. It said disconnected with big fucking letters. I don't know.
Disconnected. Oh, how poor me. How sad. Oh, I'm talking about karate chopping people. I get disconnected. Oh, so sad. Well, guess what? The people listening to the podcast, they can't see this shit. The people watching the live stream, they can't see this shit.
Yeah, I'm probably lying, right?
They're calling your bluff. I'm calling your bluff. I mean, I could just check the WhatsApp chat, but I mean, I'm not gonna.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Comrade, this is fucking class. Thank you so much
It is.
for coming on. Let's wrap up.
Likewise.
What
Yeah,
is there?
let's wrap up.
Is there anything else? Is there anything else you wanted to say before we finish things up? Because
No, not necessarily. I think we had a very grand time. I
it's
think the guys
beautiful.
enjoyed it pretty much. Yeah, we can go jump into bed.
Yeah, I need to jump into bed. My wife's gonna be upset because it was meant to be 2 hours. I was meant to be finished 3 hours ago at this stage, and here I am still fucking streaming because you're a terrible influence on me, Yugopnik.
I am, aren't I?
But we should say
I gotta work on that.
you should start influencing me in a more positive way because the people in the chat don't realize, but we're going to be doing this at least once a month, but probably more closer. I can't say exactly once a week, but probably closer to once a week than once a month. Maybe once every 2 weeks, once every 3 weeks, something like that. Whatever we can, really, whenever we have time, and whenever we can bring this to yous, we will, because we're not gonna deprive the people of the vodcast. That'd be anti-Marxist. It'd be counter-revolutionary.
We very much so.
It'd
Yes.
be revisionist, is what it would be. So we're gonna bring it to you whenever we can. So comrades, I want to say thank you very fucking much. Let's do a little shout out to the people in the chat here. I'll do a little shout. I'll get things started, okay? I'll give a little shout out to people.
Shoot.
And if I miss anybody in the chat, I want you to jump in straight away and say fuck you, well you missed out on the Partisan, and then you're gonna jump in and give a shout out to the comrades, the Partisan, okay? So I'm going to say thank you very much to Revolutionary Lumpen Radio, legend, great podcast. Go check it out. It's great stuff. Thank you very much to 00 Mongoose. Thank you very much to Comrade Roman. I fucking love Comrade Roman. Chicken Spawn, I think, formerly Chicken Spawn. Thank you very much to Ian McShay, great comrade. Thank you very much to Jessediah. Jessediah is fantastic. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate that. Jessediah, you're brilliant. Thank you very much to you, Richard Oakes. Thank you very much to Ben Toth. I really, really hope you're feeling better, Ben. I know you're having a tough time at the moment with regards to health and stuff like that. I hope you feel better soon. Get better, get well soon. And if you're struggling, there is a solution, and the solution is vodka. Although I will say I'm not a doctor, I haven't a clue. If you want to talk to a doctor, talk to Hakeem. Hakeem is a proper doctor. But from an Irishman's perspective, if you're feeling sick, vodka will probably make you feel better. So that's what I would say to that. So thank you very much, Ben Toth. Other comrades in the chat, thank you very much, comrades. Emulator Noob, let's vibe check the bougies. Yeah, fucking why not? Thank you very much, Tank Punk. Dyslexic Communist. Who else have we got here? Deus Miles Contosaurus. There's a hell of a name. Elijah Hammond. Anarchitty, as always. Legendary Anarchitty. Red JCH. Ryan Lennon Fan. Chris Humphrey. Who else can I see in the chat here? Anyone else? No, I don't like you. Oh, that's so sad. It's a sad name. No, I don't like you. ZB, Zeebee. How are you, comrades? Gordozin. Thank you very much for watching. I'm not sure if anyone else has chimed in recently. I think that's pretty much everyone. Elisto, Elisto. Doing a little dab for us there. Appreciate it, comrade. Jamie Rowe. Thanks very much, Jamie Rowe, for saying hi, Paul. Hey Jamie, how are you getting on? I see Armid here as well. Excuse me, Arvid Taboo saying night. And Jonahawk. Yeah, thanks very much, Jonahawk. And Hal, of course. That's pretty much it. Hal 970FX, piss stream over. Time to shake it out and zip up. Comrade, it might be time to zip it up and shake it off. What do you think?
I agree completely.
Omega CJS, thank you for this great stream. You're a kind soul. I appreciate it. Comrades, love and solidarity. Don't be a drunken dickhead on a YouTube stream like us. Go out, organize your communities, spread socialism, fight the good fight every moment. It's the only way. Thank you,
It's
comrades.
the only way. Good night.
Good night, comrades. I love you very much. Sleep well. I'll put this up with
Go to bed.
Go to bed. Go get some sleep. Cheers, comrades. Take care. And I'll see you again on Friday for a stream about fascism and how we can fight it. Cheers, comrades. Take care. Bye bye.
Take care.